A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Zola and His Writings. Émile Zola was born in Paris, April 2, 1840. His father was François Zola, an Italian engineer who constructed the Canal Zola in Provence. Zola passed his early youth in the south of France, continuing his studies at the Lycée Saint-Louis in Paris and at Marseille. His sole patrimony was a lawsuit against the town of Aix. He became a clerk in the publishing house of Hachette, receiving at first the modest honorarium of 25 francs a week. His journalistic career, though marked by immense toil, was neither striking nor remunerative. His essays in criticism, of which he collected and published several volumes, were not particularly successful. This was evidently not his field. His first stories, Les Mystères de Marseille and Le Vœu d'une Morte, fell flat, disclosing no indication of remarkable talent. But in 1864 appeared Les Contaminants, which attracted wide attention, the public finding them charming. Les Confessions de Claude was published in 1865. In this work, Zola had evidently struck his gait. And when Thérèse Raquin followed in 1867, Zola was fully launched on his great career as a writer of a school which he called naturalist. Thérèse Raquin was a powerful study of the effects of remorse preying upon the mind. In this work, the naturalism was generally characterized as brutal, yet many critics admitted that it was absolutely true to nature. It had, in fact, all the gruesome accuracy of a clinical lecture. In 1868 came Madeleine Ferrat, an exemplification of the doctrine of heredity, as inexorable as the destiny of the Greek tragedies of old. And now dawned in Zola's teeming brain the vast conception of a naturalistic comedy of life. It was to be Balzac naturalized, so to speak. The great cycle should run through the whole gamut of human passions, foibles, motives, and interests. It should consist of human documents, of painstaking minuteness of detail and incontrovertible truth. The idea of destiny or heredity permeates all the works of this portentously ambitious series. Details may be repellent. One should not smell a picture, as the artists say. If one does, he gets an impression merely of a small blotch of paint. The vast canvas should be studied as a whole. Frailties are certainly not the whole of human nature, but they cannot be excluded from a comprehensive view of it. The Rougon-Macquart series did not carry Zola into the Academy, but the reputation of Molière has managed to survive a similar exclusion, and so will the fame of Zola, who will be bracketed with Balzac in future classifications of artistic excellence. For 22 years, from La Fortune de Rougon in 1871 to Dr. Pascal in 1893, the series continued to focus the attention of the world, and Zola was the most talked-about man in the literature of the epoch. La Fortune de Rougon was introductory. La Curée discussed society under the Second Empire. Le Ventre de Paris described the great Marquis of Paris. La Conquête de Plassans spoke of life in the south of France. La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret treated of the results of celibacy. Son Excellence Eugène Rougon dealt with official life. L'Assommoir was a tract against the vice of drunkenness. Some think this the strongest of the naturalist series. Its success was prodigious. In this, the marvelous talent of Zola for minute description is evinced. Une Page d'amour, a love episode, appeared in 1878. Of Nana, 1880, 300,000 copies were quickly sold. Port-Bouille portrayed the lower bourgeoisie and their servants. Au Bonheur des Dames treated of the great retail shops. La Joie de Vivre came in 1884. Germinal told of mining and the misery of the proletariat. L'Œuvre pictured the life of artists and authors. La Terre portrayed with startling realism the lowest peasant life. Le Rêve, which followed, was a reaction. It was a graceful idyll. La Rêve was termed a great symphony in white and was considered as a concession to the views of the majority of the French Academy. La Bête Humaine exhausted the details of railway life. L'Argent treats of financial scandals and panics. La Débâcle, 1892, is a realistic picture of the desperate struggles of the Franco-Prussian War. Du Docteur Pascal, 1893, a story of the emotions, wound up the series. Through it all runs the thread of heredity and environment in their influence on human character. But Zola's work was not finished. A series of 3 romances on cities showed a continuance of power. They are Lourdes, Rome, and Paris. After the books on the 3 cities, Zola planned a sort of tetralogy, intended to sum up his social philosophy, which he called the 4 Gospels. Fécondité is a tract against race suicide. The others of this series are entitled Travail, Vérité, and Justice, the latter projected but not begun. The attitude which Zola took in reference to the wretched Dreyfus scandal will add greatly to his fame as a man of courage and a lover of truth. From this filthy mess of perjury and forgery, Zola's intrepidity and devotion to justice arise clear and white as a lily from a cesspool. Several of Zola's books have been dramatized. Zola died suddenly at his home in Paris in September 1902. He received a public funeral, Anatole France delivering an oration at the grave. There is every indication that Zola's great reputation as an artist and philosopher will increase with the passing of the years. C. Starkweather. This ends Zola and his writing. Chapter 1 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1. The night lamp with a bluish shade was burning on the chimney-piece behind a book whose shadows plunged more than half the chamber in darkness. There was a quiet gleam of light cutting across the round table and the couch, streaming over the heavy folds of the velvet curtains and imparting an azure hue to the mirror of the rosewood wardrobe placed between the 2 windows. The quiet simplicity of the room, the blue tints on the hangings, furniture, and carpet, served at this hour of night to invest everything with the delightful vagueness of cloudland. Facing the windows, and within sweep of the shadow, loomed the velvet-curtained bed, a black mass, relieved only by the white of the sheets. With hands crossed on her bosom, and breathing lightly, lay Helene, asleep, mother and widow alike personified by the quiet unrestraint of her attitude. In the midst of a silence, 1 o'clock chimed from the timepiece. The noises of the neighborhood had died away. The dull, distant roar of the city was the only sign of life that disturbed those Trocadero heights. Helene's breathing, so light and gentle, did not ruffle the chaste repose of her bosom. She was in a beauteous sleep, peaceful yet sound, her profile perfect, her nut-brown hair twisted into a knot, and her head leaning forward somewhat as though she had fallen asleep while eagerly listening. At the farther end of the room, the open door of an adjoining closet seemed but a black square in the wall. Still there was not a sound. The half-hour struck. The pendulum gave but a feeble tick-tack amid the general drowsiness that brooded over the whole chamber. Everything was sleeping, night-lamp and furniture alike. On the table, near an extinguished lamp, some woman's handiwork was disposed also in slumber. Helene, in her sleep, retained her air of gravity and kindliness. 2 o'clock struck, and the stillness was broken. A deep sigh issued from the darkness of the closet. There was a rustling of linen sheets, and then silence reigned again. Anon, labored breathing broke through the gloom. Helene had not moved. Suddenly, however, she started up, for the moanings and cries of a child in pain had roused her. Dazed with sleep, she pressed her hands against her temples, but hearing a stifled sob, she leapt from her couch onto the carpet. "Jeanne, my Jeanne, what ails you? Tell me, love," she asked. And as the child remained silent, she murmured while running towards the night light, "Gracious heaven, why did I go to bed when she was so ill?" Quickly she entered the closet, where deep silence had again fallen. The feeble gleam of the lamp threw but a circular patch of light on the ceiling. Bending over the iron cot, she could at first make out nothing, but amidst the bedclothes, tossed about in disorder, the dim light soon revealed Jeanne, with limbs quite stiff, her head flung back, the muscles of her neck swollen and rigid. Her sweet face was distorted, her eyes were open and fixed on the curtain rod above. "My child!" cried Helene. My God, she's dying!" Setting down the lamp, Helene touched her daughter with trembling hands. The throbbing of the pulse and the heart's action seemed to have died away. The child's puny arms and legs were stretched out convulsively, and the mother grew frantic at the sight. "My child is dying! Help! Help!" she stammered. My child! My child!" She wandered back to her room, brushing against the furniture and unconscious of her movements. Then, distracted, she again returned to the little bed, throwing herself on her knees and ever appealing for help. She took Jeanne in her arms, rained kisses on her hair, and stroked her little body, begging her to answer and seeking one word, only one word, from her silent lips. Where was the pain? Would she have some of the cooling drink she'd liked the other day? Perhaps the fresh air would revive her? So she rattled on, bent on making the child speak. "Speak to me, Jeanne! Speak to me, I entreat you!" Oh God, and not to know what to do in this sudden terror born of the night. There was no light even. Then her ideas grew confused, though her supplications to the child continued. At one moment she was beseeching, at another answering in her own person. Thus the pain gripped her in the stomach. No, it must be in the breast. It was nothing at all. She need merely keep quiet. Then Helene tried to collect her scattered senses, but as she felt her daughter stark and stiff in her embrace, her heart sickened unto death. She tried to reason with herself and to resist the yearning to scream. But all at once, despite herself, her cry rang out. "Rosalie! Rosalie! My child is dying! Quick, hurry for the doctor!" Screaming out these words, she ran through dining room and kitchen to a room in the rear, where the maid started up from sleep, giving vent to her surprise. Helene speeded back again. Clad only in her nightdress, she moved about, seemingly not feeling the icy cold of the February night. Pah! This maid would loiter, and her child would die. Back again she hurried through the kitchen to the bedroom before a minute had elapsed. Violently and in the dark, she slipped on a petticoat and threw a shawl over her shoulders. The furniture in her way was overturned. The room, so still and silent, was filled with the echoes of her despair. Then, leaving the doors open, she rushed down 3 flights of stairs in her slippers, consumed with the thought that she alone could bring back a doctor. After the house porter had opened the door, Helene found herself upon the pavement, with a ringing in her ears and her mind distracted. However, she quickly ran down the Rue Vineuse and pulled the doorbell of Dr. Baudin, who'd already tended Jeanne. But a servant, after an interval which seemed an eternity, informed her that the doctor was attending a woman in childbed. Helene remained stupefied on the footway. She knew no other doctor in Passy. For a few moments she rushed about the streets, gazing at the houses. A slight but keen wind was blowing, and she was walking in slippers through the light snow that had fallen during the evening. Ever before her was her daughter, with the agonizing thought that she was killing her by not finding a doctor at once. Then, as she retraced her steps along the Rue Vineuse, she rang the bell of another house. She would inquire, at all events. Someone would perhaps direct her. She gave a second tug at the bell, but no one seemed to come. The wind meanwhile played with her petticoat, making it cling to her legs, and tossed her disheveled hair. At last a servant answered her summons. Dr. Deberle was in bed asleep. It was a doctor's house at which she'd rung, so heaven had not abandoned her. Straightway, intent upon entering, she pushed the servant aside, still repeating her prayer. My child is dying. Oh, tell him he must come. The house was small and seemed full of hangings. She reached the first floor despite the servant's opposition, always answering his protest with the words, My child is dying. In the apartment she entered, she would have been content to wait, but the moment she heard the doctor stirring in the next room, she drew near and appealed to him through the doorway. Oh, sir, come at once, I beseech you. My child is dying. When the doctor at last appeared in a short coat and without a neckcloth, she dragged him away without allowing him to finish dressing. He at once recognized her as a resident in the next-door house and one of his own tenants, so when he induced her to cross a garden, to shorten the way by using a side door between the two houses, memory suddenly awoke within her. True, you are a doctor, she murmured, and I knew it. But I was distracted. Oh, let us hurry. On the staircase, she wished him to go first. She could not have admitted the divinity to her home in a more reverent manner. Upstairs, Rosalie had remained near the child and had lit the large lamp on the table. After the doctor had entered the room, he took up this lamp and cast its light upon the body of the child, which retained its painful rigidity. The head, however, had slipped forward, and nervous twitchings were ceaselessly drawing the face. For a minute he looked on in silence, his lips compressed. Helene anxiously watched him, and on noticing the mother's imploring glance, he muttered, It will be nothing, but she must not lie here. She must have air. Helene grasped her child in a strong embrace and carried her away on her shoulder. She could have kissed the doctor's hand for his good tidings, and a wave of happiness rippled through her. Scarcely, however, had Jeanne been placed in the larger bed than her poor little frame was again seized with violent convulsions. The doctor had removed the shade from the lamp, and a white light was streaming through the room. Then, opening a window, he ordered Rosalie to drag the bed away from the curtains. Helene's heart was again filled with anguish. Oh, sir, she's dying, she stammered. Look, look! I can scarcely recognize her. The doctor did not reply, but watched the paroxysm attentively. Step into the alcove, he at last exclaimed. Hold her hands to prevent her from tearing herself. There now, gently, quietly. Don't make yourself uneasy. The fit must be allowed to run its course. They both bent over the bed, supporting and holding Jeanne, whose limbs shot out with sudden jerks. The doctor had buttoned up his coat to hide his bare neck, and Helene's shoulders had till now been enveloped in her shawl. But Jeanne, in her struggles, dragged a corner of the shawl away and unbuttoned the top of the coat. Still, they did not notice it. They never even looked at one another. At last the convulsions ceased, and the little one then appeared to sink into deep prostration. Dr. Deberle was evidently ill at ease, though he had assured the mother that there was no danger. He kept his gaze fixed on the sufferer and put some brief questions to Helene as she stood by the bedside. How old is the child? 11 years and 6 months, sir, was the reply. Silence again fell between them. He shook his head and stooped to raise one of Jeanne's lowered eyelids and examine the mucus. Then he resumed his questions, but without raising his eyes to Helene. "Did she have convulsions when she was a baby?" "Yes, sir, but they left her after she reached her 6th birthday. Ah, she's very delicate. For some days past she had seemed ill at ease. She was at times taken with cramp and plunged in a stupor." "Do you know of any members of your family that have suffered from nervous affections?" "I don't know. My mother was carried off by consumption." Here shame made her pause. She could not confess that she had a grandmother who was an inmate of a lunatic asylum. Footnote. There was something tragic connected with all her ancestry. Footnote. This is Adelaide Fouquet, otherwise Aunt Didet, the ancestress of the Rougon-Macquart family, whose early career is related in The Fortune of the Rougon, whilst her death is graphically described in the pages of Dr. Pascal. "Take care, the convulsions are coming on again," now hastily exclaimed the doctor. Jeanne had just opened her eyes, and for a moment she gazed around her with a vacant look, never speaking a word. Her glance then grew fixed, her body was violently thrown backwards, and her limbs became distended and rigid. Her skin, fiery red, all at once turned livid. Her pallor was the pallor of death. The convulsions began once more. "Do not lose your hold of her," said the doctor. "Take her other hand." He ran to the table where, on entering, he'd placed a small medicine case. He came back with a bottle, the contents of which he made Jeanne inhale. But the effect was like that of a terrible lash. The child gave such a violent jerk that she slipped from her mother's hands. No, don't give her ether," exclaimed Helene, warned by the odor. "It drives her mad." The two had now scarcely strength enough to keep the child under control. Her frame was racked and distorted, raised by the heels and the nape of the neck, as if bent in two. But she fell back again and began tossing from one side of the bed to the other. Her fists were clenched, her thumbs bent against the palms of her hands. At times she would open the latter, and with fingers wide apart, grasp at phantom bodies in the air, as though to twist them. She touched her mother's shawl and fiercely clung to it. But Helene's greatest grief was that she no longer recognized her daughter. The suffering angel, whose face was usually so sweet, was transformed in every feature, while her eyes swam, showing balls of a nacreous blue. "Oh, do something, I implore you," she murmured. "My strength is exhausted, sir." She had just remembered how the child of a neighbor at Marseille had died of suffocation in a similar fit. Perhaps from feelings of pity, the doctor was deceiving her. Every moment she believed she felt Jeanne's last breath against her face, for the child's halting respiration seemed suddenly to cease. Heartbroken and overwhelmed with terror, Helene then burst into tears, which fell on the body of her child, who had thrown off the bedclothes. The doctor, meantime, was gently kneading the base of the neck with his long, supple fingers. Gradually the fit subsided, and Jeanne, after a few slight twitches, lay there motionless. She'd fallen back in the middle of the bed, with limbs outstretched, while her head, supported by the pillow, inclined towards her bosom. One might have thought her an infant Jesus. Helene stooped and pressed a long kiss on her brow. "Is it over?" she asked in a whisper. "Do you think she'll have another fit?" The doctor made an evasive gesture and then replied, "In any case, the others will be less violent." He had asked Rosalie for a glass and water bottle. Half filling the glass with water, he took up 2 fresh medicine phials and counted out a number of drops. Helene assisted in raising the child's head, and the doctor succeeded in pouring a spoonful of the liquid between the clenched teeth. The white flame of the lamp was leaping up high and clear, revealing the disorder of the chamber's furnishings. Helene's garments, thrown on the back of an armchair before she slipped into bed, had now fallen and were littering the carpet. The doctor had trodden on her stays and had picked them up lest he might again find them in his way. An odor of vervain stole through the room. The doctor himself went for the basin and soaked a linen cloth in it, which he then pressed to Jeanne's temples. "Oh, madame, you'll take cold," expostulated Rosalie as she stood there shivering. "Perhaps the window might be shut? The air is too raw." "No, no," cried Helene. "Leave the window open." "Should it not be so?" she appealed to the doctor. The wind entered in slight puffs, rustling the curtains to and fro, but she was quite unconscious of it. Yet the shawl had slipped off her shoulders, and her hair had become unwound, some wanton tresses sweeping down to her hips. She'd left her arms free and uncovered, that she might be the more ready. She'd forgotten all, absorbed entirely in her love for her child. And on his side, the doctor, busy with his work, no longer thought of his unbuttoned coat, or of the shirt collar that Jean's clutch had torn away. "Raise her up a little," said he to Helene. No, not in that way. Give me your hand." He took her hand and placed it under the child's head. He wished to give Jeanne another spoonful of the medicine. Then he called Helene close to him, made use of her as his assistant, and she obeyed him reverently on seeing that her daughter was already more calm. "Now, come," he said. "You must let her head lean against your shoulder while I listen." Helene did as he bade her, and he bent over her to place his ear against Jeanne's bosom. He touched her bare shoulder with his cheek, and as the pulsation of the child's heart struck his ear, he could also have heard the throbbing of the mother's breast. As he rose up, his breath mingled with Helene's. "There is nothing wrong there," was the quiet remark that filled her with delight. "Lay her down again. We must not worry her more." However, another, though much less violent, paroxysm followed. From Jeanne's lips burst some broken words. At short intervals, two fresh attacks seemed about to convulse her, and then a great prostration, which again appeared to alarm the doctor, fell on the child. He had placed her so that her head lay high, with the clothes carefully tucked under her chin, and for nearly an hour he remained there watching her, as though awaiting the return of a healthy respiration. On the other side of the bed, Helene also waited, never moving a limb. Little by little, a great calm settled on Jean's face. The lamp cast a sunny light upon it, and it regained its exquisite, though somewhat lengthy, oval. Jean's fine eyes, now closed, had large, bluish, transparent lids which veiled, one could divine it, a somber, flashing glance. A light breathing came from her slender nose, while round her somewhat large mouth plagued a vague smile. She slept thus, amidst her outspread tresses, which were inky black. "It has all passed away now," said the doctor in a whisper, and he turned to arrange his medicine bottles prior to leaving. "Oh, sir!" exclaimed Helene, approaching him. "Don't leave me yet. Wait a few minutes. Another fit might come on, and you alone have saved her." He signed to her that there was nothing to fear. Yet he tarried, with the idea of tranquilizing her. She'd already sent Rosalie to bed, and now the dawn soon broke, still and grey, over the snow which whitened the housetops. The doctor proceeded to close the window, and in the deep quiet the two exchanged a few whispers. "There is nothing seriously wrong with her, I assure you," said he. "Only with one so young, great care must be taken. You must see that her days are spent quietly and happily, and without shocks of any kind." "She is so delicate and nervous," replied Helene after a moment's pause. "I cannot always control her. For the most trifling reasons, she is so overcome by joy or sorrow that I grow alarmed. She loves me with a passion, a jealousy which makes her burst into tears when I caress another child." So delicate, nervous, and jealous," repeated the doctor as he shook his head. "Dr. Baudin has attended her, has he not? I'll have a talk with him about her. We shall have to adopt energetic treatment. She has reached an age that is critical in one of her sex." Recognizing the interest he displayed, Helene gave vent to her gratitude. "How must I thank you, sir, for the great trouble you've taken?" The loudness of her tones frightened her, however. She might have woke Jeanne, and she bent down over the bed. But no, the child was sound asleep, with rosy cheeks and a vague smile playing round her lips. The air of the quiet chamber was charged with languor. The whilom drowsiness, as if born again of relief, once more seized upon the curtains, furniture, and littered garments. Everything was steeped restfully in the early morning light as it entered through the two windows. Helene again stood up close to the bed. On the other side was the doctor, and between them lay Jeanne, lightly sleeping. "Her father was frequently ill," remarked Helene softly, continuing her answer to his previous question. "I myself enjoy the best of health." The doctor, who had not yet looked at her, raised his eyes, and could scarcely refrain from smiling, so hale and hearty was she in every way. She greeted his gaze with her own sweet and quiet smile. Her happiness lay in her good health. However, his looks were still bent on her. Never had he seen such classical beauty. Tall and commanding, she was a nut-brown Juno, of a nut-brown sunny with gleams of gold. When she slowly turned her head, its profile showed the severe purity of a statue. Her gray eyes and pearly teeth lit up her whole face. Her chin, rounded and somewhat pronounced, proved her to be possessed of common sense and firmness. But what astonished the doctor was the superbness of her whole figure. She stood there a model of queenliness, chastity, and modesty. On her side also she scanned him for a moment. Dr. Deberle's years were 35. His face was clean-shaven and a little long. He had keen eyes and thin lips. As she gazed on him, she noticed for the first time that his neck was bare. Thus they remained face to face, with Jeanne asleep between them. The distance, which but a short time before had appeared immense, now seemed to be dwindling away. Then Helene slowly wrapped the shawl about her shoulders again, while the doctor hastened to button his coat at the neck. "Mamma, Mamma," Jeanne stammered in her sleep. She was waking, and on opening her eyes she saw the doctor and became uneasy. "Mamma, who's that?" was her instant question. But her mother kissed her and replied, "Go to sleep, darling. You haven't been well. It's only a friend." The child seemed surprised. She did not remember anything. Drowsiness was coming over her once more, and she fell asleep again, murmuring tenderly, "I'm going to bye-bye." "Good night, Mamma dear. If he's your friend, he will be mine." The doctor had removed his medicine case, and, with a silent bow, he left the room. Helene listened for a while to the child's breathing, and then, seated on the edge of the bed, she became oblivious to everything around her, her looks and thoughts wandering far away. The lamp, still burning, was paling in the growing sunlight. This ends Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2. Next day, Helene thought it right and proper to pay a visit of thanks to Dr. Deberle. The abrupt fashion in which she had compelled him to follow her, and the remembrance of the whole night which he'd spent with Jeanne, made her uneasy, for she realized that he had done more than is usually compassed within a doctor's visit. Still, for 2 days she hesitated to make her call, feeling a strange repugnance towards such a step. For this she could give herself no reasons. It was the doctor himself who inspired her with this hesitancy. One morning she met him and shrunk from his notice as though she were a child. At this excess of timidity she was much annoyed. Her quiet, upright nature protested against the uneasiness which was taking possession of her. She decided, therefore, to go and thank the doctor that very day. Jeanne's attack had taken place during the small hours of Wednesday morning. It was now Saturday, and the child was quite well again. Dr. Baudin, whose fears concerning her had prompted him to make an early call, spoke of Dr. Deberle with the respect that an old doctor with a meagre income pays to another in the same district, who's young, rich, and already possessed of a reputation. He did not forget to add, however, with an artful smile, that the fortune had been bequeathed by the elder Deberle, a man whom all Passy held in veneration. The son had only been put to the trouble of inheriting 1,500,000 francs, together with a splendid practice. "He is, though, a very smart fellow," Dr. Baudin hastened to add, "and I shall be honored by having a consultation with him about the precious health of my little friend Jeanne." About 3 o'clock, Helene made her way downstairs with her daughter, and had to take but a few steps along the Rue Vineuse before ringing at the next-door house. Both mother and daughter still wore deep mourning. A servant in dress coat and white tie opened the door. Helene easily recognized the large entrance hall with its oriental hangings on each side of it. However, there were now flower stands, brilliant with a profusion of blossoms. The servant having admitted them to a small drawing-room, the hangings and furniture of which were of a mignonette hue, stood awaiting their pleasure, and Helene gave her name, Madame Grandjean. Thereupon the footman pushed open the door of a drawing-room, furnished in yellow and black of dazzling effect, and moving aside announced, "Madame Grandjean." Helene, standing on the threshold, started back. She had just noticed at the other end of the room a young woman seated near the fireplace on a narrow couch, which was completely covered by her ample skirts. Facing her sat an elderly person who had retained her bonnet and shawl and was evidently paying a visit. "I beg pardon," exclaimed Helene. "I wished to see Dr. Deberle." She'd made the child enter the room before her, and now took her by the hand again. She was both astonished and embarrassed in meeting this young lady. Why had she not asked for the doctor? She well knew he was married. Madame Deberle was just finishing some story in a quick and rather shrill voice. "Oh, it's marvelous, marvelous! She dies with wonderful realism. She clutches at her bosom like this, throws back her head, and her face turns green. I declare you ought to see her, Mademoiselle Aurélie." Then, rising up, she sailed towards the doorway, rustling her skirts terribly. "Be so kind as to walk in, madame," she said with charming graciousness. "My husband is not at home, but I shall be delighted to receive you, I assure you. This must be the pretty little girl who was so ill a few nights ago. Sit down for a moment, I beg of you." Helene was forced to accept the invitation, while Jeanne timidly perched herself on the edge of another chair. Madame Deberle again sank down on her little sofa, exclaiming with a pretty laugh, "Yes, this is my day. I receive every Saturday, you see, and Pierre then announces all comers. A week or two ago he ushered in a colonel suffering from the gout." "How silly you are, my dear Juliette," expostulated Mademoiselle Aurélie, the elderly lady, an old friend in straitened circumstances, who'd seen her come into the world. There was a short silence, and Helene gazed round at the luxury of the apartment, with its curtains and chairs in black and gold, glittering like constellations. Flowers decorated mantel-shelf, piano, and tables alike, and the clear light streamed through the windows from the garden, in which could be seen the leafless trees and bare soil. The room had almost a hothouse temperature. In the fireplace one large log was glowing with intense heat. After another glance, Helene recognized that the gaudy colors had a happy effect. Madame Deberle's hair was inky black, and her skin of a milky whiteness. She was short, plump, slow in her movements, and withal graceful. Amidst all the golden decorations, her white face assumed a vermeil tint under her heavy, sombre tresses. Helene really admired her. "Convulsions are so terrible," broke in Madame Deberle. "My Lucien had them when a mere baby. How uneasy you must have been, madame. However, the dear little thing appears to be quite well now." As she drawled out these words, she kept her eyes on Helene, whose superb beauty amazed and delighted her. Never had she seen a woman with so queenly an air in the black garments which draped the widow's commanding figure. Her admiration found vent in an involuntary smile, while she exchanged glances with Mademoiselle Aurélie. Their admiration was so ingenuously and charmingly expressed that a faint smile also rippled over Helene's face. Then Madame Deberle stretched herself on the sofa. "You were not at the first night at the vaudeville yesterday, madame?" she asked, as she played with the fan that hung from her waist. "I never go to the theatre," was Helene's reply. "Oh, little Noémie was simply marvelous. Her death scene is so realistic. She clutches her bosom like this, throws back her head, and her face turns green. Oh, the effect is prodigious." Thereupon she entered into a minute criticism of the actress's playing, which she upheld against the world, and then she passed to the other topics of the day. A fine art exhibition at which she had seen some most remarkable paintings, a stupid novel about which too much fuss was being made, a society intrigue which she spoke of to Mademoiselle Aurélie in veiled language. And so she went on from one subject to another without wearying, her tongue ever ready, as though this social atmosphere were peculiarly her own. Helene, a stranger to such society, was content to listen, merely interjecting a remark or brief reply every now and then. At last the door was again thrown open, and the footman announced, "Madame d'Erchamette, Madame Tissot." Two ladies entered, magnificently dressed. Madame Deberle rose eagerly to meet them, and the train of her black silk gown, heavily decked with trimmings, trailed so far behind her that she had to kick it out of her way whenever she happened to turn around. A confused babble of greetings in shrill voices arose. "Oh, how kind of you! I declare I never see you." "You know we come about that lottery." "Yes, I know. Oh, we cannot sit down. We have to call at 20 houses yet. Come now, you're not going to run away at once?" And when the visitors finished by sitting down on the edge of a couch, the chatter beginning again, shriller than ever. "Well, what do you think of yesterday at the vaudeville?" "Oh, it was splendid. You know, she unfastens her dress and lets down her hair. All the effect springs from that. People say that she swallows something to make her green. No, every action is premeditated, but she had to invent and study them all in the first place. It's wonderful." The two ladies rose and made their exit, and the room regained its tranquil peacefulness. From some hyacinths on the mantel-shelf was wafted an all-pervading perfume. For a time one could hear the noisy twittering of some sparrows quarreling on the lawn. Before resuming her seat, Madame Deberle proceeded to draw down the embroidered tulle blind of a window facing her, and then returned to her sofa in the mellowed golden light of the room. "I beg pardon," she now said. "We have had quite an invasion." Then, in an affectionate way, she entered into conversation with Helene. She seemed to know some details of her history, doubtless from the gossip of her servants. With a boldness that was yet full of tact, and appeared instinct with much friendliness, she spoke to Helene of her husband, and of his sad death at the Hôtel du Var in the Rue de Richelieu. And you had just arrived, hadn't you? You'd never been in Paris before. It must be awful to be plunged into mourning in a strange room the day after a long journey, and when one doesn't know a single place to go to." Helene assented with a slow nod. Yes, she had spent some very bitter hours. The disease which carried off her husband had abruptly declared itself on the day after their arrival, just as they were going out together. She knew none of the streets and was wholly unaware of what district she was in. For 8 days she had remained at the bedside of a dying man, hearing the rumble of Paris beneath her window, feeling she was alone, deserted, lost, as though plunged in the depths of an abyss. When she stepped out on the pavement for the first time, she was a widow. The mere recalling of that bare room, with its rows of medicine bottles, and with the traveling trunk standing about unpacked, still made her shudder. "Was your husband, as I've been told, nearly twice your age?" asked Madame Deberle, with an appearance of profound interest, while Mademoiselle Aurélie cocked her ears so as not to lose a syllable of the conversation. "Oh, no," replied Helene. "He was scarcely 6 years older." Then she ventured to enter into the story of her marriage, telling in a few brief sentences how her husband had fallen deeply in love with her while she was living with her father, Monsieur Mouret, a hatter in the Rue des Petits Maris at Marseille, how the Grandjean family, who were rich sugar refiners, were bitterly opposed to the match on account of her poverty. She spoke too of the ill-omened and secret wedding after the usual legal formalities, and of their hand-to-mouth existence, till the day an uncle on dying left them some 10,000 francs a year. It was then that Grandjean, within whom an intense hatred of Marseille was growing, had decided on coming to Paris to live there for good. "And how old were you when you were married?" was Madame Deberle's next question. 17. "You must have been very beautiful." The conversation suddenly ceased, for Helene had not seemed to hear the remark. "Madame Mangrelin," announced the footman. A young retiring woman, evidently ill at ease, was ushered in. Madame Deberle scarcely rose. It was one of her dependents, who had called to thank her for some service performed. The visitor only remained for a few minutes, and left the room with a curtsy. Madame Deberle then resumed the conversation, and spoke of Abbé Jouve, with whom both were acquainted. The abbé was a meek officiating priest at Notre-Dame de Grâce, the parish church of Passy. However, his charity was such that he was more beloved and more respectfully hearkened to than any other priest in the district. "Oh, he has such pious eloquence!" exclaimed Madame Deberle, with a sanctimonious look. "He has been very kind to us," said Helene. "My husband had formerly known him at Marseille. The moment he heard of my misfortune, he took charge of everything. To him we owe our settling in Passy." "He has a brother, hasn't he?" questioned Juliette. "Yes, a step-brother, for his mother married again. Monsieur Rimbaud was also acquainted with my husband. He has started a large business in the Rue de Rambuteau, where he sells oils and other southern produce. I believe he makes a large amount of money by it." And she added with a laugh, "The abbé and his brother make up my court." Jeanne, sitting on the edge of her chair and weary to death, now cast an impatient look at her mother. Her long, delicate, lamb-like face wore a pained expression, as if she disliked all this conversation, and she appeared at times to sniff the heavy, oppressive odors floating in the room, while casting suspicious side-glances at the furniture, as though her own exquisite sensibility warned her of some undefined dangers. Finally, however, she turned a look of tyrannical worship on her mother. Madame Deberle noticed the child's uneasiness. "Here's a little girl," she said, "who feels tired of being serious like a grown-up person. There are some picture books on the table, dear. They will amuse you." Jeanne took up an album, but her eyes strayed from it to glance imploringly at her mother. Helene, charmed by her hostess's excessive kindness, did not move. There was nothing of the fidget in her, and she would of her own accord remain seated for hours. However, as the servant announced 3 ladies in succession, Madame Berthier, Madame du Guéraud, and Madame Levasseur, she thought she ought to rise. "Oh, pray stop!" exclaimed Madame Deberle. "I must show you my son." The semicircle round the fireplace was increasing in size. The ladies were all gossiping at the same time. One of them declared that she was completely broken down, as for 5 days she had not gone to bed till 4 o'clock in the morning. Another indulged in a diatribe against wet nurses. She could no longer find one who was honest. Next, the conversation fell on dressmakers. Madame Deberle affirmed no woman tailor could fit you properly. A man was requisite. 2 of the ladies, however, were mumbling something under their breath, and a silence intervening, 2 or 3 words became audible. Every one then broke into a laugh, while languidly waving their fans. "Monsieur Malignon," announced the servant. A tall young man, dressed in good style, was ushered in. Some exclamations greeted him. Madame Deberle, not taking the trouble to rise, stretched out her hand and inquired, "Well, what of yesterday at the vaudeville?" "Vile," was his reply. "What? Vile? She's marvelous when she clutches her bosom and throws back her head." "Stop, stop! The whole thing is loathsome in its realism." And then quite a dispute commenced. It was easy to talk of realism, but the young man would have no realism at all. "I would not have it in anything, you hear," said he, raising his voice. "No, not in anything. It degrades art." People would soon be seeing some fine things on the stage, indeed. Why didn't Noémie follow out her actions to their logical conclusion? And he illustrated his remark with a gesture which quite scandalized the ladies. "Oh, how horrible!" However, when Madame Deberle had declared that the actress produced a great effect, and Madame Levasseur had related how a lady had fainted in the balcony, everybody agreed that the affair was a great success, and with this the discussion stopped short. The young man sat in an armchair with his legs stretched out among the ladies' flowing skirts. He seemed to be quite at home in the doctor's house. He had mechanically plucked a flower from a vase and was tearing it to pieces with his teeth. Madame Deberle interrupted him. "Have you read that novel which—" He did not allow her to finish, but replied, with a superior air, that he'd only read 2 novels in the year. As for the exhibition of paintings at the art club, it was not worth troubling about. And then, every topic being exhausted, he rose and leaned over Juliette's little sofa, while the other ladies continued chatting together in an animated manner. At length, "Dear me, he's gone," exclaimed Madame Berthier, turning round. "I met him only an hour ago at Madame Robineau's drawing-room." "Yes, and he's now going to visit Madame Leconte," said Madame Deberle. "He goes about more than any other man in Paris." She turned to Helene, who had been following the scene, and added, "A very distinguished young fellow he is, and we like him very much. He has some interest in a stockbroking business. He's very rich besides, and well posted in everything." The other ladies, however, were now going off. "Goodbye, dear madame. I rely upon you for Wednesday." "Yes, to be sure, Wednesday. Oh, by the way, will you be at that evening party? One doesn't know whom one may meet. If you go, I'll go." "Ah, well, I'll go, I promise you. Give my best regards to Monsieur de Guéraud." When Madame Deberle returned, she found Helene standing in the middle of a drawing-room. Jeanne had drawn close to her mother, whose hand she firmly grasped, and thus clinging to her caressingly and almost convulsively, she was drawing her little by little towards the doorway. "Ah, I was forgetting," exclaimed the lady of the house. and ringing the bell for the servant, she said to him, "Pierre, tell Miss Smithson to bring Lucien here." During the short interval of waiting that ensued, the door was again opened, but this time in a familiar fashion and without any formal announcement. A good-looking girl of some 16 years of age entered in company with an old man, short of stature, but with a rubicund, chubby face. "Good day, sister," was the girl's greeting, as she kissed Madame Deberle. "Good day, Pauline." "Good day, father," replied the doctor's wife. Mademoiselle Aurélie, who had not stirred from her seat beside the fire, rose to exchange greetings with Monsieur Letellier. He owned an extensive silk warehouse on the Boulevard des Capucines. Since his wife's death, he'd been taking his younger daughter about everywhere in search of a rich husband for her. "Were you at the vaudeville last night?" asked Pauline. "Oh, it was simply marvelous," repeated Juliette in parrot fashion, as, standing before a mirror, she rearranged a rebellious curl. "It's annoying to be so young. One can't go to anything," said Pauline, pouting like a spoiled child. "I went with Papa to the theatre door at midnight to find out how the piece had taken." "Yes, and we tumbled upon Malignon," said the father. "He was extremely pleased with it." "Really?" exclaimed Juliette. "He was here a minute ago and declared it vile. One never knows how to take him." "Have you had many visitors today?" asked Pauline, rushing off to another subject. "Oh, several ladies, quite a crowd. The room was never once empty. I'm dead beat." Here she abruptly broke off, remembering she had a formal introduction to make. "My father, my sister, Madame Grandjean." The conversation was turning on children and the ailments which give mothers so much worry, when Miss Smithson, an English governess, appeared with a little boy clinging to her hand. Madame Deberle scolded her in English for having kept them waiting. "Ah, here's my little Lucien!" exclaimed Pauline, as she dropped on her knees before the child with a great rustling of skirts. Now, leave him alone," said Juliette. "Come here, Lucien. Come and say good day to this little lady." The boy came forward very sheepishly. He was no more than 7 years old, fat and dumpy, and dressed as coquettishly as a doll. As he saw they were all looking at him with smiles, he stopped short and surveyed Jeanne, his blue eyes wide open with astonishment. "Go on," urged his mother. He turned his eyes questioningly on her and advanced a step, evincing all the sullenness peculiar to lads of his age, his head lowered, his thick lips pouting, and his eyebrows bent into a growing frown. Jeanne must have frightened him with the serious look she wore, standing there in her black dress. She had not ceased holding her mother's hand, and was nervously pressing her fingers on the bare part of the arm between the sleeve and glove. With head lowered, she awaited Lucien's approach uneasily, like a young and timid savage, ready to fly from his caress. But a gentle push from her mother prompted her to step forward. "Little lady, you will have to kiss him first," Madame Deberle said laughingly. "Ladies always have to begin with him. Oh, the little stupid!" "Kiss him, Jean," urged Helene. The child looked up at her mother, and then, as if conquered by the bashful looks of the little noodle, seized with sudden pity as she gazed on his good-natured face, so dreadfully confused. She smiled divinely. A sudden wave of hidden tenderness rose within her and brightened her features, and she whispered, "Willingly, Mamma." Then, taking Lucien under the armpits, almost lifting him from the ground, she gave him a hearty kiss on each cheek. He had no further hesitation in embracing her. "Bravo! Capital!" exclaimed the onlookers. With a bow, Helene turned to leave, accompanied to the door by Madame Deberle. "I beg you, madame," said she, "to present my heartiest thanks to the doctor. He relieved me of such dreadful anxiety the other night." "Is Henri not at home?" broke in Monsieur Letellier. "No, he will be away some time yet," was Juliette's reply. "But you're not going away. You'll dine with us," she continued, addressing Mademoiselle Aurélie, who had risen as if to leave with Madame Grandjean. The old maid with each Saturday expected a similar invitation, then decided to relieve herself of shawl and bonnet. The heat in the drawing-room was intense, and Monsieur Letellier happened to open a window, at which he remained standing, struck by the sight of a lilac bush which was already budding. Pauline, meantime, had begun playfully running after Lucien behind the chairs and couches, left in confusion by the visitors. On the threshold, Madame Deberle held out her hand to Helene with a frank and friendly movement. "You will allow me," said she. "My husband spoke to me about you, and I felt drawn to you. Your bereavement, your lonely life. In short, I am very glad to have seen you, and you must not be long in coming back." "I give you my promise, and I am obliged to you," said Helene, moved by these tokens of affection from a woman whom she had imagined rather flighty. And each looked into the other's face with a happy smile. Juliette's avowal of her sudden friendship was given with a caressing air. "You are too lovely not to be loved," she said. Helene broke into a merry laugh, for her beauty never engaged her thoughts, and she called Jeanne, whose eyes were busy watching the pranks of Lucien and Pauline. But Madame Deberle detained the girl for a moment longer. "You are good friends henceforth," she cried. "You must just say au revoir." Thereupon the two children blew one another a kiss with their fingertips. This ends Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3. Every Tuesday, Helene had Monsieur Rimbaud and Abbé Jouve to dinner with her. It was they who, during the early days of her bereavement, had broken in on her solitude and drawn up their chairs to her table with friendly freedom, their object being to extricate her at least once a week from the solitude in which she lived. The Tuesday dinners became established institutions, and the partakers in these little feasts appeared punctually at 7 o'clock, serenely happy in discharging what they deemed a duty. That Tuesday, Helene was seated at the window, profiting by the last gleams of the twilight to finish some needlework, pending the arrival of her guests. She here spent her days in pleasant peacefulness. The noises of the street died away before reaching such a height. She loved this large, quiet chamber, with its substantial luxury, its rosewood furniture and blue velvet curtains. When her friends had attended to her installation, not having to trouble about anything, she had at first somewhat suffered from all this sombre luxury, in preparing which Monsieur Rimbaud had realized his ideal of comfort, much to the admiration of his brother, who had declined the task. She was not long, however, in feeling happy in a home in which, as in her heart, all was sound and simple. Her only enjoyment during her long hours of work was to gaze before her at the vast horizon, the huge pile of Paris, stretching its roofs like billows as far as the eye could reach. Her solitary corner overlooked all that immensity. "Mamma, I can no longer see," said Jeanne, seated near her on a low chair. And then, dropping her work, the child gazed at Paris, which was darkening over with the shadows of night. She rarely romped about, and her mother even had to exert authority to induce her to go out. In accordance with Dr. Baudin's strict injunction, Helene made her stroll with her 2 hours each day in the Bois de Boulogne, and this was their only promenade. In 18 months they had not gone 3 times into Paris. Footnote: Nowhere were Jean so evidently happy as in their large blue room. Her mother had been obliged to renounce her intention of having her taught music, for the sound of an organ in the silent streets made her tremble and drew tears from her eyes. Her favorite occupation was to assist her mother in sewing linen for the children of the abbé's poor. Footnote: Passy and the Trocadero are now well inside Paris, but at the time fixed for this story, they were beyond the barrière. Night had quite fallen when the lamp was brought in by Rosalie, who, fresh from the glare of her range, looked altogether upset. Tuesday's dinner was the one event of the week which put things topsy-turvy. "Aren't the gentlemen coming here tonight, madame?" she inquired. Helene looked at the timepiece. "It's 7:15. They will be here soon," she replied. Rosalie was a gift from Abbé Jouve, who had met her at the station on the day she arrived from Orléans, so that she did not know a single street in Paris. A village priest, an old schoolmate of Abbé Jouve's, had sent her to him. She was dumpy and plump, with a round face under her narrow cap, thick black hair, a flat nose, and deep red lips, and she was expert in preparing savory dishes, having been brought up at the parsonage by her godmother, servant to the village priest. "Here's Monsieur Rimbaud at last!" she exclaimed, rushing to open the door before there was even a ring. Full and broad-shouldered, Monsieur Rimbaud entered, displaying an expansive countenance like that of a country notary. His 45 years had already silvered his hair, but his large blue eyes retained a wondering, artless, gentle expression, akin to a child's. "And here's his reverence. Everybody has come now," resumed Rosalie, as he opened the door once more. Whilst Monsieur Rimbaud pressed Helene's hand and sat down without speaking, smiling like one who felt quite at home, Jeanne threw her arms round the abbé's neck. "Good evening, dear friend," said she. "I've been so ill." "So ill, my darling?" The two men at once showed their anxiety, the abbé especially. He was a short, spare man with a large head and awkward manners, and dressed in the most careless way, but his eyes, usually half closed, now open to their full extent, all aglow with exquisite tenderness. Jeanne relinquished one of her hands to him, while she gave the other to Monsieur Rimbaud. Both held her and gazed at her with troubled looks. Helene was obliged to relate the story of her illness, and the abbé was on the point of quarrelling with her for not having warned him of it. And then they each questioned her. The attack was quite over now? She had not had another, had she? The mother smiled as she listened. "You are even fonder of her than I am, and I think you'll frighten me in the end," she replied. "No, she hasn't been troubled again, except that she has felt some pains in her limbs and had some headaches. But we shall get rid of these very soon." The maid then entered to announce that dinner was ready. The table, sideboard, and 8 chairs furnishing the dining room were of mahogany. The curtains of red reps had been drawn close by Rosalie, and a hanging lamp of white porcelain within a plain brass ring lighted up the tablecloth, the carefully arranged plates, and the tureen of steaming soup. Each Tuesday's dinner brought round the same remarks, but on this particular day Dr. Deberle served naturally as a subject of conversation. Abbé Jouve lauded him to the skies, though he knew that he was no churchgoer. He spoke of him, however, as a man of upright character, charitable to a fault, a good father and a good husband, in fact, one who gave the best of examples to others. As for Madame Deberle, she was most estimable, in spite of her somewhat flighty ways, which were doubtless due to her Parisian education. In a word, he dubbed the couple charming. Helene seemed happy to hear this. It confirmed her own opinion, and the abbé's remarks determined her to continue the acquaintance which had at first rather frightened her. "You shut yourself up too much," declared the priest. "No doubt," echoed his brother. Helene beamed on them with her quiet smile, as though to say that they themselves sufficed for all her wants, and that she dreaded new acquaintances. However, 10 o'clock struck at last, and the abbé and his brother took up their hats. Jeanne had just fallen asleep in an easy-chair in the bedroom, and they bent over her, raising their heads with satisfied looks as they observed how tranquilly she slumbered. They stole from the room on tiptoe, and in the lobby whispered their goodbyes. "Till next Tuesday." "Oh, by the way," said the abbé, returning a step or two, I was forgetting. Mother Fatu is ill. You should go to see her." "I will go tomorrow," answered Helene. The abbé had a habit of commissioning her to visit his poor. They engaged in all sorts of whisper talk together on this subject, private business which a word or two enabled them to settle together, and which they never referred to in the presence of other persons. On the morrow, Helene went out alone. She decided to leave Jeanne in the house, as the child had been troubled with fits of shivering since paying a visit of charity to an old man who had become paralyzed. Once out of doors, she followed the Rue Vineuse, turned down the Rue Renoir, and soon found herself in the Passage des Eaux, a strange steep lane, like a staircase, pent between garden walls and conducting from the heights of Passy to the quay. At the bottom of this descent was a dilapidated house, where Mother Fatu lived in an attic lighted by a round window, and furnished with a wretched bed, a rickety table, and a seatless chair. "Ah, my good lady, she moaned out, directly she saw Helene enter. The old woman was in bed. In spite of her wretchedness, her body was plump, swollen out as it were, while her face was puffy and her hands seemed numbed as she drew the tattered sheet over her. She had small, keen eyes and a whimpering voice, and displayed a noisy humility in a rush of words. "Ah, my good lady, how I thank you! Oh, how I suffer! It's just as if dogs were tearing at my side. I'm sure I have a beast inside me. See, just there. The skin isn't broken. The complaint is internal. But oh, the pain hasn't ceased for 2 days past. Good Lord, how is it possible to suffer so much? Ah, my good lady, thank you. You don't forget the poor. It will be taken into account up above. Yes, it will be taken into account." Helene had sat down. Noticing on the table a jug of warm tisane, she filled a cup which was near at hand and gave it to the sufferer. Near the jug were placed a packet of sugar, 2 oranges, and some other comfits. "Has anyone been to see you?" Helene asked. Yes, a little lady. But she doesn't know. That isn't the sort of stuff I need. Oh, if I could get a little meat! My next-door neighbor would cook it for me. Oh, this pain is something dreadful. A dog is tearing at me. Oh, if only I had some broth." In spite of the pains which were racking her limbs, she kept her sharp eyes fixed on Helene, who was now busy fumbling in her pocket. And on seeing her visitor place a 10-franc piece on the table, she whimpered all the more, and tried to rise to a sitting posture. Whilst struggling, she extended her arm, and the money vanished, as she repeated, "Gracious heaven, this is another frightful attack. Oh, I cannot stand such agony any longer. God will requite you, my good lady. I will pray to him to requite you. Bless my soul, how these pains shoot through my whole body. His Reverence Abbé Jouve promised me you would come. It's only you who know what I want. I am going to buy some meat, but now the pain's going down into my legs. Help me, I have no strength left, none left at all." The old woman wished to turn over, and Helene, drawing off her gloves, gently took hold of her and placed her as she desired. As she was still bending over her, the door opened, and a flush of surprise mounted to her cheeks as she saw Dr. Deberle entering. Did he also make visits to which he never referred? "It's the doctor," blurted out the old woman. "Oh, heaven must bless you both for being so good." The doctor bowed respectfully to Helene. Mother Fatu had ceased whining on his entrance, but kept up a sibilant wheeze, like that of a child in pain. She had understood at once that the doctor and her benefactress were known to one another, and her eyes never left them but travelled from one to the other, while her wrinkled face showed that her mind was covertly working. The doctor put some questions to her, and sounded her right side. Then, turning to Helene, who had just sat down, he said, "She is suffering from hepatic colic. She will be on her feet again in a few days." And tearing from his memorandum book a leaf on which he'd written some lines, he added, addressing Mother Fatu, "Listen to me. You must send this to the chemist in the Rue de Passy, and every 2 hours you must drink a spoonful of the draught he will give you." The old woman burst out anew into blessings. Helene remained seated. The doctor lingered gazing at her, but when their eyes had met, he bowed and discreetly took his leave. He had not gone down a flight ere Mother Fatu's lamentations were renewed. "Ah, he's such a clever doctor. Ah, if his medicine could do me some good. Dandelions and tallow make a good simple for removing water from the body. Yes, yes, you can say you know a clever doctor. Have you known him long? Gracious goodness, how thirsty I am. I feel burning hot. He has a wife, hasn't he? He deserves to have a good wife and beautiful children. Indeed, it's a pleasure to see kind-hearted people good acquaintances." Helene had risen to give her a drink. "I must go now, Mother Fatu," she said. "Goodbye till tomorrow." "Ah, how good you are! If only I had some linen. Look at my chemise. It's torn in half, and this bed is so dirty. But that doesn't matter. God will requite you, my good lady." Next day, on Helene's entering Mother Fatu's room, she found Dr. Deberle already there. Seated on the chair, he was writing out a prescription, while the old woman rattled on with whimpering volubility. "Oh, sir, it now feels like lead in my side. Yes, just like lead. It's as heavy as 100-pound weight and prevents me from turning round." Then, having caught sight of Helene, she went on without a pause. "Ah, here's the good lady. I told the kind doctor you would come. Though the heavens might fall, said I, you would come all the same. You're a very saint, an angel from paradise, and oh, so beautiful that people might fall on their knees in the street to gaze on you as you pass. Dear lady, I am no better. Just now I have a heavy feeling here. Oh, I have told the doctor what you did for me. The emperor could have done no more. Yes, indeed, it would be a sin not to love you, a great sin." These broken sentences fell from her lips as, with eyes half closed, she rolled her head on the bolster, the doctor meantime smiling at Helene, who felt very ill at ease. "Mother Fatu," she said softly, "I have brought you a little linen." "Oh, thank you, thank you. God will requite you. You're just like this kind, good gentleman, who does more good to poor folks than a host of those who declare it their special work. You don't know what great care he has taken of me for 4 months past, supplying me with medicine and broth and wine. One rarely finds a rich person so kind to a poor soul. Oh, he's another of God's angels. Dear, dear, I seem to have quite a house in my stomach." In his turn, the doctor now seemed to be embarrassed. He rose and offered his chair to Helene, but although she had come with the intention of remaining a quarter of an hour, she declined to sit down, on the plea that she was in a great hurry. Meanwhile, Mother Fatu, still rolling her head to and fro, had stretched out her hand, and the parcel of linen had vanished in the bed. Then she resumed, "Oh, what a couple of good souls you are! I don't wish to offend you. I only say it because it's true. When you have seen one, you've seen the other. Oh, dear Lord, give me a hand and help me to turn round. Kind-hearted people understand one another. Yes, yes, they understand one another." "Goodbye, Mother Fatu," said Helene, leaving the doctor in sole possession. "I don't think I shall call tomorrow." The next day, however, found her in the attic again. The old woman was sound asleep, but scarcely had she opened her eyes and recognized Helene in her black dress sitting on the chair than she exclaimed, "He has been here. Oh, I really don't know what he gave me to take, but I'm as stiff as a stick. We were talking about you. He asked me all kinds of questions. whether you were generally sad, and whether your look was always the same. Oh, he's such a good man." Her words came more slowly, and she seemed to be waiting to see by the expression of Helene's face what effect her remarks might have on her, with that wheedling, anxious air of the poor who are desirous of pleasing people. No doubt she fancied she could detect a flush of displeasure mounting to her benefactress's brow, for her huge puffed-up face, all eagerness and excitement, suddenly clouded over, and she resumed in stammering accents. "I am always asleep. Perhaps I have been poisoned. A woman in the Rue de l'Annonciation was killed by a drug which the chemist gave her in mistake for another." That day Helene lingered for nearly half an hour in Mother Feytou's room, hearing her talk of Normandy, where she'd been born, and where the milk was so good. During a silence she asked the old woman carelessly, "Have you known the doctor a long time?" Mother Feytou, lying on her back, half opened her eyes and again closed them. "Oh, yes," she answered, almost in a whisper. "For instance, his father attended to me before 48, and he accompanied him then." "I've been told the father was a very good man." "Yes, but a little cracked. The son is much his superior. When he touches you, you would think his hands were velvet." Silence again fell. "I advise you to do everything he tells you," at last said Helene. "He's very clever. He saved my daughter." "To be sure," exclaimed Mother Feytou, again all excitement. "People ought to have confidence in him. Why, he brought a boy to life again when he was going to be buried. Oh, there aren't two persons like him. You won't stop me from saying that. I am very lucky. I fall in with a pick of good-hearted people. I thank the gracious Lord for it every night. I don't forget either of you. You are mingled together in my prayers. May God in his goodness shield you and grant you every wish. May he load you with his gifts. May he keep you a place in paradise." She was now sitting up in bed with hands clasped, seemingly entreating heaven with devout fervor. Helene allowed her to go on thus for a considerable time, and even smiled. The old woman's chatter, in fact, ended by lulling her into a pleasant drowsiness. And when she went off, she promised to give her a bonnet and gown, as soon as she should be able to get about again. Throughout that week, Helene busied herself with Mother Feytou. Her afternoon visit became an item in her daily life. She felt a strange fondness for the Passage des Eaux. She liked that steep lane for its coolness and quietness and its ever-clean pavement, washed on rainy days by the water rushing down from the heights. A strange sensation thrilled her as she stood at the top and looked at the narrow alley with its steep declivity, usually deserted and only known to the few inhabitants of the neighboring streets. Then she would venture through an archway dividing a house fronting the Rue Renoir and trip down the 7 flights of broad steps, in which lay the bed of a pebbly stream occupying half of a narrow way. The walls of the gardens on each side bulged out, coated with a gray, leprous growth. Umbrageous trees drooped over, foliage rained down. Here and there an ivy plant thickly mantled the stonework, and the checkered verdure, which only left glimpses of the blue sky above, made the light very soft and greeny. Halfway down, Helene would stop to take breath, gazing at the street lamp which hung there, and listening to the merry laughter in the gardens, whose doors she had never seen open. At times an old woman panted up with the aid of the black, shiny iron handrail fixed in the wall to the right. A lady would come, leaning on her parasol as on a walking stick, or a band of urchins would run down with a great stamping of feet. But almost always Helene found herself alone, and this steep, secluded, shady descent was to her a veritable delight, like a path in the depths of a forest. At the bottom she would raise her eyes, and the sight of the narrow, precipitous alley she had just descended made her feel somewhat frightened. She glided into the old woman's room with the quiet and coolness of the Passage des Eaux clinging to her garments. This woefully wretched den no longer affected her painfully. She moved about there as if in her own rooms, opening the round attic window to admit the fresh air, and pushing the table into a corner if it came in her way. The garret's bareness, its whitewashed walls and rickety furniture, realized to her mind an existence whose simplicity she had sometimes dreamt of in her girlhood. But what especially charmed her was the kindly emotion she experienced there. Playing the part of sick nurse, hearing the constant bewailing of the old woman, all she saw and felt within the four walls left her quivering with deep pity. In the end, she awaited with evident impatience Dr. Deberle's customary visit. She questioned him as to Mother Fatue's condition, but from this they glided to other subjects as they stood near each other, face to face. A closer acquaintance was springing up between them, and they were surprised to find they possessed similar tastes. They understood one another without speaking a word, each heart engulfed in the same overflowing charity. Nothing to Helene seemed sweeter than this mutual feeling, which arose in such an unusual way, and to which she yielded without resistance, filled as she was with divine pity. At first she felt somewhat afraid of the doctor. In her own drawing-room she would have been cold and distrustful, in harmony with her nature. Here, however, in this garret, they were far from the world, sharing the one share and almost happy in the midst of the wretchedness and poverty which filled their souls with emotion. A week passed, and they knew one another as though they had been intimate for years. Mother Fatue's miserable abode was filled with sunshine, streaming from this fellowship of kindliness. The old woman grew better, very slowly. The doctor was surprised, and charged her with coddling herself when she related that she now felt a dreadful weight in her legs. She always kept up her monotonous moaning, lying on her back and rolling her head to and fro, but she closed her eyes as though to give her visitors an opportunity for unrestrained talk. One day she was to all appearance sound asleep, but beneath their lids her little black eyes continued watching. At last, however, she had to rise from her bed, and next day Helene presented her with the promised bonnet and gown. When the doctor made his appearance that afternoon, the old woman's laggard memory seemed suddenly stirred. "Gracious goodness," said she, "I've forgotten my neighbor's soup pot. I promised to attend to it." Then she disappeared, closing the door behind her and leaving the couple alone. They did not notice that they were shut up, but continued their conversation. The doctor urged Helene to spend the afternoon occasionally in his garden in the Rue Vineuse. "My wife," said he, "must return your visit, and she will in person repeat my invitation. It would do your daughter good." "But I don't refuse," she replied, laughing. "I do not require to be fetched with ceremony. Only, I am afraid of being indiscreet. At any rate, we will see." Their talk continued, but at last the doctor exclaimed in a tone of surprise, "Where on earth could Mother Fatue have gone? It must be a quarter of an hour since she went to see after her neighbor's soup pot." Helene then saw the door was shut, but it did not shock her at the moment. She continued to talk of Madame Deberle, of whom she spoke highly to her husband, but noticing that the doctor constantly glanced towards the door, she at last began to feel uncomfortable. "It's very strange that she does not come back," she remarked in her turn. Their conversation then dropped. Helene, not knowing what to do, opened the window, and when she turned round they avoided looking at one another. The laughter of children came in through the circular window, which, with its bit of blue sky, seemed like a full round moon. They could not have been more alone, concealed from all inquisitive looks, with merely this bit of heaven gazing in on them. The voices of the children died away in the distance, and a quivering silence fell. No one would dream of finding them in that attic, out of the world. Their confusion grew apace, and in the end Helene, displeased with herself, gave the doctor a steady glance. I have a great many visits to pay yet, he at once exclaimed. As she doesn't return, I must leave. He quitted the room, and Helene then sat down. Immediately afterwards, Mother Feydeau returned with many protestations. Oh, I can scarcely crawl. Such a faintness came over me. Has the dear good doctor gone? Well, to be sure, there's not much comfort here. Oh, you are both angels from heaven, coming to spend your time with one so unfortunate as myself. But God in his goodness will requite you. The pain has gone down into my feet today, and I had to sit down on a step. Oh, I should like to have some chairs. If only I had an easy chair. My mattress is so vile, too, that I'm quite ashamed when you come. The whole place is at your disposal, and I would throw myself into the fire if you required it. Yes, heaven knows it. I always repeat it in my prayers. O kind Lord, grant their utmost desires to these good friends of mine, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. As Helene listened, she experienced a singular feeling of discomfort. Mother Feydeau's bloated face filled her with disgust. Never before in this stifling attic had she been affected in a like way. Its sordid miseries seemed to stare her in the face. The lack of fresh air, the surrounding wretchedness, quite sickened her. So she made all haste to leave, feeling hurt by the blessings which Mother Feydeau poured after her. In the Passage des Eaux, an additional sorrow came upon her. Halfway up, on the right-hand side of the path, the wall was hollowed out, and here there was an excavation, some disused well enclosed by a railing. During the last 2 days when passing she'd heard the wailings of a cat rising from this well, and now, as she slowly climbed the path, these wailings were renewed, but so pitifully that they seemed instinct with the agony of death. The thought that the poor brute, thrown into the disused well, was slowly dying there of hunger, quite rent Helene's heart. She hastened her steps, resolving that she would not venture down this lane again for a long time, lest the cat's death call should reach her ears. The day was a Tuesday. In the evening, on the stroke of 7, as Helene was finishing a tiny bodice, the 2 wonted rings at the bell were heard, and Rosalie opened the door. "His Reverence is first tonight," she exclaimed. "Oh, here comes Monsieur Rimbaud, too." They were very merry at dinner. Jeanne was nearly well again now, and the 2 brothers, who spoiled her, were successful in procuring her permission to eat some salad, of which she was excessively fond, notwithstanding Dr. Baudin's formal prohibition. When she was going to bed, the child in high spirits hung round her mother's neck and pleaded, "Oh, Mamma, darling, let me go with you tomorrow to see the old woman, your nurse." But the Abbé and Monsieur Rimbaud were the first to scold her for thinking of such a thing. They would not hear of her going amongst the poor, as the sight affected her too grievously. The last time she'd been on such an expedition, she had twice swooned, and for 3 days her eyes had been swollen with tears that had flowed even in her sleep. "Oh, I will be good," she pleaded. "I won't cry, I promise." "It is quite useless, my darling," said her mother, caressing her. "The old woman is well now. I shall not go out any more. I'll stay all day with you." This ends Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola. Translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4. During the following week, Madame Deberle paid a return visit to Madame Grandjean, and displayed an affability that bordered on affection. "You know what you promised me," she said, on the threshold, as she was going off. "The first fine day we have, you must come down to the garden and bring Jeanne with you. It is the doctor's strict injunction." "Very well," Helene answered with a smile. "It is understood. We will avail ourselves of your kindness." 3 days later, on a bright February afternoon, she accompanied her daughter down to the garden. The porter opened the door connecting the two houses. At the near end of the garden, in a kind of greenhouse built somewhat in the style of a Japanese pavilion, they found Madame Deberle and her sister Pauline, both idling away their time, for some embroidery thrown on the little table lay there neglected. "Oh, how good of you to come!" cried Juliet. "You must sit down here. Pauline, move that table away. It is still rather cool, you know, to sit out of doors, but from this pavilion we can keep a watch on the children. Now, little ones, run away and play, but take care not to fall." The large door of the pavilion stood open, and on each side were portable mirrors, whose covers had been removed so that they allowed one to view the garden's expanse as from the threshold of a tent. The garden, with the green sward in the centre, flanked by beds of flowers, was separated from the Rue Vineuse by a plain iron railing, but against this grew a thick green hedge, which prevented the curious from gazing in. Ivy, clematis, and woodbine clung and wound around the railings, and behind this first curtain of foliage came a second one of lilacs and laburnums. Even in the winter the ivy leaves and the close network of branches sufficed to shut off the view. But the great charm of the garden lay in its having at the far end a few lofty trees, some magnificent elms, which concealed the grimy wall of a 5-story house. Amidst all the neighboring houses, these trees gave the spot the aspect of a nook in some park, and seemed to increase the dimensions of this little Parisian garden, which was swept like a drawing-room. Between two of the elms hung a swing, the seat of which was green with damp. Helene leaned forward the better to view the scene. "Oh, it is a hole!" exclaimed Madame Deberle carelessly. "Still, trees are so rare in Paris that one is happy in having half a dozen of one's own." "No, no, you have a very pleasant place," murmured Helene. The sun filled the pale atmosphere that day with a golden dust, its rays streaming slowly through the leafless branches of the trees. These assumed a ruddier tint, and you could see the delicate purple gems softening the cold gray of the bark. On the lawn and along the walks the grass and gravel glittered amidst the haze that seemed to ooze from the ground. No flower was in blossom, only the happy flush which the sunshine cast upon the soil revealed the approach of spring. "At this time of year it is rather dull," resumed Madame Deberle. "In June it is as cozy as a nest. The trees prevent anyone from looking in, and we enjoy perfect privacy." At this point she paused to call, "Lucien, you must come away from that water-tap." The lad, who was doing the honors of the garden, had led Jeanne toward a tap under the steps. Here he had turned on the water, which he allowed to splash on the tips of his boots. It was a game that he delighted in. Jeanne, with a grave face, looked on while he wetted his feet. "Wait a moment," said Pauline, rising. "I'll go and stop his nonsense." But Juliet held her back. "You'll do no such thing. You are even more of a madcap than he is. The other day both of you looked as if you had taken a bath. How is it that a big girl like you cannot remain 2 minutes seated? Lucien," she continued, directing her eyes on her son, "turn off the water at once." The child, in his fright, made an effort to obey her. But instead of turning the tap off, he turned it on all the more, and the water gushed forth with a force and a noise that made him lose his head. He recoiled, splashed up to the shoulders. "Turn off the water at once," again ordered his mother, whose cheeks were flushing with anger. Jeanne, hitherto silent, then slowly and with the greatest caution ventured near the tap, while Lucien burst into loud sobbing at the sight of this cold stream, which terrified him, and which he was powerless to stop. Carefully drawing her skirt between her legs, Jeanne stretched out her bare hands so as not to wet her sleeves, and closed the tap without receiving a sprinkle. The flow instantly ceased. Lucien, astonished and inspired with respect, dried his tears and gazed with swollen eyes at the girl. "Oh, that child puts me beside myself," exclaimed Madame Deberle, her complexion regaining its usual pallor, while she stretched herself out as though weary to death. Helene deemed it right to intervene. "Jean," she called, "take his hand and amuse yourselves by walking up and down." Jean took hold of Lucien's hand, and both gravely paced the paths with little steps. She was much taller than her companion, who had to stretch his arm up towards her. But this solemn amusement, which consisted in a ceremonious circuit of the lawn, appeared to absorb them and invest them with a sense of great importance. Jeanne, like a genuine lady, gazed about, preoccupied with her own thoughts. Lucien, every now and then, would venture a glance at her, but not a word was said by either. "How droll they are," said Madame Deberle, smiling, and again at her ease. "I must say that your Jeanne is a dear, good child. She is so obedient, so well behaved." "Yes, when she is in the company of others," broke in Helene. "She is a great trouble at times. Still, she loves me, and does her best to be good so as not to vex me." Then they spoke of children, how girls were more precocious than boys, though it would be wrong to deduce too much from Lucien's unintelligent face. In another year he would doubtless lose all his gawkiness and become quite a gallant. Finally, Madame Deberle resumed her embroidery, making perhaps 2 stitches in a minute. Helene, who was only happy when busy, begged permission to bring her work the next time she came. She found her companions somewhat dull, and whiled away the time in examining the Japanese pavilion. The walls and ceiling were hidden by tapestry worked in gold, with designs showing bright cranes in full flight, butterflies, and flowers, and views in which blue ships were tossing upon yellow rivers. Chairs and ironwood flower stands were scattered about. On the floor some fine mats were spread, while the lacquered furnishings were littered with trinkets, small bronzes and vases, and strange toys painted in all the hues of the rainbow. At the far end stood a grotesque idol in Dresden china, with bent legs and bare, protruding stomach, which at the least movement shook its head with a terrible and amusing look. "Isn't it horribly ugly?" asked Pauline, who'd been watching Helene as she glanced round. "I say, sister, you know that all these purchases of yours are so much rubbish. Malignon calls your Japanese museum the 6-penny bazaar. Oh, by the way, talking of him, I met him. He was with a lady, Florence, of the Variété Theatre." "Where was it?" asked Juliet immediately. "How I shall tease him." "On the boulevard. He's coming here today, is he not?" She was not vouchsafed any reply. The ladies had all at once become uneasy owing to the disappearance of the children, and called to them. However, 2 shrill voices immediately answered, "We are here!" Half hidden by a spindle tree, they were sitting on the grass in the middle of the lawn. "What are you about?" "We've put up an inn," answered Lucien. "We are resting in our room." Greatly diverted, the women watched them for a time. Jeanne seemed quite contented with the game. She was cutting the grass around her, doubtless with the intention of preparing breakfast. A piece of wood, picked up among the shrubs, represented a trunk. And now they were talking. Jeanne, with great conviction in her tone, was declaring they were in Switzerland, and that they would set out to see the glaciers, which rather astonished Lucien. "Ah, here he is!" suddenly exclaimed Pauline. Madame Deberle turned and caught sight of Malignon descending the steps. He'd scarcely time to make his bow and sit down before she attacked him. "Oh," she said, "it is nice of you to go about everywhere saying that I have nothing but rubbishy ornaments about me." "You mean this little saloon of yours?" "Oh, yes," said he, quite at his ease. "You haven't anything worth looking at here." "What? Not my china figure?" she asked, quite hurt. No, everything is quite bourgeois. It is necessary for a person to have some taste. You wouldn't allow me to select the things." Your taste, forsooth! Just talk about your taste, she retorted, flushing crimson and feeling quite angry. You have been seen with a lady. What lady? He asked, surprised by the violence of the attack. A fine choice indeed. I compliment you on it. A girl whom the whole of Paris knows. She suddenly paused, remembering Pauline's presence. Pauline, she said, go into the garden for a minute. Oh, no, retorted the girl indignantly. It's so tiresome. I'm always being sent out of the way. Go into the garden, repeated Juliette, with increased severity in her tone. The girl stalked off with a sullen look, but stopped all at once to exclaim, Well then, be quick over your talk. As soon as she was gone, Madame Deberle returned to the charge. How can you, a gentleman, show yourself in public with that actress Florence? She is at least 40. She's ugly enough to frighten one, and all the gentlemen in the stalls thee and thou her on first nights. Have you finished? Called out Pauline, who was strolling sulkily under the trees. I'm not amusing myself here, you know. Malignon, however, defended himself. He had no knowledge of this girl Florence. He'd never in his life spoken a word to her. They had possibly seen him with a lady. He was sometimes in the company of the wife of a friend of his. Besides, who had seen him? He wanted proofs, witnesses. Pauline, hastily asked Madame Deberle, raising her voice, did you not meet him with Florence? Yes, certainly, replied her sister. I met them on the boulevard opposite Bignon's. Thereupon, glorying in her victory over Malignon, whose face wore an embarrassed smile, Madame Deberle called out, You can come back, Pauline. I have finished. Malignon, who had a box at the Folie Dramatique for the following night, now gallantly placed it at Madame Deberle's service, apparently not feeling the slightest ill will towards her. Moreover, they were always quarreling. Pauline wished to know if she might go to see the play that was running, and as Malignon laughed and shook his head, she declared it was very silly. Authors ought to write plays fit for girls to see. She was only allowed such entertainments as La Dame Blanche and the classic drama could offer. Meantime, the ladies had ceased watching the children, and all at once Lucien began to raise terrible shrieks. What have you done to him, Jean? asked Helene. I've done nothing, Mamma, answered the little girl. He's thrown himself on the ground. The truth was, the children had just set out for the famous glaciers. As Jean pretended that they were reaching the mountains, they had lifted their feet very high, as though to step over the rocks. Lucien, however, quite out of breath with his exertions, at last made a false step, and fell sprawling in the middle of an imaginary ice field. Disgusted and furious with childlike rage, he no sooner found himself on the ground than he burst into tears. Lift him up, called Helene. He won't let me, Mamma. He's rolling about. And so saying, Jean drew back, as though exasperated and annoyed by such a display of bad breeding. He did not know how to play. He would certainly cover her with dirt. Her mouth curled as though she were a duchess compromising herself by such companionship. Thereupon, Madame Deberle, irritated by Lucien's continued wailing, requested her sister to pick him up and coax him into silence. Nothing loath, Pauline ran, cast herself down beside the child, and for a moment rolled on the ground with him. He struggled with her, unwilling to be lifted, but she at last took him up by the arms, and to appease him said, Stop crying, you noisy fellow. We'll have a swing. Lucien at once closed his lips, while Jean's solemn looks vanished, and a gleam of ardent delight illumined her face. All three ran towards the swing, but it was Pauline who took possession of the seat. Push, push, she urged the children, and they pushed with all the force of their tiny hands, but she was heavy, and they could scarcely stir the swing. Push, she urged again. Oh, the big sillies, they can't. In the pavilion, Madame Deberle had just felt a slight chill. Despite the bright sunshine, she thought it rather cold, and she requested Malignon to hand her a white cashmere burnous that was hanging from the handle of her window fastening. Malignon rose to wrap the burnous round her shoulders, and they began chatting familiarly on matters which had little interest for Helene. Feeling fidgety, fearing that Pauline might unwittingly knock the children down, she therefore stepped into the garden, leaving Juliette and the young man to wrangle over some new fashion in bonnets, which apparently deeply interested them. Jeanne no sooner saw her mother than she ran toward her with a wheedling smile and entreaty in every gesture. "Oh, mamma, mamma," she implored. "Oh, mamma." "No, no, you mustn't," replied Helene, who understood her meaning very well. "You know you have been forbidden." Swinging was Jeanne's greatest delight. She would say that she believed herself a bird, the breeze blowing in her face, the lively rush through the air, the continued swaying to and fro in a motion as rhythmic as the beating of a bird's wings, thrilled her with an exquisite pleasure. In her ascent towards cloudland, she imagined herself on her way to heaven. But it always ended in some mishap. On one occasion she'd been found clinging to the ropes of a swing in a swoon, her large eyes wide open, fixed in a vacant stare. At another time she'd fallen to the ground, stiff like a swallow struck by a shot. "Oh, mamma," she implored again, "only a little, a very, very little." In the end, her mother, in order to win peace, placed her on the seat. The child's face lit up with an angelic smile, and her bare wrists quivered with joyous expectancy. Helene swayed her very gently. "Higher, mamma, higher," she murmured. But Helene paid no heed to her prayer, and retained firm hold of the rope. She herself was glowing all over, her cheeks flushed, and she thrilled with excitement at every push she gave to the swing. Her wonted sedateness vanished as she thus became her daughter's playmate. "That will do," she declared after a time, taking Jeanne in her arms. "Oh, mamma, you must swing now," the child whispered, as she clung to her neck. She took a keen delight in seeing her mother flying through the air. As she said, her pleasure was still more intense in gazing at her than in having a swing herself. Helene, however, asked her laughingly who would push her. When she went in for swinging, it was a serious matter. Why, she went higher than the tree-tops. While she was speaking, it happened that Monsieur Rimbaud made his appearance under the guidance of the doorkeeper. He'd met Madame Deberle in Helene's rooms, and thought he would not be deemed presuming in presenting himself here when unable to find her. Madame Deberle proved very gracious, pleased as she was with the good-natured air of the worthy man. However, she soon returned to a lively discussion with Malignon. "Bon ami," will push you, mamma. Bon ami will push you, Jeanne called out as she danced round her mother. Literally, good friend, but there is no proper equivalent for the expression in English. "Be quiet. We are not at home," said her mother with mock gravity. "Bless me, if it will please you, I am at your disposal," exclaimed Monsieur Rimbaud. "When people are in the country—" Helene let herself be persuaded. When a girl, she had been accustomed to swing for hours, and the memory of those vanished pleasures created a secret craving to taste them once more. Moreover, Pauline, who had sat down with Lucien at the edge of the lawn, intervened with the boldness of a girl freed from the trammels of childhood. "Of course he will push you, and he will swing me after you, won't you, sir?" This determined Helene. The youth which dwelt within her, in spite of the cold demureness of her great beauty, displayed itself in a charming, ingenuous fashion. She became a thorough schoolgirl, unaffected and gay. There was no prudishness about her. She laughingly declared that she must not expose her legs, and asked for some cord to tie her skirts securely round her ankles. That done, she stood upright on the swing, her arms extended and clinging to the ropes. "Now,
push, Monsieur Rimbaud!" she exclaimed delightedly. "But gently at first." Monsieur Rimbaud had hung his hat on the branch of a tree. His broad, kindly face beamed with a fatherly smile. First he tested the strength of the ropes, and, giving a look at the trees, determined to give a slight push. That day Helene had for the first time abandoned her widow's weeds. She was wearing a gray dress set off with mauve bows. Standing upright, she began to swing, almost touching the ground, and as if rocking herself to sleep. "Quicker! Quicker!" she exclaimed. Monsieur Rimbaud, with his hands ready, caught the seat as it came back to him, and gave it a more vigorous push. Helene went higher, each ascent taking her farther. However, despite the motion, she did not lose her sedateness. She retained almost an austere demeanor. Her eyes shone very brightly in her beautiful, impassive face. Her nostrils only were inflated, as though to drink in the air. Not a fold of her skirts was out of place, but a plait of her hair slipped down. "Quicker! Quicker!" she called. An energetic push gave her increased impetus. Up in the sunshine she flew, even higher and higher. A breeze sprung up with her motion and blew through the gardens. Her flight was so swift that they could scarcely distinguish her figure aright. Her face was now all smiles and flushed with a rosy red, while her eyes sparkled here, then there, like shooting stars. The loosened plait of hair rustled against her neck. Despite the cords which bound them, her skirts now waved about, and you could divine that she was at her ease, her bosom heaving in its free enjoyment, as though the air were indeed her natural place. "Quicker! Quicker!" Monsieur Rimbaud, his face red and bedewed with perspiration, exerted all his strength. A cry rang out. Helene went still higher. "Oh, Mamma! Oh, Mamma!" repeated Jeanne in her ecstasy. She was sitting on the lawn gazing at her mother, her little hands clasped on her bosom, looking as though she herself had drunk in all the air that was stirring. Her breath failed her. With a rhythmical movement of the shoulders, she kept time with the long strokes of the swing, and she cried, "Quicker! Quicker!" while her mother still went higher, her feet grazing the lofty branches of the trees. "Higher, Mamma! Oh, higher, Mamma!" But Helene was already in the very heavens. The trees bent and cracked as beneath a gale. Her skirts, which were all they could see, flapped with a tempestuous sound. When she came back with arms stretched out and bosom distended, she lowered her head slightly and for a moment hovered, but then she rose again and sank backwards, her head tilted, her eyes closed, as though she had swooned. These ascensions and descents which made her giddy were delightful. In her flight she entered into the sunshine, the pale yellow February sunshine that rained down like golden dust. Her chestnut hair gleamed with amber tints, and a flame seemed to have leaped up around her as the mauve bows on her whitening dress flashed like burning flowers. Around her the spring tide was maturing into birth, and the purple-tinted gems of the trees showed like delicate lacquer against the blue sky. Jeanne clasped her hands. Her mother seemed to her a saint with a golden glory round her head, winging her way to paradise. And she again stammered, "Oh, Mamma! Oh, Mamma!" Madame Deberle and Malignon had now grown interested, and had stepped under the trees. Malignon declared the lady to be very bold. "I should faint, I am sure," said Madame Deberle, with a frightened air. Helene heard them, for she dropped these words from among the branches. "Oh, my heart is all right. Give a stronger push, Monsieur Rimbaud." And indeed her voice betrayed no emotion. She seemed to take no heed of the two men who were onlookers. They were doubtless nothing to her. Her tress of hair had become entangled, and the cord that confined her skirts must have given way, for the drapery flapped in the wind like a flag. She was going still higher. All at once, however, the exclamation rang out, "Enough, Monsieur Rimbaud, enough!" Dr. Deberle had just appeared on the house steps. He came forward, embraced his wife tenderly, took up Lucien and kissed his brow. Then he gazed at Helene with a smile. "Enough, enough," she still continued exclaiming. "Why?" asked he. "Do I disturb you?" She made no answer. A look of gravity had suddenly come over her face. The swing, still continuing its rapid flights, owing to the impetus given to it, would not stop, but swayed to and fro with a regular motion which still bore Helene to a great height. The doctor, surprised and charmed, beheld her with admiration. She looked so superb, so tall and strong, with the pure figure of an antique statue, whilst swinging thus gently amid the spring sunshine. But she seemed annoyed, and all at once leaped down. "Stop! Stop!" they all cried out. From Helene's lips came a dull moan. She'd fallen upon the gravel of a pathway, and her efforts to rise were fruitless. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the doctor, his face turning very pale. "How imprudent!" They all crowded round her. Jeanne began weeping so bitterly that Monsieur Rimbaud, with his heart in his mouth, was compelled to take her in his arms. The doctor meanwhile eagerly questioned Helene. "Is it the right leg you fell on? Cannot you stand upright?" And as she remained dazed without answering, he asked, "Do you suffer?" "Yes, here at the knee. A dull pain," she answered with difficulty. He at once sent his wife for his medicine case and some bandages, and repeated, I must see. No doubt it is a mere nothing." He knelt down on the gravel, and Helene let him do so. But all at once she struggled to her feet and said, "No, no." "But I must examine the place," he said. A slight quiver stole over her, and she answered in a yet lower tone, "It is not necessary. It's nothing at all." He looked at her, at first astounded. Her neck was flushing red. For a moment their eyes met and seemed to read each other's soul. He was disconcerted and slowly rose, remaining near her but without pressing her further. Helene had signed to Monsieur Rimbaud. "Fetch Dr. Baudin," she whispered in his ear, "and tell him what has happened to me." 10 minutes later, when Dr. Baudin made his appearance, she, with superhuman courage, regained her feet, and leaning on him and Monsieur Rimbaud, contrived to return home. Jeanne followed, quivering with sobs. "I shall wait," said Dr. Deberle to his brother physician. "Come down and remove our fears." In the garden a lively colloquy ensued. Malignon was of opinion that women had queer ideas. Why on earth had that lady been so foolish as to jump down? Pauline, excessively provoked at this accident, which deprived her of a pleasure, declared it was silly to swing so high. On his side, Dr. Deberle did not say a word, but seemed anxious. "It's nothing serious," said Dr. Baudin, as he came down again. "Only a sprain. Still, she will have to keep to an easy chair for at least a fortnight." Thereupon, Monsieur Deberle gave a friendly slap on Malignon's shoulder. He wished his wife to go in, as it was really becoming too cold. For his own part, taking Lucien in his arms, he carried him into the house, covering him with kisses the while. This ends Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5. Both windows of the bedroom were wide open, and in the depths below the house, which was perched on the very summit of the hill, lay Paris, rolling away in a mighty flat expanse. 10 o'clock struck. The lovely February morning had all the sweetness and perfume of spring. Helene reclined in an invalid chair, reading in front of one of the windows, her knee still in bandages. She suffered no pain, but she had been confined to her room for a week past, unable even to take up her customary needlework. Not knowing what to do, she had opened a book which she had found on the table. She who indulged in little or no reading at any time. This book was the one she used every night as a shade for the night lamp, the only volume which she'd taken within 18 months from the small but irreproachable library selected by Monsieur Rimbaud. Novels usually seemed to her false to life and puerile, and this one, Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe, had at first wearied her to death. However, a strange curiosity had grown upon her, and she was finishing it, at times affected to tears, and at times rather bored, when she would let it slip from her hand for long minutes and gaze fixedly at the far-stretching horizon. That morning Paris awoke from sleep with a smiling indolence. A mass of vapor, following the valley of the Seine, shrouded the two banks from view. This mist was light and milky, and the sun, gathering strength, was slowly tinging it with radiance. Nothing of the city was distinguishable through this floating muslin. In the hollows the haze thickened and assumed a bluish tint, while over certain broad expanses delicate transparencies appeared, a golden dust beneath which you could divine the depths of the streets, and up above domes and steeples rent the mist, rearing grey outlines to which clung shreds of the haze which they had pierced. At times cloudlets of yellow smoke would, like giant birds heavy of wing, slowly soar on high, and then mingle with the atmosphere which seemed to absorb them. And above all this immensity, this massive cloud hanging in slumber over Paris, a sky of extreme purity, of a faint and whitening blue, spread out its mighty vault. The sun was climbing the heavens, scattering a spray of soft rays, a pale golden light, akin in hue to the flaxen tresses of a child, was streaming down like rain, filling the atmosphere with the warm quiver of its sparkle. It was like a festival of the infinite, instinct with sovereign peacefulness and gentle gaiety, whilst the city, checkered with golden beams, still remained lazy and sleepy, unwilling to reveal itself by casting off its coverlet of lace. For 8 days it had been Helene's diversion to gaze on that mighty expanse of Paris, and she never wearied of doing so. It was as unfathomable and varying as the ocean, fair in the morning, ruddy with fire at night, borrowing all the joys and sorrows of the heavens reflected in its depths. A flash of sunshine came, and it would roll in waves of gold. A cloud would darken it and raise a tempest. Its aspect was ever-changing. A complete calm would fall, and all would assume an orange hue. Gusts of wind would sweep by from time to time, and turn everything livid. In keen, bright weather there would be a shimmer of light on every housetop, whilst when showers fell, blurring both heaven and earth, all would be plunged in chaotic confusion. At her window, Helene experienced all the hopes and sorrows that pertain to the open sea. As the keen wind blew in her face, she imagined it wafted a saline fragrance. Even the ceaseless noise of a city seemed to her like that of a surging tide beating against the rocky cliff. The book fell from her hands. She was dreaming, with a faraway look in her eyes. When she stopped reading thus, it was from a desire to linger and understand what she had already perused. She took a delight in denying her curiosity immediate satisfaction. The tale filled her soul with a tempest of emotion. Paris that morning was displaying the same vague joy and sorrow as that which disturbed her heart. In this lay a great charm. To be ignorant, to guess things dimly, to yield to slow initiation, with the vague thought that her youth was beginning again. How full of lies were novels! She was assuredly right in not reading them. They were mere fables, good for empty heads with no proper conception of life. Yet she remained entranced, dreaming unceasingly of a knight Ivanhoe, loved so passionately by two women, Rebecca the beautiful Jewess and the noble Lady Rowena. She herself thought she could have loved with the intensity and patient serenity of the latter maiden. To love, to love. She did not utter the words, but they thrilled her through and through in the very thought, astonishing her and irradiating her face with a smile. In the distance, some fleecy cloudlets, driven by the breeze, now floated over Paris like a flock of swans. Huge gaps were being cleft in the fog. A momentary glimpse was given of the left bank, indistinct and clouded, like a city of fairydom seen in a dream. But suddenly a thick curtain of mist swept down, and the fairy city was engulfed, as though by an inundation. And then the vapors, spreading equally over every district, formed, as it were, a beautiful lake with milky, placid waters. There was but one denser streak indicating the gray, curved course of the Seine, and slowly over those milky, placid waters shadows passed, like vessels with pink sails, which the young woman followed with a dreamy gaze. To love, to love. She smiled as her dream sailed on. However, she again took up her book. She'd reached the chapter describing the attack on the castle, wherein Rebecca nurses the wounded Ivanhoe and recounts to him the incidents of the fight, which she gazes at from a window. Helene felt that she was in the midst of a beautiful falsehood, but roamed through it as through some mythical garden whose trees are laden with golden fruit, and where she imbibed all sorts of fancies. Then, at the conclusion of the scene, when Rebecca, wrapped in her veil, exhales her love beside the sleeping knight, Helene again allowed the book to slip from her hand. Her heart was so brimful of emotion that she could read no further. Heavens! Could all those things be true? She asked, as she lay back in her easy chair, numbed by her enforced quiescence, and gazing on Paris, shrouded and mysterious, beneath the golden sun. The events of her life now arose before her, conjured up by the perusal of the novel. She saw herself a young girl in the house of her father, Mouret, a hatter at Marseille. The Rue des Petites Maries was black and dismal, and the house, with its vat of steaming water ready to the hand of the hatter, exhaled a rank odor of dampness, even in fine weather. She also saw her mother, who was ever an invalid, and who kissed her with pale lips without speaking. No gleam of the sun permeated into her little room. Hard work went on around her. Only by dint of toil did her father gain a working man's competency. That summed up her early life. Until her marriage, nothing intervened to break the monotony of days ever the same. One morning, returning from market with her mother, a basket full of vegetables on her arm, she jostled against young Grandjean. Charles turned round and followed them. The love romance of her life was in this incident. For 3 months she was always meeting him, while he, bashful and awkward, could not pluck up courage to speak to her. She was 16 years of age and a little proud of her lover, who, she knew, belonged to a wealthy family. But she deemed him bad-looking and often laughed at him, and no thought of him disturbed her sleep in the large, gloomy, damp house. In the end they were married, and this marriage yet filled her with surprise. Charles worshipped her, and would fling himself on the floor to kiss her bare feet. She beamed on him, her smile full of kindness, as she rebuked him for such childishness. Then another dull life began. During 12 years, no event of sufficient interest had occurred for her to bear in mind. She was very quiet and very happy, tormented by no fever either of body or heart, her whole attention being given to the daily cares of a poor household. Charles was still wont to kiss her fair white feet, while she showed herself indulgent and motherly towards him. But other feeling she had none. Then there abruptly came before her the room in the Hôtel du Var, her husband in his coffin, and her widow's robe hanging over a chair. She'd wept that day as on the winter's night when her mother died. Then once more the days glided on. For 2 months with her daughter she had again enjoyed peace and happiness. Heaven! Did that sum up everything? What then did that book mean when it spoke of transcendent loves which illumine one's existence? While she thus reflected, prolonged quivers were darting over the sleeping lake of mist on the horizon. Suddenly it seemed to burst. Gaps appeared. A rending sped from end to end, betokening a complete breakup. The sun, ascending higher and higher, scattering its rays in glorious triumph, was victoriously attacking the mist. Little by little, the great lake seemed to dry up, as though some invisible sluice were draining the plain. The fog, so dense but a moment before, was losing its consistency and becoming transparent, showing all the bright hues of the rainbow. On the left bank of the Seine all was of a heavenly blue, deepening into violet over towards the Jardin des Plantes. Upon the right bank a pale pink, flesh-like tint suffused the Tuileries district, whilst away towards Montmartre there was a fiery glow, carmine flaming amid gold. Then, farther off, the working men's quarters deepened to a dusty brick color, changing more and more till all became a slaty, bluish gray. The eye could not yet distinguish the city, which quivered and receded like those subaqueous depths divined through the crystalline waves. Depths with awful forests of huge plants, swarming with horrible things and monsters faintly espied. However, the watery mist was quickly falling. It became at last no more than a fine muslin drapery, and bit by bit this muslin vanished, and Paris took shape and emerged from dreamland. To love, to love. Why did these words ring in Helene's ears with such sweetness as the darkness of the fog gave way to light? Had she not loved her husband, whom she had tended like a child? But a bitter memory stirred within her. The memory of her dead father, who had hung himself 3 weeks after his wife's decease in a closet where her gowns still dangled from their hooks. There he had gasped out his last agony, his body rigid and his face buried in a skirt, wrapped round by the clothes which breathed of her whom he had ever worshipped. Then Helene's reverie took a sudden leap. She began thinking of her own home life, of the month's bills which he checked with Rosalie that very morning, and she felt proud of the orderly way in which she regulated her household. During more than 30 years she'd lived with self-respect and strength of mind. Uprightness alone impassioned her. When she questioned her past, not 1 hour revealed a sin. In her mind's eye she saw herself ever treading a straight and level path. Truly, the days might slip by. She would walk on peacefully as before, with no impediment in her way. The very thought of this made her stern, and her spirit rose in angry contempt against those lying lives whose apparent heroism disturbs the heart. The only true life was her own, following its course amidst such peacefulness. But over Paris there now only hung a thin smoke, a fine quivering gauze, on the point of floating away, and emotion suddenly took possession of her. To love! To love! Everything brought her back to that caressing phrase, even the pride born of her virtue. Her dreaming became so light she no longer thought, but lay there, steeped in springtide, with moist eyes. At last, as she was about to resume her reading, Paris slowly came into view. Not a breath of wind had stirred. It was as if a magician had waved his wand. The last gauzy film detached itself, soared and vanished in the air, and the city spread out without a shadow under the conquering sun. Helene, with her chin resting on her hand, gazed on this mighty awakening. A far-stretching valley appeared, with the myriad of buildings huddled together. Over the distant range of hills were scattered close-set roofs, and you could divine that the sea of houses rolled afar off behind the undulating ground, into the fields hidden from sight. It was as the ocean with all the infinity and mystery of its waves. Paris spread out as vast as the heavens on high. Burnished with the sunshine that lovely morning, the city looked like a field of yellow corn, and the huge picture was all simplicity, compounded of two colors only, the pale blue of the sky and the golden reflections of the housetops. The stream of light from the spring sun invested everything with the beauty of a new birth. So pure was the light that the minutest objects became visible. Paris, with its chaotic maze of stonework, shone as though under glass. From time to time, however, a breath of wind passed athwart this bright, quiescent serenity, and then the outlines of some districts grew faint, and quivered as if they were being viewed through an invisible flame. Helene took interest at first in gazing on the large expanse spread under her windows, the slope of the Trocadero, and the far-stretching quays. She had to lean out to distinguish the deserted square of the Champ de Mars, barred at the farther end by the sombre military school. Down below, on thoroughfare and pavement on each side of the Seine, she could see the passers-by, a busy cluster of black dots moving like a swarm of ants. A yellow omnibus shone out like a spark of fire. Drays and cabs crossed the bridge, mere child's toys in the distance, with miniature horses like pieces of mechanism. And amongst others traversing the grassy slopes was a servant girl with a white apron which set a bright spot in all the greenery. Then Helene raised her eyes, but the crowd scattered and passed out of sight, and even the vehicles looked like mere grains of sand. There remained naught but the giant carcass of a city, seemingly untenanted and abandoned, its life limited to the dull trepidation by which it was agitated. There, in the foreground to the left, some red roofs were shining, and the tall chimneys of the army bakehouse slowly poured out their smoke, while on the other side of the river, between the Esplanade and the Champ de Mars, a grove of lofty elms clustered like some patch of a park, with bare branches, rounded tops, and young buds already bursting forth, quite clear to the eye. In the center of the picture, the Seine spread out and rained between its grey banks, to which rows of casks, steam cranes, and carts drawn up in a line gave a seaport kind of aspect. Helene's eyes were always turning towards this shining river, on which boats passed to and fro like birds with inky plumage. Her looks involuntarily followed the water's stately course, which, like a silver band, cut Paris atwain. That morning the stream rolled liquid sunlight. No greater resplendency could be seen on the horizon, and the young woman's glance encountered first the Pont des Invalides near the Pont de la Concorde, and then the Pont Royal. Bridge followed bridge. They appeared to get closer, to rise one above the other like viaducts forming a flight of steps, and pierced with all kinds of arches, while the river, wending its way beneath these airy structures, showed here and there small patches of its blue robe, patches which became narrower and narrower, more and more indistinct. And again did Helene raise her eyes, and over yonder the stream forked amidst a jumble of houses. The bridges on either side of the island of La Cité were like mere film stretching from one bank to the other, while the golden towers of Notre Dame sprang up like boundary marks of the horizon, beyond which river, buildings, and clumps of trees became naught but sparkling sunshine. Then Helene, dazzled, withdrew her gaze from this, the triumphant heart of Paris, where the whole glory of the city appeared to blaze. On the right bank, amongst the clustering trees of the Champs-Élysées, she saw the crystal buildings of the Palace of Industry glittering with a snowy sheen. Farther away, behind the roof of the Madeleine, which looked like a tombstone, towered the vast mass of the Opera House. Then there were other edifices, cupolas and towers, the Vendôme column, the church of Saint-Vincent de Paul, the tower of Saint-Jacques, and nearer in, the massive cube-like pavilions of the New Louvre and the Tuileries, half hidden by a wood of chestnut trees. On the left bank, the dome of the Invalides shone with gilding. Beyond it, the two irregular towers of Saint-Sulpice paled in the bright light. And yet farther in the rear, to the right of the new spires of Saint-Clotilde, the bluish Panthéon, erect on a height, its fine colonnade showing against the sky, overlooked the city, poised in the air, as it were, motionless, with the silken hues of a captive balloon. Helene's gaze wandered all over Paris. There were hollows, as could be divined by the lines of roofs. The Butte des Moulins surged upward with waves of old slates, while the line of the principal boulevards dipped downward like a gutter, ending in a jumble of houses whose tiles even could no longer be seen. At this early hour the oblique sun did not light up the house fronts looking towards the Trocadero. Not a window pane of these threw back its rays. The skylights on some roofs alone sparkled with the glittering reflex of mica against the red of the adjacent chimney pots. The houses were mostly of a somber gray, warmed by reflected beams. Still, rays of light were transpiercing certain districts, and long streets, stretching in front of Helene, set streaks of sunshine amidst the shade. It was only on the left that the far-spreading horizon, almost perfect in its circular sweep, was broken by the heights of Montmartre and Père-Lachaise. The details so clearly defined in the foreground, the innumerable denticles of the chimneys, the little black specks of the thousands of windows, grew less and less distinct as you gazed farther and farther away, till everything became mingled in confusion. The pell-mell of an endless city, whose faubourgs, afar off, looked like shingly beaches, steeped in a violet haze under the bright, streaming, vibrating light that fell from the heavens. Helene was watching the scene with grave interest, when Jeanne burst gleefully into the room. "Oh, Mamma, look here!" The child had a big bunch of wallflowers in her hand. She told with some laughter how she had waylaid Rosalie on her return from market to peep into her basket of provisions. To rummage in this basket was a great delight to her. "Look at it, Mamma. It lay at the very bottom. Just smell it. What a lovely perfume!" From the tawny flowers, speckled with purple, there came a penetrating odor which scented the whole room. Then Helene, with a passionate movement, drew Jeanne to her breast, while the nosegay fell on her lap. To love. To love. Truly, she loved her child. Was not that intense love which had pervaded her life till now sufficient for her wants? It ought to satisfy her. It was so gentle, so tranquil, no lassitude could put an end to its continuance. Again she pressed her daughter to her, as though to conjure away thoughts which threatened to separate them. In the meantime, Jeanne surrendered herself to the shower of kisses. Her eyes moist with tears, she turned her delicate neck upwards with a coaxing gesture, and pressed her face against her mother's shoulder. Then she slipped an arm round her waist, and thus remained, very demure, her cheek resting on Helene's bosom. The perfume of the wallflowers ascended between them. For a long time they did not speak. But at length, without moving, Jeanne asked in a whisper, "Mamma, you see that rosy-colored dome down there, close to the river? What is it?" It was the dome of the Institut, and Helene looked towards it for a moment as though trying to recall the name. "I don't know, my love," she answered gently. The child appeared content with this reply, and silence again fell. But soon she asked a second question. "And there, quite near, what beautiful trees are those?" she said, pointing with her finger towards a corner of the Tuileries garden. "Those beautiful trees," said her mother. "On the left, do you mean?" "I don't know, my love." "Ah!" exclaimed Jeanne. And after musing for a little while, she added with a pout, "We know nothing." Indeed, they knew nothing of Paris. During 18 months it had lain beneath their gaze every hour of the day, yet they knew not a stone of it. 3 times only had they gone down into the city, but on returning home, suffering from terrible headaches born of all the agitation they had witnessed, they could find in their minds no distinct memory of anything in all that huge maze of streets. However, Jeanne at times proved obstinate. "Ah, you can tell me this," said she. "What is that glass building which glitters there? It is so big, you must know it." She was referring to the Palais de l'Industrie. Helene, however, hesitated. "It's a railway station," said she. "No, I'm wrong. I think it is a theater." Then she smiled and kissed Jeanne's hair, at last confessing as before, "I do not know what it is, my love." So they continued to gaze on Paris, troubling no further to identify any part of it. It was very delightful to have it there before them, and yet to know nothing of it. It remained the vast and the unknown. It was as though they had halted on the threshold of a world which ever unrolled its panorama before them, but into which they were unwilling to descend. Paris often made them anxious when it wafted them a hot, disturbing atmosphere. But that morning it seemed gay and innocent, like a child, and from its mysterious depths only a breath of tenderness rose gently to their faces. Helene took up her book again, while Jeanne, clinging to her, still gazed upon the scene. In the dazzling, tranquil sky no breeze was stirring. The smoke from the army bakehouse ascended perpendicularly in light cloudlets which vanished far aloft. On a level with the houses passed vibrating waves of life, waves of all the life pent up there. The loud voices of the street softened amidst the sunshine into a languid murmur. But all at once a flutter attracted Jean's notice. A flock of white pigeons, freed from some adjacent dovecot, sped through the air in front of the window. With spreading wings like falling snow, the birds barred the line of view, hiding the immensity of Paris. With eyes again dreamily gazing upward, Helene remained plunged in reverie. She was the Lady Rowena. She loved with the serenity and intensity of a noble mind. That spring morning, that great gentle city, those early wallflowers shedding their perfume on her lap, had little by little filled her heart with tenderness. This ends Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6. One morning, Helene was arranging her little library, the various books of which had got out of order during the past few days, when Jeanne skipped into the room, clapping her hands. "A soldier, Mamma! A soldier!" she cried. "What? A soldier?" exclaimed her mother. "What do you want, you and your soldier?" But the child was in one of her paroxysms of extravagant delight. She only jumped about the more, repeating, "A soldier! A soldier!" without deigning to give any further explanation. She'd left the door wide open behind her, and so, as Helene rose, she was astonished to see a soldier, a very little soldier, too, in the anteroom. Rosalie had gone out, and Jeanne must have been playing on the landing, though strictly forbidden to do so by her mother. "What do you want, my lad?" asked Helene. The little soldier was very much confused on seeing this lady, so lovely and fair, in her dressing gown trimmed with lace. He shuffled 1 foot to and fro over the floor, bowed, and at last precipitately stammered, "I beg pardon. Excuse." But he could get no further, and retreated to the wall, still shuffling his feet. His retreat was thus cut off, and seeing the lady awaited his reply with an involuntary smile, he dived into his right-hand pocket, from which he dragged a blue handkerchief, a knife, and a hunk of bread. He gazed on each in turn, and thrust them all back again. Then he turned his attention to the left-hand pocket, from which were produced a twist of cord, 2 rusty nails, and some pictures wrapped in part of a newspaper. All these he pushed back to their resting place, and began tapping his thighs with an anxious air. Again he stammered in bewilderment, "I beg pardon. Excuse." But all at once he raised his finger to his nose, and exclaimed with a loud laugh, "What a fool I am! I remember now." He then undid 2 buttons of his greatcoat, and rummaged in his breast, into which he plunged his arm up to the elbow. After a time he drew forth a letter, which he rustled violently before handing to Helene, as though to shake some dust from it. "A letter from me? Are you sure?" said she. On the envelope were certainly inscribed her name and address in a heavy rustic scrawl, with pothooks and hangers tumbling over one another. When at last she made it all out, after being repeatedly baffled by the extraordinary style and spelling, she could not but smile again. It was a letter from Rosalie's aunt, introducing Zéphirine Lacour, who had fallen a victim to the conscription, in spite of 2 masses having been said by his reverence. However, as Zéphirin was Rosalie's intended, the aunt begged that Madame would be so good as to allow the young folks to see each other on Sundays. In the 3 pages which the letter comprised, this question was continually cropping up in the same words, the confusion of the epistle increasing through the writer's vain efforts to say something she had not said before. Just above the signature, however, she seemed to have hit the nail on the head, for she'd written, "His Reverence gives permission," and had then broken her pen in the paper, making a shower of blots. Helene slowly folded the letter. 2 or 3 times, while deciphering its contents, she'd raised her head to glance at the soldier. He still remained close to the wall, and his lips stirred as though to emphasize each sentence in the letter by a slight movement of the chin. No doubt he knew its contents by heart. "Then you are Zéphirin Lacour, are you not?" asked Helene. He began to laugh and wagged his head. "Come in, my lad, don't stay out there." He made up his mind to follow her, but he continued standing close to the door while Helene sat down. She had scarcely seen him in the darkness of the anteroom. He must have been just as tall as Rosalie. 1/3 of an inch less, and he would have been exempted from service. With red hair cut very short, he had a round, freckled, beardless face, with 2 little eyes like gimlet holes. His new greatcoat, much too large for him, made him appear still more dumpy, and with his red-trousered legs wide apart and his large peaked cap swinging before him, he presented both a comical and pathetic sight, his plump, stupid little person plainly betraying the rustic, although he wore a uniform. Helene desired to obtain some information from him. "You left Béos a week ago?" she asked. "Yes, madame." "And here you are in Paris. I suppose you are not sorry?" "No, madame." He was losing his bashfulness, and now gazed all over the room, evidently much impressed by its blue velvet hangings. "Rosalie is out," Helene began again, "but she will be here very soon. Her aunt tells me you are her sweetheart." To this the little soldier vouchsafed no reply, but hung his head, laughing awkwardly, and scraping the carpet with the tip of his boot. "Then you will have to marry her when you leave the army?" Helene continued, questioning. "Yes, to be sure," exclaimed he, his face turning very red. "Yes, of course, we are engaged." and, won over by the kindly manners of the lady, he made up his mind to speak out, his fingers still playing with his cap. "You know, it's an old story. When we were quite children, we used to go thieving together. We used to get switched. Oh yes, that's true. I must tell you that the Lecours and the Pichons lived in the same lane, and were next-door neighbors. And so Rosalie and myself were almost brought up together. Then her people died, and her Aunt Marguerite took her in. But she, the minx, was already as strong as a demon." He paused, realizing that he was warming up, and asked hesitatingly, "But perhaps she has told you all this?" Yes, but go on all the same," said Helene, who was greatly amused. "In short," continued he, "she was awfully strong, though she was no bigger than a tomtit. It was a treat to see her at work. How she did get through it! One day she gave a slap to a friend of mine. By Jove, such a slap! I had the mark of it on my arm for a week. Yes, that was the way it all came about. All the gossips declared we must marry one another. Besides, we weren't 10 years old before we had agreed on that. And we have stuck to it, madame. We have stuck to it." He placed one hand upon his heart, with fingers wide apart. Helene, however, had now become very grave. The idea of allowing a soldier in her kitchen somewhat worried her. His reverence, no doubt, had given his sanction, but she thought it rather venturesome. There's too much license in the country, where lovers indulge in all sorts of pleasantries. So she gave expression to her apprehensions. When Zéphyrin at last gathered her meaning, his first inclination was to laugh, but his awe for Helene restrained him. "Oh, madame, said he, "you don't know her, I can see. I have received slaps enough from her. Of course, young men like to laugh. Isn't that so? Sometimes I pinched her, and she would turn round and hit me right on the nose. Her aunt's advice always was, 'Look here, my girl, don't put up with any nonsense.' His reverence, too, interfered in it, and maybe that had a lot to do with our keeping up sweethearting. We were to have been married after I had drawn for a soldier, but it was all my eye. Things turned out badly. Rosalie declared she would go to service in Paris, to earn a dowry while she was waiting for me. And so," he swung himself about, dangling his cap, now from one hand, now from the other. But still Helene never said a word, and he at last fancied that she distrusted him. This pained him dreadfully. "You think, perhaps, that I shall deceive her?" he burst out angrily. "Even, too, when I tell you we are betrothed. I shall marry her as surely as the heaven shines on us. I'm quite ready to pledge my word in writing. Yes, if you like, I'll write it down for you." Deep emotion was stirring him. He walked about the room, gazing around in the hope of finding pen and ink. Helene quickly tried to appease him, but he still went on. "I would rather sign a paper for you. What harm would it do you? Your mind would be all the easier with it." However, just at that moment, Jeanne, who had again run away, returned, jumping and clapping her hands. "Rosalie, Rosalie, Rosalie," she chanted in a dancing tune of her own composition. Through the open doorway one could hear the panting of the maid as she climbed up the stairs, laden with her basket. Zéphyrin started back into a corner of the room, his mouth wide agape from ear to ear in silent laughter, and the gimlet holes of his eyes gleaming with rustic roguery. Rosalie came straight into the room, as was her usual practice, to show her mistress her morning's purchase of provisions. "Madame," said she, "I brought some cauliflowers. Look at them, only 18 sous for 2. It isn't dear, is it?" She held out the basket half open, but on lifting her head noticed Zéphyrin's grinning face. Surprise nailed her to the carpet. 2 or 3 seconds slipped away. She doubtless at first failed to recognize him in his uniform. But then her round eyes dilated, her fat little face blanched, and her coarse black hair waved in agitation. "Oh!" she simply said. but her astonishment was such that she dropped her basket. The provisions, cauliflowers, onions, apples, rolled onto the carpet. Jeanne gave a cry of delight and, falling on her knees, began hunting for the apples, even under the chairs in the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Rosalie, as though paralyzed, never moved, though she repeated, "What? It's you! What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Say!" Then she turned to Helene with the question, "Was it you who let him come in?" Zéphirin never uttered a word, but contented himself with winking slyly. Then Rosalie gave vent to her emotions in tears, and, to show her delight at seeing him again, could hit on nothing better than to quiz him. "Oh, go away," she began, matching up to him. "You look neat and pretty, I must say, in that guise of yours. I might have passed you in the street and not even have said, 'God bless you.' Oh, you've got a nice rig out. You just look as if you had your sentry box on your back, and they've cut your hair so short that folks might take you for the sexton's poodle. Good heavens, what a fright you are! What a fright!" Zéphirin, very indignant, now made up his mind to speak. "It's not my fault, that's sure. Oh, if you joined a regiment, we should see a few things." They'd quite forgotten where they were. Everything had vanished. The room, Helene, and Jeanne, who were still gathering the apples together. With hands folded over her apron, the maid stood upright in front of the little soldier. "Is everything all right down there?" she asked. "Oh, yes, excepting Guignard's cow is ill. The veterinary surgeon came and said she'd got the dropsy." "If she's got the dropsy, she's done for. Excepting that, is everything all right?" Yes, the village constable has broken his arm. Old Canivet is dead. And by the way, his reverence lost his purse with 30 sous in it as he was a-comin' back from Grandval. But otherwise, things are all right." Then silence fell on them, and they looked at one another with sparkling eyes, their compressed lips slowly making an amorous grimace. This, indeed, must have been the manner in which they expressed their love, for they'd not even stretched out their hands in greeting. Rosalie, however, all at once ceased her contemplation, and began to lament at sight of the vegetables on the floor. Such a nice mess, and it was he who had caused it all. Madame ought to have made him wait on the stairs. Scolding away as fast as she could, she dropped on her knees and began putting the apples, onions, and cauliflowers into the basket again, much to the disgust of Jeanne, who would fain have done it all herself. And as she turned with the object of betaking herself into the kitchen, never deigning another look in Zéphirin's direction, Helene, conciliated by the healthy tranquillity of the lovers, stopped her to say, "Listen a moment, my girl. Your aunt has asked me to allow this young man to come and see you on Sundays. He will come in the afternoon, and you will try not to let your work fall behind you too much." Rosalie paused, merely turning her head. Though she was well pleased, she preserved her doleful air. "Oh, madame, he will be such a bother," she declared. But at the same time she glanced over her shoulder at Zéphirin, and again made an affectionate grimace at him. The little soldier remained for a minute stock still, his mouth agape from ear to ear with its silent laugh. Then he retired backwards, with his cap against his heart, as he thanked Helene profusely. The door had been shut upon him, when on the landing he still continued bowing. "Is that Rosalie's brother, mamma?" asked Jeanne. Helene was quite embarrassed by the question. She regretted the permission which she'd just given in a sudden impulse of kindliness, which now surprised her. She remained thinking for some seconds, and then replied, "No, he is her cousin." "Ah," said the child gravely. Rosalie's kitchen looked out on the sunny expanse of Dr. Deberle's garden. In the summer, the branches of the elms swayed in through the broad window. It was the cheeriest room of the suite, always flooded with light, which was sometimes so blinding that Rosalie had put up a curtain of blue cotton stuff, which she drew of an afternoon. The only complaint she made about the kitchen was its smallness, and indeed it was a narrow strip of a place, with a cooking range on the right-hand side, while on the left were the table and dresser. The various utensils and furnishings, however, had all been so well arranged that she had contrived to keep a clear corner beside the window, where she worked in the evening. She took a pride in keeping everything, stewpans, kettles, and dishes, wonderfully clean, and so, when the sun veered round to the window, the walls became resplendent, the copper vessels sparkled like gold, the tin pots showed bright discs like silver moons, while the white and blue tiles above the stove gleamed pale in the fiery glow. On the evening of the ensuing Saturday, Helene heard so great a commotion in the kitchen that she determined to go and see what was the matter. "What is it?" asked she. "Are you fighting with the furniture?"
"I'm scouring, madame," replied Rosalie,
who, sweating and disheveled, was squatting on the tiled floor and scrubbing it with all the strength of her arms. This over, she sponged it with clear water. Never had the kitchen displayed such perfection of cleanliness. A bride must have slept in it. All was white as for a wedding. So energetically had she exerted her hands that it seemed as if table and dresser had been freshly planed. And the good order of everything was a sight to see, stewpans and pots taking rank by their size, each on its own hook, even the frying pan and gridiron shining brightly, without one grimy stain. Helene looked on for a moment in silence, and then with a smile disappeared. Every Saturday afterwards there was a similar furbishing, a tornado of dust and water lasting for 4 hours. It was Rosalie's wish to display her neatness to Zéphirin on the Sunday. That was her reception day. A single cobweb would have filled her with shame, but when everything shone resplendent around her, she became amiable and burst into song. At 3 o'clock she would again wash her hands and don a cap gay with ribbons. Then, the curtain being drawn halfway, so that only the subdued light of a boudoir came in, she awaited Zéphirin's arrival amidst all this primness, through which a pleasant scent of thyme and laurel was born. At 3:30 exactly, Zéphirin made his appearance. He would walk about the street until the clocks of the neighborhood had struck the half-hour. Rosalie listened to the beat of his heavy shoes on the stairs, and opened the door the moment he halted on the landing. She'd forbidden him to ring the bell. At each visit the same greeting passed between them. "Is it you?" "Yes, it's me." And they stood face to face, their eyes sparkling and their lips compressed. Then Zéphirin followed Rosalie, but there was no admission vouchsafed to him till she had relieved him of shako and sabre. She would have none of these in her kitchen, and so the sabre and shako were hidden away in a cupboard.
Next, she would make him sit down in the corner she'd contrived near the window.
And thenceforth he was not allowed to budge. "Sit still there. You can look on if you like, while I get Madame's dinner ready." But he rarely appeared with empty hands. He would usually spend the morning in strolling with some comrades through the woods of Meudon, lounging lazily about, inhaling the fresh air which inspired him with regretful memories of his country home. To give his fingers something to do, he would cut switches, which he tapered and notched with marvelous figurings, and his steps gradually slackening, he would come to a stop beside some ditch, his shako on the back of his head, while his eyes remained fixed on the knife with which he was carving the stick. Then, as he could never make up his mind to discard his switches, he carried them in the afternoon to Rosalie, who would throw up her hands and exclaim they would litter her kitchen. But the truth was, she carefully preserved them, and under her bed was gathered a bundle of these switches, of all sorts and sizes. One day he made his appearance with a nest full of eggs, which he had secreted in his shako under the folds of a handkerchief. Omelets made from the eggs of wild birds, so he declared, were very nice, a statement which Rosalie received with horror. The nest, however, was preserved and laid away in company with the switches. But Zéphirin's pockets were always full to overflowing. He would pull curiosities from them, transparent pebbles found on the banks of the Seine, pieces of old iron, dried berries, and all sorts of strange rubbish, which not even a rag picker would have cared for. His chief love, however, was for pictures. As he sauntered along, he would seize on all the stray papers that had served as wrappers for chocolate or cakes of soap, and on which were black men, palm trees, dancing girls, or clusters of roses. The tops of old broken boxes, decorated with figures of languid blonde ladies, the glazed prints in silver paper which had once contained sugar sticks and had been thrown away at the neighboring fairs, were great windfalls that filled his bosom with pride. All such booty was speedily transferred to his pockets, the choicest articles being enveloped in a fragment of an old newspaper. And on Sunday, if Rosalie had a moment's leisure between the preparations of a sauce and the tending of the joint, he would exhibit his pictures to her. They were hers if she cared for them, only as the paper around them was not always clean, he would cut them out, a pastime which greatly amused him. Rosalie got angry as the shreds of paper blew about even into her plates, and it was a sight to see with what rustic cunning he would at last gain possession of her scissors. At times, however, in order to get rid of him, she would give them up without any asking. Meanwhile, some brown sauce would be simmering on the fire. Rosalie watched it, wooden spoon in hand, while Zéphirin, his head bent and his breadth of shoulder increased by his epaulets, continued cutting out the pictures. His head was so closely shaven that the skin of his skull could be seen, and the yellow collar of his tunic yawned widely behind, displaying his sunburnt neck. For a quarter of an hour at a time, neither would utter a syllable. When Zéphirin raised his head, he watched Rosalie while she took some flour, minced some parsley, or salted and peppered some dish, his eyes betraying the while intense interest. Then, at long intervals, a few words would escape him. "By Jove, that does smell nice." The cook, busily engaged, would not vouchsafe an immediate reply, but after a lengthy silence she perhaps exclaimed, "You see, it must simmer properly." Their talk never went beyond that. They no longer spoke of their native place even. When a reminiscence came to them, a word sufficed, and they chuckled inwardly the whole afternoon. This was pleasure enough, and by the time Rosalie turned Zéphirin out of doors, both of them had enjoyed ample amusement. "Come, you will have to go. I must wait on Madame," said she, and restoring him shako and sabre, she drove him out before her, afterwards waiting on Madame with cheeks flushed with happiness, while he walked back to barracks, dangling his arms, and almost intoxicated by the goodly odors of thyme and laurel which still clung to him. During his earlier visits, Helene judged it right to look after them. She popped in sometimes quite suddenly to give an order, and there was Zéphirin, always in his corner, between the table and the window, close to the stone filter which forced him to draw in his legs. The moment Madame made her appearance, he rose and stood upright, as though shouldering arms, and if she spoke to him, his reply never went beyond a salute and a respectful grunt. Little by little, Helene grew somewhat easier. She saw that her entrance did not disturb them, and that their faces only expressed the quiet content of patient lovers. At this time, too, Rosalie seemed even more wide awake than Zéphirin. She had already been some months in Paris, and under its influence was fast losing her country rust, though as yet she only knew 3 streets, the Rue de Passy, the Rue Franklin, and the Rue Vineuse. Zéphirin, soldier though he was, remained quite a lubber. As Rosalie confided to her mistress, he became more of a blockhead every day. In the country he'd been much sharper, but, added she, it was the uniform's fault. All the lads who donned the uniform became sad dolts. The fact is, his change of life had quite muddled Zéphirin, who, with his staring round eyes and solemn swagger, looked like a goose. Despite his epaulets, he retained his rustic awkwardness and heaviness. The barracks had taught him nothing as yet of the fine words and victorious attitudes of the ideal Parisian fire-eater. "Yes, madame," Rosalie would wind up by saying, "you don't need to disturb yourself. It is not in him to play any tricks." Thus the girl began to treat him in quite a motherly way. While dressing her meat on the spit, she would preach him a sermon, full of good counsel as to the pitfalls he should shun, and he in all obedience vigorously nodded approval of each injunction. Every Sunday he had to swear to her that he had attended Mass and that he had solemnly repeated his prayers morning and evening. She strongly inculcated the necessity of tidiness, gave him a brush down whenever he left her, stitched on a loose button of his tunic, and surveyed him from head to foot to see if aught were amiss in his appearance. She also worried herself about his health and gave him cures for all sorts of ailments. In return for her kindly care, Zéphirin professed himself anxious to fill her filter for her, but this proposal was long rejected, through the fear that he might spill the water. One day, however, he brought up 2 buckets without letting a drop of their contents fall on the stairs, and from that time he replenished the filter every Sunday. He would also make himself useful in other ways, doing all the heavy work, and was extremely handy in running to the greengrocer's for butter, had she forgotten to purchase any. At last, even, he began to share in the duties of kitchen maid. First he was permitted to peel the vegetables. Later on, the mincing was assigned to him. At the end of 6 weeks, though still forbidden to touch the sauces, he watched over them with wooden spoon in hand. Rosalie had fairly made him her helpmate, and would sometimes burst out laughing as she saw him, with his red trousers and yellow collar, working busily before the fire with a dishcloth over his arm, like some scullery servant. One Sunday Helene betook herself to the kitchen. Her slippers deadened the sound of her footsteps, and she reached the threshold unheard by either maid or soldier. Zéphirin was seated in his corner over a basin of steaming broth. Rosalie, with her back turned to the door, was occupied in cutting some long sippets of bread for him. "There, eat away, my dear," she said. "You walk too much. It is that which makes you feel so empty. There, have you enough? Do you want any more?" Thus speaking, she watched him with a tender and anxious look. He, with his round, dumpy figure, leaned over the basin, devouring a sippet with each mouthful of broth. His face, usually yellow with freckles, was becoming quite red with the warmth of the steam which circled round him. "Heavens," he muttered, "what grand juice! What do you put in it?" "Wait a minute," she said, "if you like leeks." However, as she turned round, she suddenly caught sight of her mistress. She raised an exclamation, and then, like Zéphirin, seemed turned to stone. But a moment afterward she poured forth a torrent of excuses. "It's my share, madame. Oh, it's my share. I would not have taken any more soup, I swear it. I told him, if you would like to have my bowl of soup, you can have it. Come, speak up, Zéphirin. You know that was how it came about." The mistress remained silent, and the servant grew uneasy, thinking she was annoyed. Then, in quavering tones, she continued, "Oh, he was dying of hunger, madame. He stole a raw carrot for me. They feed him so badly. And then, you know, he'd walked goodness knows where all along the riverside. I'm sure, madame, you would have told me yourself to give him some broth." Gazing at the little soldier, who sat with his mouth full, not daring to swallow, Helene felt she could no longer remain stern. So she quietly said, "Well, well, my girl, whenever the lad is hungry, you must keep him to dinner. That's all. I give you permission." Face to face with them, she had again felt within her that tender feeling which once already had banished all thoughts of rigor from her mind. They were so happy in that kitchen. The cotton curtain drawn halfway gave free entry to the sunset beams. The burnished copper pan set the end wall all aglow, lending a rosy tint to the twilight lingering in the room. And there, in the golden shade, the lovers' little round faces shone out, peaceful and radiant, like moons. Their love was instinct with such calm certainty that no neglect was even shown in keeping the kitchen utensils in their wonted good order. It blossomed amidst the savory odors of the cooking stove, which heightened their appetites and nourished their hearts. "Mamma," asked Jeanne, one evening after considerable meditation, "why is it Rosalie's cousin never kisses her?" "And why should they kiss one another?" asked Helene in her turn. "They will kiss on their birthdays." This ends chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7. The soup had just been served on the following Tuesday evening, when Helene, after listening attentively, exclaimed, "What a downpour! Don't you hear? My poor friends, you will get drenched tonight." "Oh, it's only a few drops," said the abbé quietly, though his old cassock was already wet about the shoulders. "I've got a good distance to go," said Monsieur Rimbaud, "but I shall return home on foot all the same. I like it. Besides, I have my umbrella." Jeanne was reflecting as she gazed gravely on her last spoonful of vermicelli, and at last her thoughts took shape in words. "Rosalie said you wouldn't come because of the wretched weather, but Mamma said you would come. You are very kind. You always come." A smile lit up all their faces. Helene addressed a nod of affectionate approval to the two brothers. Out of doors the rain was falling with a dull roar, and violent gusts of wind beat angrily against the window shutters. Winter seemed to have returned. Rosalie had carefully drawn the red rep curtains, and the small, cozy dining room, illumined by the steady light of the white hanging lamp, looked, amidst the buffeting of the storm, a picture of pleasant, affectionate intimacy. On the mahogany sideboard some china reflected the quiet light, and amidst all this indoor peacefulness the four diners leisurely conversed, awaiting the good pleasure of a servant maid, as they sat round the table, where all, if simple, was exquisitely clean. "Oh, you're waiting, so much the worse," said Rosalie familiarly, as she entered with a dish. "These are filets of sole au gratin from Monsieur Rimbaud. They require to be lifted just at the last moment." Monsieur Rimbaud pretended to be a gourmand in order to amuse Jeanne, and gave pleasure to Rosalie, who was very proud of her accomplishments as a cook. He turned towards her with the question, "By the way, what have you got for us today? You are always bringing in some surprise or other when I am no longer hungry." "Oh," said she in reply, "there are 3 dishes as usual, and no more. After the sole you will have a leg of mutton, and then some Brussels sprouts. Yes, that's the truth. There will be nothing else." From the corner of his eye, Monsieur Rimbaud glanced towards Jeanne. The child was boiling over with glee, her hands over her mouth to restrain her laughter, while she shook her head, as though to insinuate that the maid was deceiving them. Monsieur Rimbaud thereupon clacked his tongue as though in doubt, and Rosalie pretended great indignation. "You don't believe me because Mademoiselle Jeanne laughs so," said she. "Ah, very well, believe what you like. Stint yourself, and see if you won't have a craving for food when you get home." When the maid had left the room, Jeanne, laughing yet more loudly, was seized with a longing to speak out. "You are really too greedy," she began. "I myself went into the kitchen." However, she left her sentence unfinished. No, I won't tell. It isn't right, is it, Mamma? There's nothing more, nothing at all. I only laughed to cheat you." This interlude was reenacted every Tuesday, with the same unvarying success. Helene was touched by the kindliness with which Monsieur Rimbaud lent himself to the fun. She was well aware that, with Provençal frugality, he'd long limited his daily fare to an anchovy and half a dozen olives. As for Abbé Jouve, he never knew what he was eating, and his blunders and forgetfulness supplied an inexhaustible fund of amusement. Jeanne, meditating some prank in this respect, was even now stealthily watching him with her glittering eyes. "How nice this whiting is," she said to him, after they'd all been served. "Very nice, my dear," he answered. "Bless me, you're right. It is whiting. I thought it was turbot." And then, as everyone laughed, he guilelessly asked why. Rosalie, who had just come into the room again, seemed very much hurt and burst out, "A fine thing indeed! The priest in my native place knew much better what he was eating. He could tell the age of the fowl he was carving to a week or so, and didn't require to go into the kitchen to find out what there was for dinner. No, the smell was quite sufficient. Goodness gracious! Had I been in the service of a priest like your reverence, I should not know yet even how to turn an omelette." The abbé hastened to excuse himself with an embarrassed air, as though his inability to appreciate the delights of the table was a failing he despaired of curing. But as he said, he had too many other things to think about. "There, that is a leg of mutton," exclaimed Rosalie, as she placed on the table the joint referred to. Everybody once more indulged in a peal of laughter, the Abbé Jouve being the first to do so. He bent forward to look, his little eyes twinkling with glee. "Yes, certainly," said he. "It is a leg of mutton. I think I should have known it." Despite this remark, there was something about the abbé that day which betokened unusual absent-mindedness. He ate quickly, with the haste of a man who's bored by a long stay at table, and lunches standing when at home. And having finished himself, he would wait the convenience of the others, plunged in deep thought, and simply smiling in reply to the questions put to him. At every moment he cast on his brother a look in which encouragement and uneasiness were mingled. Nor did Monsieur Rimbaud seem possessed of his wonted tranquillity that evening, but his agitation manifested itself in a craving to talk and fidget on his chair, which seemed rather inconsistent with his quiet disposition. When the Brussels sprouts had disappeared, there was a delay in the appearance of the dessert, and a spell of silence ensued. Out of doors the rain was beating down with still greater force, rattling noisily against the house. The dining room was rather close, and it suddenly dawned on Helene that there was something strange in the air, that the two brothers had some worry of which they did not care to speak. She looked at them anxiously, and at last spoke. "Dear, dear, what dreadful rain, isn't it? It seems to be influencing both of you, for you look out of sorts." They protested, however, that such was not the case, doing their utmost to clear her mind of the notion. And as Rosalie now made her appearance with an immense dish, Monsieur Rimbaud exclaimed, as though to veil his emotion, "What did I say? Still another surprise!" The surprise of the day was some vanilla cream, one of the cook's triumphs, and thus it was a sight to see her broad, silent grin as she deposited her burden on the table. Jeanne shouted and clapped her hands. "I knew it! I knew it! I saw the eggs in the kitchen." "But I have no more appetite," declared Monsieur Rimbaud, with a look of despair. "I could not eat any of it." Thereupon Rosalie became grave, full of suppressed wrath. With a dignified air she remarked, "Oh, indeed, a cream which I made specially for you. Well, well, just try not to eat any of it. Yes, try." He had to give in and accept a large helping of the cream. Meanwhile the abbé remained thoughtful. He rolled up his napkin and rose before the dessert had come to an end, as was frequently his custom. For a little while he walked about with his head hanging down, and when Helene in her turn quitted the table, he cast at Monsieur Rimbaud a look of intelligence, and led the young woman into the bedroom. The door being left open behind them, they could almost immediately afterwards be heard conversing together, though the words which they slowly exchanged were indistinguishable. Helene's frequent use of her bedroom may seem strange to the English reader who's never been in France. But in the petite bourgeoisie, the bedchamber is often the coziest of the whole suite of rooms, and whilst indoors, when not superintending her servant, it is in the bedroom that Madame will spend most of her time. Here, too, she will receive friends of either sex, and, the French being far less prudish than ourselves, nobody considers that there is anything wrong or indelicate in the practice." "Oh, do make haste," said Jeanne to Monsieur Rimbaud, who seemed incapable of finishing a biscuit. "I want to show you my work." However, he evinced no haste, though when Rosalie began to clear the table it became necessary for him to leave his chair. Wait a little," he murmured, as the child strove to drag him towards the bedroom. And, overcome with embarrassment and timidity, he retreated from the doorway. Then, as the abbé raised his voice, such sudden weakness came over him that he had to sit down again at the table. From his pocket he drew a newspaper. "Now," said he, "I'm going to make you a little coach." Jeanne at once abandoned her intention of entering the adjoining room. Monsieur Rimbaud always amazed her by his skill in turning a sheet of paper into all sorts of playthings. Chickens, boats, bishops' mitres, carts, and cages were all evolved under his fingers. That day, however, so tremulous were his hands that he was unable to perfect anything. He lowered his head whenever the faintest sound came from the adjacent room. Nevertheless, Jeanne took interest in watching him, and leaned on the table at his side. "Now," said she, "you must make a chicken to harness to the carriage." Meantime, within the bedroom, Abbé Jouve remained standing in the shadow thrown by the lampshade upon the floor. Helene had sat down in her usual place in front of the round table, and, as on Tuesday she refrained from ceremony with her friends, she had taken up her needlework, and in the circular glare of light only her white hands could be seen sewing a child's cap. "Jeanne gives you no further worry, does she?" asked the abbé. Helene shook her head before making a reply. "Dr. Deberle seems quite satisfied," said she, "but the poor darling is still very nervous. Yesterday I found her in her chair in a fainting fit." "She needs exercise," resumed the priest. "You stay indoors far too much. You should follow the example of other folks and go about more than you do." He ceased speaking, and silence followed. He now, without doubt, had what he'd been seeking, a suitable inlet for his discourse. But the moment for speaking came, and he was still communing with himself. Taking a chair, he sat down at Helene's side. "Hearken to me, my dear child," he began. "For some time past I have wished to talk with you seriously. The life you are leading here can entail no good results. A convent existence such as yours is not consistent with your years, and this abandonment of worldly pleasures is as injurious to your child as it is to yourself. You are risking many dangers to health, aye, and other dangers too." Helene raised her head with an expression of astonishment. "What do you mean, my friend?" she asked. "Dear me, I know the world but little," continued the priest, with some slight embarrassment. "Yet I know very well that a woman incurs great risk when she remains without a protecting arm. To speak frankly, you keep to your own company too much, and this seclusion in which you hide yourself is not healthful, believe me. A day must come when you will suffer from it." "But I make no complaint. I'm very happy as I am," she exclaimed with spirit. The old priest gently shook his large head. Yes, that's all very well. You feel completely happy. I know all that. Only on the downhill path of a lonely, dreamy life, you never know where you're going. Oh, I understand you perfectly. You are incapable of doing any wrong. But sooner or later you might lose your peace of mind. Some morning, when it is too late, you will find that blank which you now leave in your life filled by some painful feeling not to be confessed. As she sat there in the shadow, a blush crimsoned Helene's face. Had the abbé, then, read her heart? Was he aware of this restlessness which was fast possessing her, this heart trouble which thrilled her everyday life, and the existence of which she had till now been unwilling to admit? Her needlework fell on her lap. A sensation of weakness pervaded her, and she awaited from the priest something like a pious complicity, which would allow her to confess and particularize the vague feelings which she buried in her innermost being. As all was known to him, it was for him to question her, and she would strive to answer. "I leave myself in your hands, my friend," she murmured. "You're well aware that I've always listened to you." The priest remained for a moment silent, and then slowly and solemnly said, "My child, you must marry again." She remained speechless, with arms dangling, in a stupor this counsel brought upon her. She awaited other words, failing as it were to understand him, and the abbé continued putting before her the arguments which should incline her towards marriage. "Remember, you're still young. You must not remain longer in this out-of-the-way corner of Paris, scarcely daring to go out, and wholly ignorant of the world. You must return to the everyday life of humanity, lest in the future you should bitterly regret your loneliness. You yourself have no idea how the effects of your isolation are beginning to tell on you, but your friends remark your pallor and feel uneasy." With each sentence he paused, in the hope that she might break in and discuss his proposition. But no, she sat there as if lifeless, seemingly benumbed with astonishment. "No doubt you have a child," he resumed. "That's always a delicate matter to surmount. Still, you must admit that even in Jeanne's interest, a husband's arm would be of great advantage. Of course, we must find someone good and honorable, who would be a true father." However, she did not let him finish. With violent revolt and repulsion, she suddenly spoke out. "No, no, I will not. Oh, my friend, how can you advise me thus? Never, do you hear? Never!" Her whole heart was rising. She herself was frightened by the violence of her refusal. The priest's proposal had stirred up that dim nook in her being whose secret she avoided reading, and by the pain she experienced, she at last understood all the gravity of her ailment. With the open, smiling glance of the priest still bent on her, she plunged into contention. "No, no, I do not wish it. I love nobody." And as he still gazed at her, she imagined he could read her lie on her face. She blushed and stammered. "Remember, too, I only left off my mourning a fortnight ago. No, it could not be." "My child," quietly said the priest, "I thought over this a great deal before speaking. I am sure your happiness is wrapped up in it. Calm yourself. You need never act against your own wishes." The conversation came to a sudden stop. Helene strove to keep pent within her bosom the angry protests that were rushing to her lips. She resumed her work, and with head lowered contrived to put in a few stitches. And amid the silence, Jeanne's shrill voice could be heard in the dining room. "People don't put a chicken to a carriage. It ought to be a horse. You don't know how to make a horse, do you?" "No, my dear. Horses are too difficult," said Monsieur Rimbaud. "But, if you like, I'll show you how to make carriages." This was always the fashion in which their game came to an end. Jeanne, all ears and eyes, watched her kindly playfellow folding the paper into a multitude of little squares, and afterward she followed his example. But she would make mistakes and then stamp her feet in vexation. However, she already knew how to manufacture boats and bishop's mitres. "You see," resumed Monsieur Rimbaud patiently, "you make 4 corners, like that, then you turn them back." With his ears on the alert, he must during the last moment have heard some of the words spoken in the next room, for his poor hands were now trembling more and more, and while his tongue faltered so that he could only half articulate his sentences. Helene, who was unable to quiet herself, now began the conversation anew. "Marry again? And whom, pray?" she suddenly asked the priest, as she laid her work down on the table. "You have someone in view, have you not?" Abbé Jouve rose from his chair and stalked slowly up and down. Without halting, he nodded assent. "Well,
Tell me who he is, she said.
For a moment he lingered before her erect. Then, shrugging his shoulders, said,
"What's the good, since you decline?" "No matter, I want to know," she replied. "How can I make up my mind when I don't know?"
He did not answer her immediately, but remained standing there, gazing into her face. A somewhat sad smile wreathed his lips. At last he exclaimed, almost in a whisper,
"What? Have you not guessed?"
No, she could not guess. She tried to do so with increasing wonder, whereupon he made a simple sign, nodding his head in the direction of the dining room. "He!" she exclaimed, in a muffled tone, and a great seriousness fell upon her. She no longer indulged in violent protestations. Only sorrow and surprise remained visible on her face. She sat for a long time plunged in thought, her gaze turned to the floor. Truly, she had never dreamed of such a thing, and yet she found nothing in it to object to. Monsieur Rimbaud was the only man in whose hands she could put her own honestly and without fear. She knew his innate goodness. She did not smile at his bourgeois heaviness. But despite all her regard for him, the idea that he loved her chilled her to the soul. Meanwhile, the abbé had again begun walking from one to the other end of the room, and on passing the dining-room door he gently called Helene. "Come here and look." She rose and did as he wished. Monsieur Rimbaud had ended by seating Jeanne in his own chair, and he, who had at first been leaning against the table, had now slipped down at the child's feet. He was on his knees before her, encircling her with one of his arms. On the table was the carriage drawn by the chicken, with some boats, boxes, and bishop's mitres. "Now, do you love me well?" he asked her. "Tell me that you love me well." "Of course I love you well. You know it." He stammered and trembled, as though he were making some declaration of love. "And what would you say if I asked you to let me stay here with you always?" "Oh, I should be quite pleased. We would play together, wouldn't we? That would be good fun." "Ah, but you know I should always be here." Jeanne had taken up a boat which she was twisting into a gendarme's hat. "You would need to get Mamma's leave," she murmured. By this reply, all his fears were again stirred into life. His fate was being decided. "Of course," said he, "but if Mamma gave me leave, would you say yes too?" Jeanne, busy finishing her gendarme's hat, sang out in a rapturous strain, "I would say yes, yes, yes. I would say yes, yes, yes. Come, look how pretty my hat is." Monsieur Rimbaud, with tears in his eyes, rose to his knees and kissed her, while she threw her arms round his neck. He had entrusted the asking of Helene's consent to his brother, while he himself sought to secure that of Jeanne. "You see," said the priest with a smile, "the child is quite content." Helene still retained her grave air and made no further inquiry. The abbé, however, again eloquently took up his plea and emphasized his brother's good qualities. Was he not a treasure trove of a father for Jeanne? She was well acquainted with him. In trusting him, she gave no hostages to fortune. Then, as she still remained silent, the abbé with great feeling and dignity declared that in the step he had taken he had not thought of his brother, but of her and her happiness. "I believe you. I know how you love me," Helene promptly answered. "Wait, I want to give your brother his answer in your presence." The clock struck 10. Monsieur Rimbaud made his entry into the bedroom. With outstretched hands she went to meet him. "I thank you for your proposal, my friend," said she. "I am very grateful, and you've done well in speaking." She was gazing calmly into his face, holding his big hand in her grasp. Trembling all over, he dared not lift his eyes. "Yet I must have time to consider, she resumed. You will perhaps have to give me a long time.
Oh, as long as you like. 6 months, a year, longer if you please, exclaimed he with a light heart, well pleased that she had not forthwith sent him about his business.
His excitement brought a faint smile to her face.
But I intend that we shall still continue friends, said she. You will come here as usual, and simply give me your promise to remain content till I speak to you about the matter. Is that understood?
He had withdrawn his hand, and was now feverishly hunting for his hat, signifying his acquiescence by a continuous bobbing of the head. Then, at the moment of leaving, he found his voice once more.
Listen to me, said he. You know that I am there, don't you? Well, whatever happens, I shall always be there. That's all the abbé should have told you. In 10 years, if you like, you will only have to make a sign. I shall obey you.
And it was he who a last time took Helene's hand and gripped it as though he would crush it. On the stairs, the two brothers turned round with the usual goodbye.
Till next Tuesday.
Yes, Tuesday, answered Helene. On returning to her room, a fresh downfall of rain beating against the shutters filled her with grave concern. Good heavens, what an obstinate downpour, and how wet her poor friends would get. She opened the window and looked down into the street. Sudden gusts of wind were making the gas lights flicker, and amid the shiny puddles and shimmering rain she could see the round figure of Monsieur Rimbaud as he went off with dancing gait, exultant in the darkness, seemingly caring nothing for the drenching torrent. Jeanne, however, was very grave, for she had overheard some of her playfellow's last words. She'd taken off her little boots and was sitting on the edge of the bed in her nightgown in deep cogitation. On entering the room to kiss her, her mother discovered her thus.
Good night, Jeanne. Kiss me.
Then, as the child did not seem to hear her, Helene sank down in front of her and clasped her round the waist, asking her in a whisper, So, you would be glad if he came to live with us? The question seemed to bring no surprise to Jeanne. She was doubtless pondering over this very matter. She slowly nodded her head. But you know, said her mother, he would be always beside us, night and day, at table, everywhere. A great trouble dawned in the clear depths of a child's eyes. She nestled her cheek against her mother's shoulder, kissed her neck, and finally, with a quiver, whispered in her ear, Mamma, would he kiss you? A crimson flush rose to Helene's brow. In her first surprise she was at a loss to answer, but at last she murmured, He would be the same as your father, my darling. Then Jeanne's little arms tightened their hold, and she burst into loud and grievous sobbing. Oh, no, no, she cried chokingly. I don't want it then. Oh, Mamma, do please tell him I don't. Go and tell him I won't have it. She gasped and threw herself on her mother's bosom, covering her with tears and kisses. Helene did her utmost to appease her, assuring her she would make it all right, but Jeanne was bent on having a definite answer at once. Oh, say no, darling mother. You know it would kill me. Never, oh, never, eh? Well, I promise it will never be. Now, be good and lie down. For some minutes longer the child, speechless with emotion, clasped her mother in her arms, as though powerless to tear herself away, and intent on guarding her against all who might seek to take her from her. After some time, Helene was able to put her to bed, but for a part of the night she had to watch beside her. Jeanne would start violently in her sleep, and every half hour her eyes would open to make sure of her mother's presence. And then she would doze off again, with her lips pressed to Helene's hand. This ends chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8. It was a month of exquisite mildness. The April sun had draped the garden in tender green, light and delicate as lace. Twining around the railing were the slender shoots of the lush clematis, while the budding honeysuckle filled the air with its sweet, almost sugary perfume. On both sides of a trim and close-shaven lawn, red geraniums and white stocks gave the flower beds a glow of color, and at the end of the garden the clustering elms, hiding the adjacent houses, reared the green drapery of their branches, whose little leaves trembled with the least breath of air. For more than 3 weeks the sky had remained blue and cloudless. It was like a miraculous spring celebrating the new youth and blossoming that had burst into life in Helene's heart. Every afternoon she went down into the garden with Jeanne. A place was assigned her against the first elm on the right. A chair was ready for her, and on the morrow she would still find on the gravel walk the scattered clippings of thread that had fallen from her work on the previous afternoon. "You are quite at home," Madame Deberle repeated every evening, displaying for Helene one of those affections of hers, which usually lasted some 6 months. "You will come tomorrow, of course, and try to come earlier, won't you?" Helene, in truth, felt thoroughly at her ease there. By degrees she became accustomed to this nook of greenery, and looked forward to her afternoon visit with the longing of a child. What charmed her most in this garden was the exquisite trimness of the lawn and flower beds. Not a single weed interfered with the symmetry of the plants. Helene spent her time there calmly and restfully. The neatly laid out flower beds, and the network of ivy, the withered leaves of which were carefully removed by the gardener, could exercise no disturbing influence on her spirit. Seated beneath the deep shadow of the elm trees, in this quiet spot which Madame Deberle's presence perfumed with a faint odor of musk, she could have imagined herself in a drawing-room, and only the sight of the blue sky, when she raised her head, reminded her that she was out of doors, and prompted her to breathe freely. Often, without seeing a soul, the 2 women would thus pass the afternoon. Jeanne and Lucien played at their feet. There would be long intervals of silence, and then Madame Deberle, who disliked reverie, would chatter for hours, quite satisfied with the silent acquiescence of Helene, and rattling off again if the other even so much as nodded. She would tell endless stories concerning the ladies of her acquaintance, get up schemes for parties during the coming winter, vent magpie opinions on the day's news and the society trifling which filled her narrow brain, the whole intermingled with affectionate outbursts over the children and sentimental remarks on the delights of friendship. Helene allowed her to squeeze her hands. She did not always lend an attentive ear, but in this atmosphere of unceasing tenderness she showed herself greatly touched by Juliette's caresses, and pronounced her to be a perfect angel of kindness. Sometimes, to Madame Deberle's intense delight, a visitor would drop in. Since Easter she had ceased receiving on Saturdays, as was usual at this time of the year, but she dreaded solitude, and a casual, unceremonious visit paid her in her garden gave her the greatest pleasure. She was now busily engaged in settling on the watering place where she would spend her holiday in August. To every visitor she retailed the same talk, discoursed on the fact that her husband would not accompany her to the seaside, and then poured forth a flood of questions, as she could not make up her mind where to go. She did not ask for herself, however. No, it was all on Lucien's account. When the foppish youth Malignon came, he seated himself astride a rustic chair. He indeed loathed the country. One must be mad, he would declare, to exile oneself from Paris with the idea of catching influenza beside the sea. However, he took part in the discussions on the merits of the various watering places, all of which were horrid, said he. Apart from Trouville, there was not a place worthy of any consideration whatever, Day after day, Helene listened to the same talk, yet without feeling wearied. Indeed, she even derived pleasure from this monotony, which lulled her into dreaming of one thing only. The last day of the month came, and still Madame Deberle had not decided where to go. As Helene was leaving one evening, her friend said to her, "I must go out tomorrow, but that needn't prevent you from coming down here. Wait for me. I shan't be back late." Helene consented, and, alone in the garden, they spent a delicious afternoon. Nothing stirred save the sparrows fluttering in the trees overhead. This little sunny nook entranced her, and from that day her happiest afternoons were those on which her friend left her alone. A closer intimacy was springing up between the Deberles and herself. She dined with them like a friend who's pressed to stay when the family sits down to table. When she lingered under the elm trees and Pierre came down to announce dinner, Juliette would implore her to remain, and she sometimes yielded. They were family dinners, enlivened by the noisy pranks of the children. Dr. Deberle and Helene seemed good friends, whose sensible and somewhat reserved natures sympathized well. Thus it was that Juliette frequently declared, "Oh, you two would get on capitally. Your composure exasperates me." The doctor returned from his round of visits at about 6 o'clock every evening. He found the ladies in the garden and sat down beside them. On the earlier occasions, Helene started up with the idea of leaving her friends to themselves, but her sudden departure displeased Juliette greatly, and she now perforce had to remain. She became almost a member of this family, which appeared to be so closely united. On the doctor's arrival, his wife held up her cheek to him, always with the same loving gesture, and he kissed her. Then, as Lucien began clambering up his legs, he kept him on his knees while chatting away. The child would clap his tiny hands on his father's mouth, pull his hair, and play so many pranks that in the upshot he had to be put down, and told to go and play with Jeanne. The fun would bring a smile to Helene's face, and she neglected her work for the moment, to gaze at father, mother, and child. The kiss of the husband and wife gave her no pain, and Lucien's tricks filled her with soft emotion. It might have been said that she had found a haven of refuge amidst this family's quiet content. Meanwhile the sun would sink into the west, gilding the tree-tops with its rays. Serene peacefulness fell from the gray heavens. Juliette, whose curiosity was insatiable, even in company with strangers, plagued her husband with ceaseless questions, and often lacked the patience to wait his replies. "Where have you been? What have you been about?" Thereupon he would describe his round of visits to them, repeat any news of what was going on, or speak of some cloth or piece of furniture he caught a glimpse of in a shop window. While he was speaking, his eyes often met those of Helene, but neither turned away the head. They gazed into each other's face for a moment with grave looks, as though heart were being revealed to heart. But after a little they smiled and their eyes dropped. Juliette, fidgety and sprightly, though she would often assume a studied languor, allowed them no opportunity for lengthy conversation, but burst with her interruptions into any talk whatever. Still they exchanged a few words, quite commonplace, slowly articulated sentences which seemed to assume a deep meaning, and to linger in the air after having been spoken. They approvingly punctuated each word the other uttered, as though they had thoughts in common. It was an intimate sympathy that was growing up between them, springing from the depths of their beings, and becoming closer even when they were silent. Sometimes Juliette, rather ashamed of monopolizing all the talk, would cease her magpie chatter. "Dear me," she would exclaim, "you are getting bored, aren't you? We're talking of matters which can have no possible interest for you." "Oh, never mind me," Helene answered blithely. "I never tire. It is a pleasure to me to listen and say nothing." She was uttering no untruth. It was during the lengthy periods of silence that she experienced most delight in being there. With her head bent over her work, only lifting her eyes at long intervals to exchange with the doctor those interminable looks that riveted their hearts the closer, She willingly surrendered herself to the egotism of her emotion. Between herself and him, she now confessed it, there existed a secret sentiment, a something very sweet. All the sweeter because no one in the world shared it with them. But she kept her secret with a tranquil mind, her sense of honor quite unruffled, for no thoughts of evil ever disturbed her. How good he was to his wife and child! She loved him the more when he made Lucien jump or kissed Juliette on the cheek. Since she had seen him in his own home, their friendship had greatly increased. She was now as one of the family. She never dreamt that the intimacy could be broken. And within her own breast she called him Henri. Naturally, too, from hearing Juliette address him so. When her lips said "Sir," through all her being Henri was re-echoed. One day the doctor found Helene alone under the elms. Juliette now went out nearly every afternoon. "Hello! Is my wife not with you?" he exclaimed. "No, she left me to myself," she answered laughingly. "It is true you have come home earlier than usual." The children were playing at the other end of the garden. He sat down beside her. Their tête-à-tête produced no agitation in either of them. For nearly an hour they spoke of all sorts of matters, without for a moment feeling any desire to allude to the tenderness which filled their hearts. What was the good of referring to that? Did they not well know what might have been said? They had no confession to make. Theirs was the joy of being together, of talking of many things, of surrendering themselves to the pleasure of their isolation without a shadow of regret, in the very spot where every evening he embraced his wife in her presence. That day he indulged in some jokes respecting her devotion to work. "Do you know," said he, "I do not even know the color of your eyes? They're always bent on your needle." She raised her head and looked straight into his face, as was her custom. "Do you wish to tease me?" she asked gently. But he went on. "Ah, they're gray. Gray tinged with blue, are they not?" This was the utmost limit to which they dared go. But these words, the first that had sprung to his lips, were fraught with infinite tenderness. From that day onwards he frequently found her alone in the twilight. Despite themselves, and without their having any knowledge of it, their intimacy grew apace. They spoke in an altered voice, with caressing inflections, which were not apparent when others were present. And yet, when Juliette came in, full of gossip about her day in town, they could keep up the talk they had already begun without even troubling themselves to draw their chairs apart. It seemed as though this lovely springtide and this garden with its blossoming lilac were prolonging within their hearts the first rapture of love. Towards the end of the month, Madame Deberle grew excited over a grand idea. The thought of giving a children's ball had suddenly struck her. The season was already far advanced, but the scheme took such hold on her foolish brain that she hurried on the preparations with reckless haste. She desired that the affair should be quite perfect. It was to be a fancy dress ball, and in her own home and in other people's houses everywhere. In short, she now spoke of nothing but her ball. The conversations on the subject which took place in the garden were endless. The foppish Malignon thought the project rather stupid. Still he condescended to take some interest in it, and promised to bring a comic singer with whom he was acquainted. One afternoon, while they were all sitting under the trees, Juliette introduced the grave question of the costumes which Lucien and Jeanne should wear. "It's so difficult to make up one's mind," said she. "I've been thinking of a clown's dress in white satin." "Oh, that's too common," declared Malignon. "There will be a round dozen of clowns at your ball. Wait, you must have something novel." Thereupon he began gravely pondering, sucking the head of his cane all the while. Pauline came up at the moment and proclaimed her desire to appear as a soubrette. "You!" screamed Madame Deberle in astonishment. "You won't appear in costume at all. Do you think yourself a child, you great stupid? You will oblige me by coming in a white dress." "Oh, but it would have pleased me so!" exclaimed Pauline, who, despite her 18 years and plump girlish figure, liked nothing better than to romp with a band of little ones. Meanwhile, Helene sat at the foot of her tree, working away, and raising her head at times to smile at the doctor and Monsieur Rimbaud, who stood in front of her conversing. Monsieur Rimbaud had now become quite intimate with the Deberle family. "Well," said the doctor, "and how are you going to dress, Jeanne?" He got no further, for Malignon burst out, "I've got it! I've got it! Lucien must be a marquis of the time of Louis XV." He waved his cane with a triumphant air, but as no one of the company hailed his idea with enthusiasm, he appeared astonished. "What? Don't you see it? Won't it be for Lucien to receive his little guests? So you place him, dressed as a marquis, at the drawing-room door, with a large bouquet of roses on his coat, and he bows to the ladies." "But there will be dozens of marquises at the ball," objected Juliette. "What does that matter?" replied Malignon coolly. "The more marquises, the greater the fun. I tell you, it is the best thing you can hit upon. The master of the house must be dressed as a marquis, or the ball will be a complete failure." Such was his conviction of his scheme's success, that at last it was adopted by Juliette with enthusiasm. As a matter of fact, a dress in the Pompadour style, white satin embroidered with posies, would be altogether charming. "And what about Jeanne?" again asked the doctor. The little girl had just buried her head against her mother's shoulder in the caressing manner so characteristic of her, and as an answer was about to cross Helene's lips, she murmured, "Oh, Mamma, you know what you promised me, don't you?" "What was it?" asked those around her. Then, as her daughter gave her an imploring look, Helene laughingly replied, "Jeanne does not wish her dress to be known." "Yes, that's so," said the child. "You don't create any effect when you tell your dress beforehand." Everyone was tickled with this display of coquetry, and Monsieur Rimbaud thought he might tease the child about it. For some time past Jeanne had been ill-tempered with him, and the poor man, at his wits' end to hit upon a mode of again gaining her favor, thought teasing her the best method of conciliation. Keeping his eyes on her face, he several times repeated, "I know. I shall tell. I shall tell." Jeanne, however, became quite livid. Her gentle, sickly face assumed an expression of ferocious anger. Her brow was furrowed by 2 deep wrinkles, and her chin drooped with nervous agitation. "You," she screamed excitedly, "you will say nothing!" And as he still feigned a resolve to speak, she rushed at him madly and shouted out, "Hold your tongue! I will have you hold your tongue! I will! I will!" Helene had been unable to prevent this fit of blind anger, such as sometimes took possession of the child, and with some harshness exclaimed, "Jeanne, take care! I shall whip you!" But Jeanne paid no heed, never once heard her. Trembling from head to foot, stamping on the ground and choking with rage, she again and again repeated, "I will! I will!" in a voice that grew more and more hoarse and broken, and her hands convulsively gripped hold of Monsieur Rimbaud's arm, which he twisted with extraordinary strength. In vain did Helene threaten her. At last, perceiving her inability to quell her by severity, and grieved to the heart by such a display before so many people, she contented herself by saying gently, "Jeanne, you are grieving me very much." The child immediately quitted her hold and turned her head. And when she caught sight of her mother, with disconsolate face and eyes swimming with repressed tears, she on her side burst into loud sobs and threw herself on Helene's neck, exclaiming in her grief, "No, Mamma! No, Mamma!" She passed her hands over her mother's face, as though to prevent her weeping. Helene, however, slowly put her from her, and then the little one, broken-hearted and distracted, threw herself on a seat a short distance off, where her sobs broke out louder than ever. Lucien, to whom she was always held up as an example to follow, gazed at her surprised and somewhat pleased. And then, as Helene folded up her work, apologizing for so regrettable an incident, Juliet remarked to her, "Dear me, we have to pardon children everything. Besides, the little one has the best of hearts, and is grieved so much, poor darling, that she's been already punished too severely." So saying, she called Jeanne to come and kiss her. But the child remained on her seat, rejecting the offer of forgiveness, and still choking with tears. Monsieur Rimbaud and the doctor, however, walked to her side, and the former, bending over her, asked, in tones husky with emotion, "Tell me, my pet, what has vexed you? What have I done to you?" "Oh," she replied, drawing away her hands and displaying a face full of anguish, "you wanted to take my mamma from me." The doctor, who was listening, burst into laughter. Monsieur Rimbaud at first failed to grasp her meaning. "What is this you're talking of?" "Yes, indeed, the other Tuesday. Oh, you know very well. You were on your knees and asked me what I should say if you were to stay with us." The smile vanished from the doctor's face. His lips became ashy pale and quivered. A flush, on the other hand, mounted to Monsieur Rimbaud's cheek, and he whispered to Jeanne, "But you said yourself that we should always play together." No, I did not know at the time," the child resumed excitedly. "I tell you I don't want it. Don't ever speak to me of it again, and then we shall be friends." Helene was on her feet now, with her needlework in its basket, and the last words fell on her ear. "Come, let us go up, Jeanne," she said. "Your tears are not pleasant company." She bowed and pushed the child before her. The doctor, with livid face, gazed at her fixedly. Monsieur Rimbaud was in dismay. As for Madame Deberle and Pauline, they had taken hold of Lucien and were making him turn between them while excitedly discussing the question of his pompadour dress. On the morrow, Helene was left alone under the elms. Madame Deberle was running about in the interests of her ball, and had taken Lucien and Jeanne with her. On the doctor's return home at an earlier hour than usual, he hurried down the garden steps. However, he did not seat himself, but wandered aimlessly round the young woman, at times tearing strips of bark from the trees with his fingernails. She lifted her eyes for a moment, feeling anxious at sight of his agitation, and then again began plying her needle with a somewhat trembling hand. "The weather is going to break up," said she, feeling uncomfortable as the silence continued. "The afternoon seems quite cold." "We are only in April, remember," he replied, with a brave effort to control his voice. Then he appeared to be on the point of leaving her, but turned round and suddenly asked, "So you are going to get married?" This abrupt question took her wholly by surprise, and her work fell from her hands. Her face blanched, but by a supreme effort of will remained unimpassioned, as though she were a marble statue, fixing dilated eyes upon him. She made no reply, and he continued in imploring tones, "Oh, I pray you, answer me! One word, one only. Are you going to get married?" "Yes, perhaps. What concern is it of yours?" she retorted, in a tone of icy indifference. He made a passionate gesture and exclaimed, "It is impossible!" "Why should it be?" she asked, still keeping her eyes fixed on his face. Her glance stayed the words upon his lips, and he was forced to silence. For a moment longer he remained near her, pressing his hands to his brow, and then fled away with a feeling of suffocation in his throat, dreading lest he might give expression to his despair, while she, with assumed tranquillity, once more turned to her work. But the spell of those delicious afternoons was gone. Next day shone fair and sunny, and Helene seemed ill at ease from the moment she found herself alone with him. The pleasant intimacy, the happy trustfulness which sanctioned their sitting side by side in blissful security, and reveling in the unalloyed joy of being together, no longer existed. Despite his intense carefulness to give her no cause for alarm, he would sometimes gaze at her and tremble with sudden excitement, while his face crimsoned with a rush of blood. From her own heart had fled its wonted happy calm. Quivers ran through her frame. She felt languid, her hands grew weary, and forsook their work. She now no longer allowed Jeanne to wander from her side. Between himself and her, the doctor found this constant onlooker, watching him with large, clear eyes. But what pained Helene most was that she now felt ill at ease in Madame Deberle's company. When the latter returned of an afternoon, with her hair swept about by the wind, and called her "my dear" while relating the incidents of some shopping expedition, she no longer listened with her former quiet smile. A storm arose from the depths of her soul, stirring up feelings to which she dared not give a name. Shame and spite seemed mingled in them. However, her honorable nature gained the mastery, and she gave her hand to Juliette, but without being able to repress the shudder which ran through her as she pressed her friend's warm fingers. The weather had now broken up. Frequent rain forced the ladies to take refuge in the Japanese pavilion. The garden, with its whilom exquisite order, became transformed into a lake, and no one dared venture on the walks on account of the mud. However, whenever the sun peeped out from behind the clouds, the dripping greenery soon dried. Pearls hung from each little blossom of the lilac trees, and under the elms big drops fell splashing on the ground. "At last I've arranged it. It will be on Saturday," said Madame Deberle one day. "My dear, I'm quite tired out with the whole affair. Now, you'll be here at 2 o'clock, won't you? Jeanne will open the ball with Lucien." And thereupon, surrendering to a flow of tenderness, in ecstasy over the preparations for her ball, she embraced both children, and laughingly catching hold of Helene, pressed 2 resounding kisses on her cheeks. "That's my reward," she exclaimed merrily. "You know I deserve it. I've run about enough. You'll see what a success it will be." But Helene remained chilled to the heart, while the doctor, with Lucien clinging to his neck, gazed at them over the child's fair head. This ends chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9. In the hall of the doctor's house stood Pierre, in dress coat and white cravat, throwing open the door as each carriage rolled up. Puffs of dank air rushed in. The afternoon was rainy, and a yellow light illumined the narrow hall, with its curtained doorways and array of green plants. It was only 2 o'clock, but the evening seemed as near at hand as on a dismal winter's day. However, as soon as the servant opened the door of the first drawing-room, a stream of light dazzled the guests. The shutters had been closed, and the curtains carefully drawn, and no gleam from the dulled sky could gain admittance. The lamp standing here and there on the furniture, and the lighted candles of the chandelier and the crystal wall brackets gave the apartment somewhat the appearance of a brilliantly illuminated chapel. Beyond the smaller drawing-room, whose green hangings rather softened the glare of the light, was the large black and gold one, decorated as magnificently as for the ball which Madame Deberle gave every year in the month of January. The children were beginning to arrive, while Pauline gave her attention to the ranging of a number of chairs in front of a dining-room doorway, where the door had been removed from its hinges and replaced by a red curtain. "Papa," she cried, "just lend me a hand. We shall never be ready." Monsieur Letellier, who, with his arms behind his back, was gazing at the chandelier, hastened to give the required assistance. Pauline carried the chairs about herself. She had paid due deference to her sister's request and was robed in white. Only her dress opened squarely at the neck and displayed her bosom. "At last we're ready," she exclaimed. "They can come when they like." "But what is Juliette dreaming about? She's been ever so long dressing Lucien." Just at that moment Madame Deberle entered, leading the little Marquise, and everybody present began raising admiring remarks. "Oh, what a love! What a darling he is!" His coat was of white satin embroidered with flowers. His long waistcoat was embroidered with gold, and his knee breeches were of sherry-colored silk. Lace clustered round his chin and delicate wrists. A sword, a mere toy with a great rose-red knot, rattled against his hip. "Now you must do the honors," his mother said to him, as she led him into the outer room. For 8 days past he'd been repeating his lesson, and struck a cavalier attitude with his little legs, his powdered head thrown slightly back and his cocked hat tucked under his left arm. As each of his lady guests was ushered into the room, he bowed low, offered his arm, exchanged courteous greetings, and returned to the threshold. Those near him laughed over his intense seriousness, in which there was a dash of effrontery. This was the style in which he received Marguerite Tissot, a little lady 5 years old, dressed in a charming milkmaid costume, with a milk can hanging at her side. So too did he greet the Berthier children, Blanche and Sophie, the one masquerading as Folly, the other dressed in soubrette style. And he had even the hardihood to tackle Valentine de Chermette, a tall young lady of some 14 years, whom her mother always dressed in Spanish costume, and at her side his figure appeared so slight that she seemed to be carrying him along. However, he was profoundly embarrassed in the presence of the Levasseur family, which numbered 5 girls, and who made their appearance in a row of increasing height, the youngest being scarcely 2 years old, while the eldest was 10. All 5 were arrayed in Red Riding Hood costumes, their headdresses and gowns being in poppy-colored satin with black velvet bands, with which their lace aprons strikingly contrasted. At last Lucien, making up his mind, bravely flung away his 3-cornered hat, and led the 2 elder girls, one hanging on each arm, into the drawing-room, closely followed by the 3 others. There was a good deal of laughter at it, but the little man never lost his self-possession for a moment. In the meantime, Madame Deberle was taking her sister to task in a corner. "Good gracious, is it possible? What a fearfully low-necked dress you are wearing!" "Dear, dear, what have I done now?" "Papa hasn't said a word," answered Pauline coolly. "If you're anxious, I'll put some flowers at my breast." She plucked a handful of blossoms from a flower stand where they were growing, and allowed them to nestle in her bosom, while Madame Deberle was surrounded by several mammas in stylish visiting dresses, who were already profuse in their compliments about her ball. As Lucien was passing them, his mother arranged a loose curl of his powdered hair, while he stood on tiptoe to whisper in her ear. "Where's Jeanne?" "She will be here immediately, my darling. Take good care not to fall. Run away, there comes little Mademoiselle Giraud. Ah, she's wearing an Alsatian costume." The drawing-room was now filling rapidly. The rows of chairs fronting the red curtain were almost all occupied, and a hubbub of children's voices was rising. The boys were flocking into the room in groups. There were already 3 harlequins, 4 punches, a Figaro, some Tyrolese peasants, and a few Highlanders. Young Master Berthier was dressed as a page. Little Giraud, a mere bantling of 2½ summers, wore his clown's costume in so comical a style that everyone as he passed lifted him up and kissed him. "Here comes Jeanne," exclaimed Madame Deberle all at once. "Oh, she is lovely." A murmur ran round the room. Heads were bent forward, and everyone gave vent to exclamations of admiration. Jeanne was standing on the threshold of the outer room, awaiting her mother, who was taking off her cloak in the hall. The child was robed in a Japanese dress of unusual splendor. The gown, embroidered with flowers and orange-looking birds, swept to her feet, which were hidden from view, while beneath her broad waist ribbon the flaps, drawn aside, gave a glimpse of a green petticoat, watered with yellow. Nothing could be more strangely bewitching than her delicate features seen under the shadow of her hair, coiled above her head with long pins thrust through it, while her chin and oblique eyes, small and sparkling, pictured to the life a young lady of Yedo, strolling amidst the perfume of tea and benzoin. And she lingered there hesitatingly, with all the sickly languor of a tropical flower pining for the land of its birth. Behind her, however, appeared Helene. Both, in thus suddenly passing from the dull daylight of the street into the brilliant glare of the wax candles, blinked their eyes as though blinded, while their faces were irradiated with smiles. The rush of warm air and the perfumes, the scent of violets rising above all else, almost stifled them and brought a flush of red to their cheeks. Each guest on passing the doorway wore a similar air of surprise and hesitancy. "Why, Lucien, where are you?" exclaimed Madame Deberle. The boy had not caught sight of Jeanne, but now he rushed forward and seized her arm, forgetting to make his bow. And they were so dainty, so loving, the little marquise in his flowered coat, and the Japanese maiden in her purple embroidered gown, that they might have been taken for two statuettes of Dresden china, daintily gilded and painted, into which life had been suddenly infused. "You know, I was waiting for you," whispered Lucien. "Oh, it is so nasty to give everybody my arm. Of course, we'll keep beside each other, eh?" And he sat himself down with her in the first row of chairs, wholly oblivious of his duties as host. "Oh, I was so uneasy," purred Juliet in Helene's ear. "I was beginning to fear that Jeanne had been taken ill." Helene preferred apology. Dressing children, said she, meant endless labor. She was still standing in a corner of a drawing-room, one of a cluster of ladies, when her heart told her that the doctor was approaching behind her. He was making his way from behind the red curtain, beneath which he dived to give some final instructions. But suddenly he came to a standstill. He too had divined her presence, though she had not yet turned her head. Attired in a dress of black grenadine, she'd never appeared more queenly in her beauty, and a thrill passed through him as he breathed the cool air which he'd brought with her from outside, and wafted from her shoulders and arms, gleaming white under their transparent covering. "Henri has no eyes for anybody," exclaimed Pauline with a laugh. "Ah, good day, Henri." Thereupon he advanced towards the group of ladies with a courteous greeting. Mademoiselle Aurélie, who was amongst them, engaged his attention for the moment to point out to him a nephew whom she'd brought with her. He was all complaisance. Helene, without speaking, gave him her hand, encased in its black glove, but he dared not clasp it with marked force. "Oh, here you are," said Madame Deberle, as she appeared beside them. "I've been looking for you everywhere. It's nearly 3 o'clock. They'd better begin." "Certainly, at once," was his reply. The drawing-room was now crowded. All round it, in the brilliant glare thrown from the chandelier, sat the fathers and mothers, their walking costumes serving to fringe the circle with less vivid colors. Some ladies, drawing their chairs together, formed groups. Men standing motionless along the walls filled up the gaps, while in the doorway leading to the next room, a cluster of frock-coated guests could be seen crowding together and peering over each other's shoulders. The light fell wholly on the little folks, noisy in their glee as they rustled about in their seats in the center of the large room. There were almost 100 children packed together, in an endless variety of gay costumes, bright with blue and red. It was like a sea of fair heads, varying from pale yellow to ruddy gold, with here and there bows and flowers gleaming vividly, or like a field of ripe grain spangled with poppies and cornflowers, and waving to and fro as though stirred by a breeze. At times, amidst this confusion of ribbons and lace, of silk and velvet, a face was turned round, a pink nose, a pair of blue eyes, a smiling or pouting little mouth. There were some, no higher than one's boots, who were buried out of sight between big lads of 10 years of age, and whom their mothers sought from a distance, but in vain. A few of the boys looked bored and foolish by the side of girls who were busy spreading out their skirts. Some, however, were already very venturesome, jogging the elbows of their fair neighbors with whom they were unacquainted, and laughing in their faces. But the royalty of the gathering remained with the girls, some of whom, clustering in groups, stirred about in such a way as to threaten destruction to their chairs, and chattered so loudly that the grown-up folks could no longer hear one another speaking, and all eyes were intently gazing at the red curtain. Slowly was it drawn aside, and in the recess of a doorway appeared a puppet show. There was a hushed silence. Then, all at once, Punch sprang in with so ferocious a yell that baby Guillerot could not restrain a responsive cry of terror and delight. It was one of those bloodthirsty dramas in which Punch, having administered a sound beating to the magistrate, murders the policeman and tramples with ferocious glee on every law, human and divine. At every cudgeling bestowed on the wooden heads, the pitiless audience went into shrieks of laughter, and the sharp thrusts delivered by the puppets at each other's breasts, the duels in which they beat a tattoo on one another's skulls as though they were empty pumpkins, the awful havoc of legs and arms, reducing the characters to a jelly, served to increase the roars of laughter which rang out from all sides. But the climax of enjoyment was reached when Punch sawed off the policeman's head on the edge of the stage, an operation provocative of such hysterical mirth that the rows of juveniles were plunged into confusion, swaying to and fro with glee till they all but fell on one another. One tiny girl, but 4 years old, all pink and white, considered the spectacle so entrancing that she pressed her little hands devoutly to her heart. Others burst into applause, while the boys laughed with mouths agape, their deeper voices mingling with the shrill peals from the girls. "How amused they are," whispered the doctor. He returned to his place near Helene. She was in high spirits like the children. Behind her, he sat inhaling the intoxicating perfume which came from her hair. And as one puppet on the stage dealt another an exceptionally hard knock, she turned to him and exclaimed, "Do you know, it's awfully funny." The youngsters, crazy with excitement, were now interfering with the action of a drama. They were giving answers to the various characters. One young lady, who must have been well up in the plot, was busy explaining what would happen next. "He'll beat his wife to death in a minute. Now they're going to hang him." The youngest of the Levasseur girls, who was 2 years old, shrieked out at once, "Mama, Mama, will they put him on bread and water?" All sorts of exclamations and reflections followed. Meanwhile, Helene, gazing into the crowd of children, remarked, "I cannot see Jeanne. Is she enjoying herself?" Then the doctor bent forward, with head perilously near her own, and whispered, "There she is, between that harlequin and the Norman peasant maiden. You can see the pins gleaming in her hair. She's laughing very heartily." He still leaned towards her, her cool breath playing on his cheek. Till now no confession had escaped them. Preserving silence, their intimacy had only been marred for a few days past by a vague sensation of discomfort. But amidst these bursts of happy laughter, gazing upon the little folks before her, Helene became once more, in sooth, a very child, surrendering herself to her feelings, while Henri's breath beat warm upon her neck. The wax from the cudgel, now louder than ever, filled her with a quiver which inflated her bosom, and she turned towards him with sparkling eyes. "Good heavens, what nonsense it all is," she said each time. "See how they hit one another." "Oh, their heads are hard enough," he replied, trembling. This was all his heart could find to say. Their minds were fast lapsing into childhood once more. Punch's unedifying life was fostering languor within their breasts. When the drama drew to its close with the appearance of the devil, and the final fight and general massacre ensued, Helene, in leaning back, pressed against Henri's hand, which was resting on the back of her armchair, while the juvenile audience, shouting and clapping their hands, made the very chairs creak with their enthusiasm. The red curtain dropped again, and the uproar was at its height when Malignon's presence was announced by Pauline in her customary style.
"Ah, here's the handsome Malignon."
He made his way into the room, shoving the chairs aside, quite out of breath.
"Dear me, what a funny idea to close the shutters," he exclaimed, surprised and hesitating. "People might imagine that somebody in the house was dead." Then, turning towards Madame Deberle, who was approaching him, he continued, "Well, you can boast of having made me run about. Ever since the morning I've been hunting for Pettigouet. You know whom I mean, my singer fellow. But I haven't been able to lay my hands on him, and I've brought you the great Morisot instead." The great Morisot was an amateur who entertained drawing-rooms by conjuring with juggler balls. A gypsy table was assigned to him, and on this he accomplished his most wonderful tricks. But it all passed off without the spectators evincing the slightest interest. The poor little darlings were pulling serious faces. Some of the tinier mites fell fast asleep, sucking their thumbs. The older children turned their heads and smiled towards their parents, who were themselves yawning behind their hands. There was thus a general feeling of relief when the great Morisot decided to take his table away. "Oh, he's awfully clever," whispered Malignon into Madame Deberle's neck.
But the red curtain was drawn aside once again, and an entrancing spectacle brought all the little folks to their feet. Along the whole extent of the dining room stretched the table, laid and bedecked as for a grand dinner, and illumined by the bright radiance of a central lamp and a pair of large candelabra. There were 50 covers laid. In the middle and at either end were shallow baskets full of flowers. Between these towered tall epergnes, filled to overflowing with crackers in gilded and colored paper. Then there were mountains of decorated cakes, pyramids of iced fruits, piles of sandwiches, and, less prominent, a whole host of symmetrically disposed plates bearing sweetmeats and pastry, buns, cream puffs, and brioche alternating with dry biscuits, cracknels, and fancy almond cakes. Jellies were quivering in their glass dishes. Whipped creams waited in porcelain bowls, and round the table sparkled the silver helmets of champagne bottles, no higher than one's hand, made specially to suit the little guests. It all looked like one of those gigantic feasts which children conjure up in dreamland, a feast served with the solemnity that attends a repast of grown-up folks, a fairy transformation of a table to which their own parents sat down, and on which the horns of plenty of innumerable pastry cooks and toy dealers had been emptied. "Come, come, give the ladies your arm," said Madame Deberle, her face covered with smiles as she watched the delight of the children. But the filing off in couples proved a lure. Lucien, who had triumphantly taken Jeanne's arm, went first. But the others following behind fell somewhat into confusion, and the mothers were forced to come and assign them places, remaining close at hand, especially behind the babies, whom they watched lest any mischance should befall them. Truth to tell, the guests at first seemed rather uncomfortable. They looked at one another, felt afraid to lay hands on the good things, and were vaguely disquieted by this new social organization in which everything appeared to be topsy-turvy, the children seated at the table while their parents remained standing. At length, the older ones gained confidence and commenced the attack. And when the mothers entered into the fray and caught up the large cakes, helping those in their vicinity, the feast speedily became very animated and noisy. The exquisite symmetry of the table was destroyed as though by a tempest. The 2 Berthier girls, Blanche and Sophie, laughed at the sight of their plates, which had been filled with something of everything, jam, custard, cake, and fruit. The 5 young ladies of the Levasseur family took sole possession of a corner laden with dainties, while Valentine, proud of her 14 years, acted the lady's part, and looked after the comfort of her little neighbors. Lucien, however, impatient to display his politeness, uncorked a bottle of champagne, but in so clumsy a way that the whole contents spurted over his cherry silk breeches. There was quite a to-do about it. "Kindly leave the bottles alone. I am to uncork the champagne," shouted Pauline. She bustled about in an extraordinary fashion, purely for her own amusement. On the entry of a servant with the chocolate pot, she seized it and filled the cups with the greatest glee, as active in the performance as any restaurant waiter. Next she took round some ices and glasses of syrup and water, set them down for a moment to stuff a little baby girl who'd been overlooked, and then went off again, asking everyone questions. "What is it you wish, my pet? A cake? Yes, my darling. Wait a moment. I'm going to pass you the oranges. Now eat away, you little stupids. You shall play afterwards." Madame Deberle, calm and dignified, declared that they ought to be left alone, and would acquit themselves very well. At one end of the room sat Helene and some other ladies laughing at the scene which the table presented. All the rosy mouths were eating with the full strength of their beautiful white teeth, and nothing could eclipse in drollery the occasional lapses from the polished behavior of well-bred children to the outrageous freaks of young savages. With both hands gripping their glasses, they drank to the very dregs, smeared their faces, and stained their dresses. The clamour grew worse. The last of the dishes were plundered. Jeanne herself began dancing on her chair as she heard the strains of a quadrille coming from a drawing-room, and on her mother approaching to upbraid her with having eaten too much, she replied, "Oh, Mamma, I feel so happy today." But now the other children were rising as they heard the music. Slowly the table thinned, until there only remained a fat, chubby infant right in the middle. He seemingly cared little for the attractions of the piano, with a napkin round his neck and his chin resting on the tablecloth. For he was a mere chit. He opened his big eyes and protruded his lips each time that his mamma offered him a spoonful of chocolate. The contents of the cup vanished, and he licked his lips as the last mouthful went down his throat, with eyes more agape than ever. "By Jove, my lad, you eat heartily," exclaimed Malignon, who was watching him with a thoughtful air. Now came the division of the surprise packets. Each child, on leaving the table, bore away one of the large gilt paper twists, the coverings of which were hastily torn off, and from them poured forth a host of toys, grotesque hats made of tissue paper, birds, and butterflies. But the joy of joys was the possession of a cracker. Every surprise packet had its cracker, and these the lads pulled at gallantly, delighted with the noise, while the girls shut their eyes, making many tries before the explosion took place. For a time the sharp crackling of all this musketry alone could be heard, and the uproar was still lasting when the children returned to the drawing-room, where lively quadrille music resounded from the piano. "I could enjoy a cake," murmured Mademoiselle Aurélie as she sat down. At the table, which was now deserted, but covered with all the litter of the huge feast, a few ladies, some dozen or so, who had preferred to wait till the children had retired, now sat down. As no servant could be found, Malignon bustled hither and thither in attendance. He poured out all that remained in the chocolate pot, shook up the dregs of the bottles, and was even successful in discovering some ices. But amidst all these gallant doings of his, he could not quit one idea, and that was, why had they decided on closing the shutters? "You know," he asserted, "the place looks like a cellar." Helene had remained standing, engaged in a conversation with Madame Deberle. As the latter directed her steps towards the drawing-room, her companion prepared to follow, when she felt a gentle touch. Behind her was the doctor, smiling. He was ever near her. "Are you not going to take anything?" he asked. And the trivial question cloaked so earnest an entreaty that her heart was filled with profound emotion. She knew well enough that each of his words were eloquent of another thing. The excitement springing from the gaiety which pulsed around her was slowly gaining on her. Some of the fever of all these little folks, now dancing and shouting, coursed in her own veins. With flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, she at first declined. "No, thank you, nothing at all." But he pressed her, and in the end, ill at ease and anxious to get rid of him, she yielded. "Well then, a cup of tea." He hurried off and returned with the cup, his hands trembling as he handed it to her. While she was sipping the tea, he drew nearer to her, his lips quivering nervously with the confession springing from his heart. She in turn drew back from him, and returning him the empty cup, made her escape while he was placing it on a sideboard, thus leaving him alone in the dining room with Mademoiselle Aurélie, who was slowly masticating and subjecting each dish in succession to a close scrutiny. Within the drawing-room, the piano was sending forth its loudest strains, and from end to end of the floor swept the ball with its charming drolleries. A circle of onlookers had gathered round the quadrille party, with which Lucien and Jeanne were dancing. The little Marquis became rather mixed over the figures. He only got on well when he had occasion to take hold of Jeanne, and then he gripped her by the waist and whirled around. Jeanne preserved her equilibrium, somewhat vexed by his rumpling her dress, but the delights of the dance taking full possession of her, she caught hold of him in her turn and lifted him off his feet. The white satin coat embroidered with nosegays mingled with the folds of the gown woven with flowers and strange birds, and the two little figures of old Dresden ware assumed all the grace and novelty of some what-not ornaments. The quadrille over, Helene summoned Jeanne to her side in order to rearrange her dress. "It is his fault, Mamma," was the little one's excuse. "He rubs against me. He's a dreadful nuisance." Around the drawing-room, the faces of the parents were wreathed with smiles. As soon as the music began again, all the little ones were once more in motion. Seeing, however, that they were observed, they felt distrustful, remained grave, and checked their leaps in order to keep up appearances. Some of them knew how to dance, but the majority were ignorant of the steps, and their limbs were evidently a source of embarrassment to them. But Pauline interposed. "I must see to them. Oh, you little stupids!" She threw herself into the midst of the quadrille, caught hold of two of them, one grasping her right hand, the other her left, and managed to infuse such life into the dance that the wooden flooring creaked beneath them. The only sounds now audible rose from the hurrying hither and thither of tiny feet beating wholly out of time, the piano alone keeping to the dance measure. Some more of the older people joined in the fun. Helene and Madame Deberle, noticing some little maids who were too bashful to venture forth, dragged them into the thickest of the throng. It was they who led the figures, pushed the lads forward, and arranged the dancing in rings, and the mothers passed them the youngest of the babies so that they might make them skip about for a moment, holding them the while by both hands. The ball was now at its height. The dancers enjoyed themselves to their heart's content, laughing and pushing each other about like some boarding school mad with glee over the absence of a teacher. Nothing truly could surpass in unalloyed gaiety this carnival of youngsters, this assemblage of miniature men and women, akin to a veritable microcosm, wherein the fashions of every people mingled with the fantastic creations of romance and drama. The ruddy lips and blue eyes, the faces breathing love, invested the dresses with the fresh purity of childhood. The scene realized to the mind the merrymaking of a fairy tale to which trooped cupids in disguise to honor the betrothal of some Prince Charming. "I'm stifling," exclaimed Malignon. "I'm off to inhale some fresh air." As he left the drawing-room, he left the door wide open. The daylight from the street then entered in a lurid stream, bedimming the glare of lamps and candles. In this fashion, every quarter of an hour, Malignon opened the door to let in some fresh air. Still, there was no cessation of the piano playing. Little Guiraud, in her Alsatian costume, with a butterfly of black ribbon in her golden hair, swung round in the dance with a harlequin twice her height. A Highlander whirled Marguerite Tissot round so madly that she lost her milk pail. The two Berthier girls, Blanche and Sophie, who were inseparables, were dancing together, the soubrette in the arms of Folly, whose bells were jingling merrily. A glance could not be thrown over the assemblage without one of the Levasseur girls coming into view. The Red Riding Hoods seemed to increase in number. Caps and gowns of gleaming red satin slashed with black velvet everywhere leaped into sight. Meanwhile, some of the older boys and girls had found refuge in the adjacent saloon, where they could dance more at their ease. Valentine de Charmette, cloaked in the mantilla of a Spanish senorita, was executing some marvelous steps in front of a young gentleman who had donned evening dress. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter which drew everyone to the sight. Behind a door in a corner, baby Guerreau, the 2-year-old clown, and a mite of a girl of his own age, in peasant costume, were holding one another in a tight embrace for fear of tumbling, and gyrating round and round like a pair of sly boots, with cheek pressed to cheek. "I'm quite done up," remarked Helene, as she leaned against the dining-room door. She fanned her face, flushed with her exertions in the dance. Her bosom rose and fell beneath the transparent grenadine of her bodice. And she was still conscious of Henri's breath beating on her shoulders. He was still close to her, ever behind her. Now it flashed on her that he would speak, yet she had no strength to flee from his avowal. He came nearer and whispered, breathing on her hair, "I love you. Oh, how I love you." She tingled from head to foot, as though a gust of flame had beaten on her. Oh God, he'd spoken. She could no longer feign the pleasurable quietude of ignorance. She hid behind her fan, her face purple with blushes. The children, whirling madly in the last of the quadrilles, were making the floor ring with the beating of their feet. There were silvery peals of laughter, and bird-like voices gave vent to exclamations of pleasure. A freshness arose from all that band of innocents galloping round and round like little demons. "I love you. Oh, how I love you." She shuddered again. She would listen no further. With dizzy brain she fled into the dining-room, but it was deserted, save that Monsieur Letellier sat on a chair, peacefully sleeping. Henri had followed her, and had the hardihood to seize her wrists, even at the risk of a scandal, his face convulsed with such passion that she trembled before him, and he still repeated the words, "I love you. I love you." "Leave me," she murmured faintly. "You're mad." And close by the dancing still went on, with the trampling of tiny feet. Blanche Berthier's bells could be heard ringing in unison with the softer notes of the piano. Madame Deberle and Pauline were clapping their hands by way of beating time. It was a polka, and Helene caught a glimpse of Jeanne and Lucien as they passed by smiling, with arms clasped round each other. But with a sudden jerk, she freed herself and fled to an adjacent room, a pantry into which streamed the daylight. That sudden brightness blinded her. She was terror-stricken. She dared not return to the drawing-room with the tale of passion written so legibly on her face. So, hastily crossing the garden, she climbed to her own room, the noises of the ballroom still ringing in her ears. This ends Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10. Upstairs, in her own room, in the peaceful, convent-like atmosphere she found there, Helene experienced a feeling of suffocation. Her room astonished her, so calm, so secluded, so drowsy did it seem with its blue velvet hangings, while she came to it hotly panting with the emotion which thrilled her. Was this indeed her room, this dreary, lifeless nook devoid of air? Hastily she threw open a window and leaned out to gaze on Paris. The rain had ceased, and the clouds were trooping off like some herd of monsters hurrying in disorderly array into the gloom of the horizon. A blue gap that grew larger by degrees had opened up above the city. But Helene, her elbows trembling on the window rail, still breathless from her hasty ascent, saw nothing, and merely heard her heart beating against her swelling breast. She drew a long breath, but it seemed to her that the spreading valley with its river, its 2 millions of people, its immense city, its distant hills, could not hold air enough to enable her to breathe peacefully and regularly again. For some minutes she remained there, distracted by the fever of passion which possessed her. It seemed as though a torrent of sensations and confused ideas were pouring down on her, their roar preventing her from hearing her own voice or understanding aught. There was a buzzing in her ears, and large spots of light swam slowly before her eyes. Then she suddenly found herself examining her gloved hands, and remembering that she had omitted to sew on a button that had come off the left-hand glove. And afterward she spoke aloud, repeating several times, in tones that grew fainter and fainter, "I love you. I love you. Oh, how I love you." Instinctively she buried her face in her hands and pressed her fingers to her eyelids as though to intensify the darkness in which she sought to plunge. It was a wish to annihilate herself, to see no more, to be utterly alone, girt in by the gloom of night. Her breathing grew calmer. Paris blew its mighty breath upon her face. She knew it lay before her, and though she had no wish to look on it, she felt full of terror at the thought of leaving the window, and of no longer having beneath her that city whose vastness lulled her to rest. Ere long she grew unmindful of all around her. The love scene and confession, despite her efforts, again woke to life in her mind. In the inky darkness, Henri appeared to her, every feature so distinct and vivid that she could perceive the nervous twitching of his lips. He came nearer and hung over her, and then she wildly darted back. But nevertheless she felt a burning breath on her shoulders, and a voice exclaimed, "I love you! I love you!" With a mighty effort she put the phantom to flight, but it again took shape in the distance, and slowly swelled to its whilom proportions. It was Henri once more following her into the dining room, and still murmuring, "I love you! I love you!" These words rang within her breast with the sonorous clang of a bell. She no longer heard anything but them, pealing their loudest throughout her frame. Nevertheless, she desired to reflect, and again strove to escape from the apparition. He had spoken. Never would she dare to look on his face again. The brutal passion of the man had tainted the tenderness of their love. She conjured up past hours in which he'd loved her without being so cruel as to say it, hours spent in the garden amidst the tranquillity of the budding springtime. God, he had spoken. The thought clung to her so stubbornly, lowered on her in such immensity and with such weight, that the instant destruction of Paris by a thunderbolt before her eyes would have seemed a trivial matter. Her heart was rent by feelings of indignant protest and haughty anger, commingling with a secret and unconquerable pleasure, which ascended from her inner being and bereft her of her senses. He had spoken, and was speaking still. He sprang up unceasingly before her, uttering those passionate words, "I love you! I love you!" Words that swept into oblivion all her past life as wife and mother. In spite of her brooding over this vision, she retained some consciousness of the vast expanse which stretched beneath her, beyond the darkness that curtained her sight. A loud rumbling arose, and waves of life seemed to surge up and circle around her. Echoes, odors, and even light streamed against her face, though her hands were still nervously pressed to it. At times, sudden gleams appeared to pierce her closed eyelids, and amidst the radiance she imagined she saw monuments, steeples, and domes standing out in the diffuse light of dreamland. Then she lowered her hands, and, opening her eyes, was dazzled. The vault of heaven expanded before her, and Henri had vanished. A line of clouds, a seeming mass of crumbling chalk hills, now barred the horizon far away. Across the pure, deep blue heavens overhead, merely a few light, fleecy cloudlets were slowly drifting, like a flotilla of vessels with full-blown sails. On the north, above Montmartre, hung a network of extreme delicacy, fashioned as it were of pale-hued silk, and spread over a patch of sky as though for fishing in those tranquil waters. Westward, however, in the direction of the slopes of Meudon, which Helene could not see, the last drops of a downpour must still have been obscuring the sun, for, though the sky above was clear, Paris remained gloomy, dismal beneath the vapor of the drying house roofs. It was a city of uniform hue, the bluey gray of slate studded with black patches of trees, but withal very distinct, with the sharp outlines and innumerable windows of its houses. The Seine gleamed with the subdued brightness of old silver. The edifices on either bank looked as though they had been smeared with soot. The Tower of Saint-Jacques rose up like some rust-eaten museum curio, while the Panthéon assumed the aspect of a gigantic catafalque above the darkened district which it overlooked. Gleams of light peeped only from the gilding of the dome of the Invalides, like lamps burning in the daytime, sad and vague amidst the crepuscular veil of morning in which the city was draped. All the usual effects of distance had vanished. Paris resembled a huge yet minutely executed charcoal drawing, showing very vigorously through its cloudy veil, under the limpid heavens. Gazing upon this dismal city, Helene reflected that she really knew nothing of Henri. She felt strong and brave now that his image no longer pursued her. A rebellious impulse stirred her soul to reject the mastery which this man had gained over her within a few weeks. No, she did not know him. She knew nothing of him, of his actions or his thoughts. She could not even have determined whether he possessed talent. Perhaps he was even more lacking in qualities of the heart than of the mind. And thus she gave way to every imagining, her heart full of bitterness, ever finding herself confronted by her ignorance, that barrier which separated her from Henri, and checked her in her efforts to know him. She knew nothing. She would never know anything. She pictured him hissing out those burning words, and creating within her the one trouble which had, till now, broken in on the quiet happiness of her life. Whence had he sprung to lay her life desolate in this fashion? She suddenly thought that but 6 weeks before she had had no existence for him, and this thought was insufferable. Angels in heaven, to live no more for one another, to pass each other without recognition, perhaps never to meet again. In her despair she clasped her hands, and her eyes filled with tears. Then Helene gazed fixedly on the towers of Notre Dame in the far distance. A ray of light from between 2 clouds tinged them with gold. Her brain was heavy, as though surcharged with all the tumultuous thoughts hurtling within it. It made her suffer. She would fain have concerned herself with the sight of Paris, and have sought to regain her life-peace by turning on that sea of roofs the tranquil glances of past days. To think that at other times, at the same hour, the infinitude of the city, in the stillness of a lovely twilight, had lulled her into tender musing. At present Paris was brightening in the sunshine. After the first ray had fallen on Notre Dame, others had followed, streaming across the city. The luminary, dipping in the west, rent the clouds asunder, and the various districts spread out, mostly with ever-changing lights and shadows. For a time the whole of the left bank was of a leaden hue, while the right was speckled with spots of light which made the verge of the river resemble the skin of some huge beast of prey. Then these resemblances varied or vanished at the mercy of the wind which drove the clouds before it. Above the burnished gold of the housetops dark patches floated, all in the same direction and with the same gentle and silent motion. Some of them were very large, sailing along with all the majestic grace of an admiral's ship, and surrounded by smaller ones, preserving the regular order of a squadron in line of battle. Then one vast shadow, with a gap yawning like a serpent's mouth, trailed along, and for a while hid Paris, which it seemed ready to devour. And when it had reached the far-off horizon, looking no larger than a worm, a gush of light streamed from a rift in a cloud, and fell into the void which it had left. The golden cascade could be seen descending first like a thread of fine sand, then swelling into a huge cone and raining in a continuous shower on the Champs-Élysées district, which it inundated with a splashing, dancing radiance. For a long time did this shower of sparks descend, spraying continuously like a fusée. Ah well, this love was her fate, and Helene ceased to resist. She could battle no longer against her feelings, and in ceasing to struggle she tasted immeasurable delight. Why should she grudge herself happiness any longer? The memory of her past life inspired her with disgust and aversion. How had she been able to drag on that cold, dreary existence of which she was formerly so proud? A vision rose before her of a young girl living in the Rue des Petits Maris at Marseille, where she'd ever shivered. She saw herself a wife, her heart's blood frozen in the companionship of a big child of a husband, with little to take any interest in. Apart from the cares of her household, she saw herself through every hour of her life following the same path with the same even tread, without a trouble to mar her peace. And now this monotony in which she had lived, her heart fast asleep, enraged her beyond expression. To think that she had fancied herself happy in thus following her path for 30 years, her passions silent, with naught but the pride of virtue to fill the blank in her existence. How she had cheated herself with her integrity and nice honor, which had girt her round with the empty joys of piety. No, she had had enough of it. She wished to live. And an awful spirit of ridicule woke within her as she thought of the behests of reason. Her reason, forsooth! She felt a contemptuous pity for it. During all the years she'd lived, it had brought her no joy to be compared with that she had tasted during the past hour. She had denied the possibility of stumbling. She'd been vain and idiotic enough to think that she would go on to the end without her foot once tripping against a stone. Ah well, today she almost longed to fall. Oh, that she might disappear after tasting for one moment the happiness which she had never enjoyed. Within her soul, however, a great sorrow lingered, a heart-burning and a consciousness of a gloomy blank. Then argument rose to her lips. Was she not free? In her love for Henri she deceived nobody. She could deal as she pleased with her love. Then did not everything exculpate her? What had been her life for nearly 2 years? Her widowhood, her unrestricted liberty, her loneliness. Everything, she realized, had softened and prepared her for love. Love must have been smoldering within her during the long evenings spent between her 2 old friends, the Abbé and his brother, those simple hearts whose serenity had lulled it to rest. It had been growing whilst she remained shut up within those narrow walls, far away from the world, and gazed on Paris rumbling noisily on the horizon. It had been growing even when she leaned from that window in the dreamy mood which she had scarce been conscious of, but which little by little had rendered her so weak. And a recollection came to her of that radiant spring morning when Paris had shone out fair and clear as though in a glass mirror, when it had worn the pure sunny hue of childhood, as she lazily surveyed it, stretched in her easy-chair with a book upon her knees. That morning love had first awoke a scarcely perceptible feeling that she'd been unable to define, and against which she had believed herself strongly armed. Today she was in the same place, but devoured by overpowering passion, while before her eyes the dying sun illumined the city with flame. It seemed to her that one day had sufficed for all, that this was the ruddy evening following upon that limpid morning, and she imagined she could feel those fiery beams scorching her heart. But a change had come over the sky. The sun, in its descent towards the slopes of Meudon, had just burst through the last clouds in all its splendor. The azure vault was illuminated with glory. Deep on the horizon, the crumbling ridge of chalk clouds, blotting out the distant suburbs of Charenton and Choisy-le-Roi, now reared rocks of a tender pink, outlined with brilliant crimson. The flotilla of cloudlets drifting slowly through the blue above Paris was decked with purple sails, while the delicate network, seemingly fashioned of white silk thread above Montmartre, was suddenly transformed into golden cord, whose meshes would snare the stars as soon as they should rise. Beneath the flaming vault of heaven lay Paris, a mass of yellow striped with huge shadows. On the vast square below Helene, in an orange-tinted haze, cabs and omnibuses crossed in all directions amidst a crowd of pedestrians, whose swarming blackness was softened and irradiated by splashes of light. The students of a seminary were hurrying in serried ranks along the Quai de Billy, and the trail of cassocks acquired an ochraceous hue in the diffuse light. Farther away, vehicles and foot passengers faded from view. It was only by their gleaming lamps that you were made aware of the vehicles which, one behind the other, were crossing some distant bridge. On the left, the straight, lofty, pink chimneys of the army bakehouse were belching forth whirling clouds of flesh-tinted smoke, whilst across the river, the beautiful elms of the Quai d'Orsay rose up in a dark mass, transpierced by shafts of light. The Seine, whose banks the oblique rays were enfilading, was rolling dancing wavelets, streaked with scattered splashes of blue, green, and yellow. But farther up the river, in lieu of this blotchy coloring, suggestive of an eastern sea, the waters assumed a uniform golden hue, which became more and more dazzling. You might have thought that some ingot were pouring forth from an invisible crucible on the horizon, broadening out with a coruscation of bright colors as it gradually grew colder. And at intervals over this brilliant stream, the bridges, with curves growing ever more slender and delicate, threw, as it were, grey bars, till there came at last a fiery jumble of houses, above which rose the towers of Notre Dame, flaring red like torches. Right and left alike the edifices were all aflame. The glass roof of the Palais de l'Industrie appeared like a bed of glowing embers amidst the Champs-Élysées groves. Farther on, behind the roof of the Madeleine, the huge pile of the Opera House shone out like a mass of burnished copper, and the summits of other buildings, cupolas and towers, the Vendôme column, the Church of Saint Vincent de Paul, the Tower of Saint Jacques, and nearer in, the pavilions of the New Louvre and the Tuileries, were crowned by a blaze which lent them the aspect of sacrificial pyres. The dome of the Invalides was flaring with such brilliancy that you instinctively feared lest it should suddenly topple down and scatter burning flakes over the neighborhood. Beyond the irregular towers of Saint-Sulpice, the Panthéon stood out against the sky in dull splendor, like some royal palace of conflagration reduced to embers. Then, as the sun declined, the pyre-like edifices gradually set the whole of Paris on fire. Flashes sped over the housetops, while black smoke lingered in the valleys. Every frontage turned towards the Trocadero seemed to be red-hot, the glass of the windows glittering and emitting a shower of sparks, which darted upwards as though some invisible bellows were ever urging the huge conflagration into greater activity. Sheaves of flame were also ever rising afresh from the adjacent districts, where the streets opened, now dark and now all ablaze. Even far over the plain, from a ruddy ember-like glow suffusing the destroyed faubourgs, occasional flashes of flame shot up as from some fire struggling again into life. Ere long, a furnace seemed raging, all Paris burned, the heavens became yet more empurpled, and the clouds hung like so much blood over the vast city, colored red and gold. With the ruddy tints falling upon her, yielding to the passion which was devouring her, Helene was still gazing upon Paris all ablaze, when a little hand was placed on her shoulder and she gave a start. It was Jeanne calling her, "Mamma! Mamma!" She turned her head, and the child went on. "At last! Didn't you hear me before? I've called you at least 12 times." The little girl, still in her Japanese costume, had sparkling eyes and cheeks flushed with pleasure. She gave her mother no time for answer. "You ran away from me nicely. Do you know they were hunting for you everywhere? And had it not been for Pauline, who came with me to the bottom of the staircase, I shouldn't have dared to cross the road." With a pretty gesture, she brought her face close to her mother's lips, and, without pausing, whispered the question, "Do you love me?" Helene kissed her somewhat absently. She was amazed and impatient at her early return. Had an hour really gone by since she'd fled from the ballroom? However, to satisfy the child, who seemed uneasy, she told her that she felt rather unwell. The fresh air was doing her good. She only needed a little quietness. "Oh, don't fear. I'm too tired," murmured Jeanne. "I'm going to stop here and be very, very good. But, Mamma dear, I may talk, mayn't I?" She nestled close to Helene, full of joy at the prospect of not being undressed at once. She was in ecstasies over her embroidered purple gown and green silk petticoat, and she shook her head to rattle the pendants hanging from the long pins thrust through her hair. At last there burst from her lips a rush of hasty words. Despite her seeming demureness, she'd seen everything, heard everything, and remembered everything, and she now made ample amends for her former assumed dignity, silence, and indifference. "Do you know, Mamma, it was an old fellow with a gray beard who made Punch move his arms and legs? I saw him well enough when the curtain was drawn aside. Yes, and the little boy Guiraud began to cry. How stupid of him, wasn't it? They told him the policeman would come and put some water in his soup, and at last they had to carry him off, for he wouldn't stop crying. And at lunch, too, Marguerite stained her milkmaid's dress all over with jam. Her mamma wiped it off and said to her, 'Oh, you dirty girl!' She even had a lot of it in her hair. I never opened my mouth, but it did amuse me to see them all rush at the cakes. Were they not bad-mannered, Mamma dear?" She paused for a few seconds, absorbed in some reminiscence, and then asked with a thoughtful air, "I say, Mamma, did you eat any of those yellow cakes with white cream inside? Oh, they were nice, they were nice. I kept the dish beside me the whole time." Helene was not listening to the childish chatter, but Jeanne talked to relieve her excited brain. She launched out again, giving the minutest details about the ball and investing each little incident with the greatest importance. "You did not see my waistband came undone just as we began dancing. A lady, whose name I don't know, pinned it up for me. So I said to her, 'Madame, I thank you very much.' But while I was dancing with Lucien, the pin ran into him, and he asked me, 'What have you got in front of you that pricks me so?' Of course, I knew nothing about it, and told him I had nothing there to prick him. However, Pauline came and put the pin in its proper place. But you've no idea how they pushed each other about, and one great stupid of a boy gave Sophie a blow on the back which made her fall. The Levasseur girls jumped about with their feet close together. I'm pretty certain that isn't the way to dance. But the best of it came at the end. You weren't there, so you can't know. We all took one another by the arms and then whirled round. It was comical enough to make one die laughing. Besides, some of the big gentlemen were whirling around as well. It's true, I'm not telling fibs. Why don't you believe me, Mamma dear?" Helene's continued silence was beginning to vex Jeanne. She nestled closer and gave her mother's hand a shake. But perceiving that she drew only a few words from her, she herself by degrees lapsed into silence, into thought of the incidents of that ball of which her heart was so full. Both mother and daughter now sat mutely gazing on Paris all aflame. It seemed to them yet more mysterious than ever, as it lay there illumined by blood-red clouds, like some city of an old-world tale expiating its lusts under a rain of fire. "Did you have any round dances?" all at once asked Helene, as if wakening with a start. Yes, murmured Jeanne, engrossed in her turn. "And the doctor? Did he dance?" "I should think so. He had a turn with me. He lifted me up and asked me, 'Where is your mamma? Where is your mamma?' And then he kissed me." Helene unconsciously smiled. What need had she of knowing Henri well? It appeared sweeter to her not to know him. Aye, never to know him well, and to greet him simply as the one whose coming she had awaited so long. Why should she feel astonished or disquieted? At the fated hour he'd met her on her life journey. Her frank nature accepted whatever might be in store, and quietude, born of a knowledge that she loved and was beloved, fell on her mind. She told her heart that she would prove strong enough to prevent her happiness from being marred. But night was coming on, and a chilly breeze arose. Jeanne, still plunged in reverie, began to shiver. She reclined her head on her mother's bosom, and, as though the question were inseparably connected with her deep meditation, she murmured a second time, "Do you love me?" Then Helene, her face still glad with smiles, took her head within her hands and for a moment examined her face closely. Next she pressed a long kiss near her mouth over a ruddy spot on her skin. It was there, she could divine it, that Henri had kissed the child. The gloomy ridge of the Moudon hills was already partially concealing the disk of the sun. Over Paris the slanting beams of light had yet lengthened. The shadow cast by the dome of the Invalides, increased to stupendous proportions, covered the whole of the Saint-Germain district, while the Opera House, the Saint-Jacques Tower, the columns and the steeples, threw streaks of darkness over the right-bank dwellings. The lines of house fronts, the yawning streets, the islands of roofs were burning with a more sullen glow. The flashes of fire died away in the darkening windows, as though the houses were reduced to embers. Distant bells rang out. A rumbling noise fell on the ears, and then subsided. With the approach of night the expanse of sky grew more vast, spreading a vault of violet, streaked with gold and purple, above the ruddy sky. But all at once the conflagration flared afresh with formidable intensity. A last great flame shot up from Paris, illumining its entire expanse, and even its hitherto hidden suburbs. Then it seemed as if a grey, ashy dust were falling, and though the clustering districts remained erect, they wore the gloomy, unsubstantial aspect of coals which had ceased to burn. This ends Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11. One morning in May, Rosalie ran in from the kitchen, dishcloth in hand, screaming out in the familiar fashion of a favorite servant. "Oh, madame, come quick! His Reverence the Abbé is digging the ground down in the doctor's garden." Helene made no responsive movement, but Jeanne had already rushed to have a look. On her return, she exclaimed, "How stupid Rosalie is! He's not digging at all. He's with the gardener, who is putting some plants into a barrow. Madame Deberle is plucking all her roses." "They must be for the church," quietly said Helene, who was busy with some tapestry work. A few minutes later the bell rang, and Abbé Jouve made his appearance. He came to say that his presence must not be expected on the following Tuesday. His evenings would be wholly taken up with the ceremonies incident to the month of Mary. The parish priest had assigned him the task of decorating the church. It would be a great success. All the ladies were giving him flowers. He was expecting 2 palm trees about 14 feet high, and meant to place them to the right and left of the altar. "Oh, Mamma, Mamma," murmured Jeanne, listening, wonderstruck. "Well," said Helene with a smile, "since you cannot come to us, my old friend, we will go to see you. Why, you've quite turned Jeanne's head with your talk about flowers." She had few religious tendencies.
She never even went to Mass, on the plea that her daughter's health suffered from the shivering fits which seized her when she came out of a church. In her presence, the old priest avoided all reference to religion. It was his wont to say, with good-natured indulgence, that good hearts carve out their own salvation by deeds of loving kindness and charity. God would know when and how to touch her. Till the evening of the following day, Jeanne thought of nothing but the month of Mary. She plagued her mother with questions. She dreamt of a church adorned with a profusion of white roses, filled with thousands of wax tapers, with the sound of angels' voices and sweet perfumes. And she was very anxious to go near the altar, that she might have a good look at the Blessed Virgin's lace gown, a gown worth a fortune according to the abbé. But Helene bridled her excitement with a threat not to take her should she make herself ill beforehand. However, the evening came at last, and they set out. The nights were still cold, and when they reached the Rue de l'Annonciation, where the church of Notre-Dame de Grâce stands, the child was shivering all over. "The church is heated," said her mother. "We must secure a place near a hot air pipe." She pushed open the padded door, and as it gently swung back to its place, they found themselves in a warm atmosphere, with brilliant lights streaming on them, and chanting resounding in their ears. The ceremony had commenced, and Helene, perceiving that the nave was crowded, signified her intention of going down one of the aisles. But there seemed insuperable obstacles in her way. She could not get near the altar. Holding Jeanne by the hand, she for a time patiently pressed forward, but at last, despairing of advancing any farther, took the first unoccupied chair she could find. A pillar hid half of the choir from view. "I can see nothing," said the child, grievously discontented. "This is a very nasty place." However, Helene signed to her to keep silent, and she lapsed into a fit of sulks. In front of her she could only perceive the broad back of a fat old lady. When her mother next turned towards her, she was standing upright on her chair. "Will you come down?" said Helene in a low voice. "You are a nuisance." But Jeanne was stubborn. "Hist, Mamma," she said. "There's Madame Deberle. Look, she's down there in the center, beckoning to us." The young woman's annoyance on hearing this made her very impatient, and she shook her daughter, who still refused to sit down. During the 3 days that had intervened since the ball, Helene had avoided any visit to the doctor's house on the plea of having a great deal to do. "Mamma," resumed Jeanne with a child's wonted stubbornness, "she's looking at you. She's nodding good day to you." At this intimation, Helene was forced to turn round and exchange greetings. Each bowed to the other. Madame Deberle, in a striped silk gown trimmed with white lace, sat in the center of the nave but a short distance from the choir, looking very fresh and conspicuous. She'd brought her sister Pauline, who was now busy waving her hand. The chanting still continued, the elder members of the congregation pouring forth a volume of sound of falling scale, which now and then the shrill voice of the children punctuated the slow, monotonous rhythm of the canticle. "They want us to go over to them, you see," exclaimed Jeanne, with some triumph in her remark. "It is useless. We shall be all right here." "No, no. Come and sit down." "Oh, Mamma, do let us go over to them. There are 2 chairs empty." "No, no. Come and sit down." However, the ladies smilingly persisted in making signs, heedless to the last degree of the slight scandal they were causing, nay, delighted at being the observed of all observers. Helene thus had to yield. She pushed the gratified Jeanne before her, and strove to make her way through the congregation, her hands all the while trembling with repressed anger. It was no easy business. Devout female worshippers, unwilling to disturb themselves, glared at her with furious looks, whilst all agape they kept on singing. She pressed on in this style for 5 long minutes, the tempest of voices ringing around her with ever-increasing violence.
Whenever she came to a standstill, Jeanne, squeezing close beside her, gazed at those cavernous, gaping mouths. However, at last they reached the vacant space in front of the choir, and they had but a few steps to make.
"Come, be quick," whispered Madame Deberle. "The abbé told me you would be coming, and I kept 2 chairs for you."
Helene thanked her, and to cut the conversation short, at once began turning over the leaves of her missal. But Juliette was as worldly here as elsewhere, as much at her ease, as agreeable and talkative as in her drawing-room. She bent her head towards Helene and resumed.
"You have become quite invisible. I intended to pay you a visit tomorrow. Surely you haven't been ill, have you?"
"No, thank you. I've been very busy."
"Well, listen to me. You must come and dine with us tomorrow. Quite a family dinner, you know."
"You are very kind. We will see." She seemed to retire within herself, intent on following the service and on saying nothing more. Pauline had taken Jeanne beside her that she might be nearer the hot air flue over which she toasted herself luxuriously, as happy as any chilly mortal could be. Steeped in the warm air, the 2 girls raised themselves inquisitively and gazed around on everything, the low ceiling with its woodwork panels, the squat pillars connected by arches from which hung chandeliers, and the pulpit of carved oak, and over the ocean of heads which waved with the rise and fall of the canticle. Their eyes wandered towards the dark corners of the aisles, towards the chapels whose gilding faintly gleamed, and the baptistery enclosed by a railing near the chief entrance. However, the gaze always returned to the resplendent choir, decorated with brilliant colors and dazzling gilding. A crystal chandelier, flaming with light, hung from the vaulted ceiling, immense candelabra filled with rows of wax tapers that glittered amidst the gloom of a church like a profusion of stars in orderly array, brought out prominently the high altar, which seemed one huge bouquet of foliage and flowers. Over all, standing amidst a profusion of roses, a virgin dressed in satin and lace, and crowned with pearls, was holding a Jesus in long clothes on her arm.
"I say, are you warm?" asked Pauline. "It's nice, eh?"
But Jeanne, in ecstasy, was gazing on the Virgin amongst the flowers. The scene thrilled her. A fear crept over her that she might do something wrong, and she lowered her eyes in the endeavor to restrain her tears by fixing her attention on the black and white pavement. The vibrations of the choir boys' shrill voices seemed to stir her tresses like puffs of air. Meanwhile, Helene, with face bent over her prayer book, drew herself away whenever Juliette's lace rustled against her. She was in no wise prepared for this meeting. Despite the vow she had sworn within herself to be ever pure in her love for Henri and never yield to him, she felt great discomfort at the thought that she was a traitress to the confiding, happy woman who sat by her side. She was possessed by one idea. She would not go to that dinner. She sought for reasons which would enable her to break off these relations so hateful to her honor. But the swelling voices of the choristers, so near to her, drove all reflection from her mind. She could decide on no precise course, and surrendered herself to the soothing influences of the chant, tasting a pious joy such as she had never before found inside a church.
"Have you been told about Madame de Chermette?" asked Juliette, unable any longer to restrain her craving for a gossip.
"No, I know nothing."
Well, just imagine. You've seen her daughter, so womanish and tall, though she's only 15, haven't you? There is some talk about her getting married next year to that dark young fellow who's always hanging to her mother's skirts. People are talking about it with a vengeance."
"Ah," muttered Helene, who was not paying the least attention. Madame Deberle went into particulars, but of a sudden the chant ceased, and the organ music died away in a moan. Astounded at the loudness of her own voice breaking upon the stillness which ensued, she lapsed into silence. A priest made his appearance at this moment in the pulpit. There was a rustling, and then he spoke. No, certainly not. Helene would not join that dinner party. With her eyes fixed on the priest, she pictured to herself the next meeting with Henri, that meeting which for 3 days she had contemplated with terror. She saw him, white with anger, reproaching her for hiding herself, and she dreaded lest she might not display sufficient indifference. Amidst her dream the priest had disappeared, his thrilling tones merely reaching her in casual sentences. No hour could be more ineffable than that when the Virgin, with bent head, answered, "I am the handmaiden of the Lord." Yes, she would be brave. All her reason had returned to her. She would taste the joy of being loved, but would never avow her love, for her heart told her that such an avowal would cost her peace. And how intensely would she love without confessing it, gratified by a word, a look from Henri, exchanged at intervals on the occasion of a chance meeting. It was a dream that brought her some sense of the infinite. The church around her became a friend and comforter. The priest was now exclaiming, "The angel vanished, and Mary plunged into contemplation of a divine mystery working within her, her heart bathed in sunshine and love." "He speaks very well," whispered Madame Deberle, leaning towards her. "And he's quite young, too, scarcely 30, don't you think?" Madame Deberle was affected. Religion pleased her because the emotions it prompted were in good taste. To present flowers for the decoration of churches, to have petty dealings with the priests who were so polite and discreet, to come to church attired in her best and assume an air of worldly patronage towards the God of the poor. All this had for her special delights, the more so as her husband did not interest himself in religion, and her devotions thus had all the sweetness of forbidden fruit. Helene looked at her and answered with a nod. Her face was ashy white with faintness, while the other's was lit up by smiles. There was a stirring of chairs and a rustling of handkerchiefs as the priest quitted the pulpit with the final adjuration. "Oh, give wings unto your love, souls imbued with Christian piety. God has made a sacrifice of himself for your sakes. Your hearts are full of his presence. Your souls overflow with his grace." Of a sudden the organ sounded again, and the litanies of the Virgin began with their appeals of passionate tenderness. Faint and distant the chanting rolled forth from the side aisles and the dark recesses of the chapels, as though the earth were giving answer to the angel voices of the chorister boys. A rush of air swept over the throng, making the flames of the tapers leap, while amongst the flowers, fading as they exhaled their last perfume, the Divine Mother seemed to incline her head to smile on her infant Jesus. All at once, seized with an instinctive dread, Helene turned. "You're not ill, Jeanne, are you?" she asked. The child, with face ashy white and eyes glistening, her spirit borne aloft by the fervent strains of the litanies, was gazing at the altar, where in imagination she could see the roses multiplying and falling in cascades. "No, no, Mamma," she whispered. "I am pleased. I am very well pleased." And then she asked, "But where is our dear old friend?" She spoke of the abbé. Pauline caught sight of him. He was seated in the choir, but Jeanne had to be lifted up in order that she might perceive him. "Oh, he's looking at us," said she. "He's blinking." According to Jeanne, the abbé blinked when he laughed inwardly. Helene hastened to exchange a friendly nod with him. And then the tranquillity within her seemed to increase. Her future serenity appeared to be assured, thus endearing the church to her and lulling her into a blissful condition of patient endurance. Censers swung before the altar and threads of smoke ascended. The benediction followed, and the holy monstrance was slowly raised and waved above the heads lowered to the earth. Helene was still on her knees in happy meditation when she heard Madame Deberle exclaiming, "It's over now. Let us go." There ensued a clatter of chairs and a stamping of feet which reverberated along the arched aisles. Pauline had taken Jeanne's hand and, walking away in front with the child, began to question her.
"Have you ever been to the theatre?" "No. Is it finer than this?"
As she spoke, the little one, giving vent to great gasps of wonder, tossed her head as though ready to express the belief that nothing could be finer. To her question, however, Pauline deigned no reply, for she had just come to a standstill in front of a priest who was passing in his surplice. And when he was a few steps away, she exclaimed aloud, with such conviction in her tones, that two devout ladies of the congregation turned around.
"Oh, what a fine head!"
Helene, meanwhile, had risen from her knees. She stepped along by the side of Juliette among the crowd which was making its way out with difficulty. Her heart was full of tenderness. She felt languid and enervated, and her soul no longer rebelled at the other being so near. At one moment their bare hands came in contact, and they smiled. They were almost stifling in the throng, and Helene would fain have had Juliette go first. All their old friendship seemed to blossom forth once more.
"Is it understood that we can rely on you for tomorrow evening?" asked Madame Deberle.
Helene no longer had the will to decline. She would see whether it were possible when she reached the street. It finished by their being the last to leave. Pauline and Jeanne already stood on the opposite pavement awaiting them, but a tearful voice brought them to a halt.
"Ah, my good lady, what a time it is since I had the happiness of seeing you!"
It was Mother Feydeau, who was soliciting alms at the church door. Barring Helene's way, as though she'd lain in wait for her, she went on,
"Oh, I've been so very ill always here, in the stomach, you know. Just now I feel as if a hammer were pounding away inside me, and I have nothing at all, my good lady. I didn't dare to send you word about it. May the gracious God repay you."
Helene had slipped a piece of money into her hand and promised to think about her. "Hello!" exclaimed Madame Deberle, who had remained standing within the porch. "There's someone talking with Pauline and Jeanne. Why, it's Henri!"
Yes, yes," Mother Feydeau hastened to add, as she turned her ferret-like eyes on the ladies. "It is the good doctor. I've seen him there all through the service. He's never budged from the pavement. He's been waiting for you, no doubt. Ah, he's a saint of a man. I swear that to be the truth in the face of God who hears us. Yes, I know you, madame. He is a husband who deserves to be happy. May heaven hearken to your prayers. May every blessing fall on you. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost."
Amidst the myriad furrows of her face, which was wrinkled like a withered apple, her little eyes kept gleaming in malicious unrest, darting a glance now on Juliette, now on Helene, so that it was impossible to say with any certainty whom she was addressing while speaking of the good doctor. She followed them, muttering on without a stop, mingling whimpering entreaty with devout outbursts. Henri's reserve alike astonished and moved Helene. He scarcely had the courage to raise his eyes towards her. On his wife quizzing him about the opinions which restrained him from entering a church, he merely explained that to smoke a cigar was his object in coming to meet them. But Helene understood that he had wished to see her again, to prove to her how wrong she was in fearing some fresh outrage. Doubtless, like herself, he'd sworn to keep within the limits of reason. She never questioned whether his sincerity could be real. She simply experienced the feeling of unhappiness at seeing him unhappy. Thus it came about that on leaving them in the Rue Vineuse, she said cheerfully, "Well, it is settled then. Tomorrow at 7. In this way the old friendship grew closer than ever, and a charming life began afresh. To Helene it seemed as if Henri had never yielded to that moment of folly. It was but a dream of hers. Each loved the other, but they would never breathe a word of their love. They were content with knowing its existence. They spent delicious hours in which, without their tongues giving evidence of their passion, they displayed it constantly. A gesture, an inflection of the voice sufficed. Aye, even a silence. Everything insensibly tended towards their love, plunged them more and more deeply into a passion which they bore away with them whenever they parted, which was ever with them, which formed, as it were, the only atmosphere they could breathe. And their excuse was their honesty. With eyes wide open they played this comedy of affection. Not even a hand-clasp did they allow each other, and their restraint infused unalloyed delight into the simple greetings with which they met. Every evening the ladies went to church. Madame Deberle was enchanted with the novel pleasure she was enjoying. It was so different from evening dances, concerts, and first nights. She adored fresh sensations, and nuns and priests were now constantly in her company. The store of religion which she had acquired in her school days now found new life in her giddy brain, taking shape in all sorts of trivial observances, as though she were reviving the games of her childhood. Helene, who on her side had grown up without any religious training, surrendered herself to the bliss of these services of the month of Mary, happy also in the delight with which they appeared to inspire Jeanne. They now dined earlier. They gave Rosalie no peace, lest she should cause them to be late and prevent their securing good seats. Then they called for Juliette on the way. One day Lucien was taken, but he behaved so badly that he was afterward left at home. On entering the warm church with its glare of wax candles, a feeling of tenderness and calm, which by degrees grew necessary to Helene, came over her. When doubt sprang up within her during the day, and the thought of Henri filled her with indefinable anxiety, with the evening the church once more brought her peace. The chants arose overflowing with divine passion. The flowers, newly culled, made the close atmosphere of the building still heavier. It was here that she breathed all the first rapture of springtide, amidst that adoration of woman raised to the status of a cult, and her senses swam as she contemplated the mystery of love and purity. Mary, Virgin and Mother, beaming beneath her wreath of white roses. Each day she remained longer on her knees. She found herself at times with hands joined in entreaty. When the ceremony came to an end, there followed the happiness of the return home. Henri awaited their appearance at the door. The evenings grew warmer, and they wended their way through the dark still streets of Passy, while scarce a word passed between them. "How devout you are getting, my dear," said Madame Deberle one night, with a laugh. Yes, it was true. Helene was widely opening the portals of her heart to pious thoughts. Never could she have fancied that such happiness would attend her love. She returned to the church as to a spot where her heart would melt, for under its roof she could give free vent to her tears, remain thoughtless, plunged in speechless worship. For an hour each evening she put no restraint on herself. The bursting love within her, prisoned throughout the day, at length escaped from her bosom on the wings of prayer, amidst the pious quiver of the throng. The muttered supplications, the bendings of the knee, the reverences, words and gestures seemingly interminable, all lulled her to rest. To her they ever expressed the same thing. It was always the same passion speaking in the same phrase or the same gesture. She felt a need of faith, and basked enraptured by the divine goodness. Helene was not the only person whom Juliette twitted. She feigned a belief that Henri himself was becoming religious. What, had he not now entered the church to wait for them? He, atheist and scoffer, who had been wont to assert that he sought for the soul with his scalpel, and had not yet discovered its existence. As soon as she perceived him standing behind a pillar in the shadow of the pulpit, she would instantly jog Helene's arm. Look, he's there already. Do you know, he wouldn't confess when we got married? See how funny he looks. He gazes at us with so comical an expression. Quick, look." Helene did not at the moment raise her head. The service was coming to an end. Clouds of incense were rising, and the organ music pealed forth joyfully. But her neighbor was not a woman to leave her alone, and she was forced to speak in answer. "Yes, yes, I see him," she whispered, albeit she never turned her eyes. She had on her own side divined his presence amidst the song of praise that mounted from the worshipping throng. It seemed to her that Henri's breath was wafted on the wings of the music and beat against her neck, and she imagined she could see behind her his glances shedding their light along the nave and haloing her as she knelt with a golden glory. And then she felt impelled to pray with such fervor that words failed her. The expression on his face was sober, as unruffled as any husband might wear when looking for ladies in a church, the same indeed as if he'd been waiting for them in the lobby of a theater. But when they came together, in the midst of a slowly moving crowd of worshippers, they felt that the bonds of their love had been drawn closer by the flowers and the chanting, and they shunned all conversation, for their hearts were on their lips. A fortnight slipped away, and Madame Deberle grew wearied. She ever jumped from one thing to the other, consumed with the thirst of doing what everyone else was doing. For the moment, charity bazaars had become her craze. She would toil up 60 flights of stairs of an afternoon to beg paintings of well-known artists, while her evenings were spent in presiding over meetings of lady patronesses, with a bell handy to call noisy members to order. Thus it happened that one Thursday evening Helene and her daughter went to church without their companions. On the conclusion of the sermon, while the choristers were commencing the Magnificat, the young woman, forewarned by some impulse of her heart, turned her head. Henri was there in his usual place. Thereupon she remained with looks riveted to the ground till the service came to an end, waiting the while for the return home. "Oh, how kind of you to come," said Jeanne, with a child's frankness, as they left the church. "I should have been afraid to go alone through these dark streets." Henri, however, feigned astonishment, asserting that he had expected to meet his wife. Helene allowed the child to answer him, and followed them without uttering a word. As the trio passed under the porch, a pitiful voice sang out, "Charity, charity, may God repay you." Every night Jeanne dropped a 10-sou piece into Mother Fétu's hand. When the latter saw the doctor alone with Helene, she nodded her head knowingly, instead of breaking out into a storm of thanks, as was her custom. The church was now empty, and she began to follow them, mumbling inaudible sentences. Sometimes, instead of returning by the Rue de Passy, the ladies, when the night was fine, went homewards by the Rue Renoir, the way being thus lengthened by 5 or 6 minutes' walk. That night also Helene turned into the Rue Renoir, craving for gloom and stillness, and entranced by the loneliness of a long thoroughfare, which was lighted by only a few gas lamps, without the shadow of a single passer-by falling across its pavement. At this hour Passy seemed out of the world. Sleep had already fallen over it. It had all the quietude of a provincial town. On each side of a street loomed mansions, girls' schools, black and silent, and dining places, from the kitchens of which light still streamed. There was not, however, a single shop to throw the glare of its frontage across the dimness. To Henri and Helene, the loneliness was pregnant with intense charm. He had not ventured to offer her his arm. Jeanne walked between them in the middle of the road, which was gravelled like a walk in some park. At last the houses came to an end, and then on each side were walls, over which spread mantling clematis and clusters of lilac blossoms. Immense gardens parted the mansions, and here and there, through the railings of an iron gate, they could catch glimpses of a gloomy background of verdure, against which the tree-dotted turf assumed a more delicate hue. The air was filled with the perfume of irises growing in vases, which they could scarce distinguish. All three paced on slowly through the warm spring night, which was steeping them in its odors. And Jeanne, with childish artlessness, raised her face to the heavens and exclaimed, "Oh, Mamma, see what a number of stars!" But behind them, like an echo of their own, came the footfall of Mother Feydeau. Nearer and nearer she approached, till they could hear her muttering the opening words of the angelic salutation, Ave Maria, gratia plena, repeating them over and over again with the same confused persistency. She was telling her beads on her homeward way.
I have still something left. May I give it to her? Jeanne asked her mother.
And thereupon, without waiting for a reply, she left them, running towards the old woman, who was on the point of entering the Passage des Eaux. Mother Feydeau clutched at the coin, calling upon all the angels of heaven to bless her. As she spoke, however, she grasped the child's hand and detained her by her side, then asking in changed tones,
The other lady is ill, is she not?
No, answered Jeanne, surprised.
May heaven shield her. May it shower its favors on her and her husband. Don't run away yet, my dear little lady. Let me say an Ave Maria for your mother's sake, and you will join in the Amen with me. Oh, your mother will allow you. You can catch her up.
Meanwhile, Henri and Helene trembled as they found themselves suddenly left alone in the shadow cast by a line of huge chestnut trees that bordered the road. They quietly took a few steps. The chestnut trees had strewn the ground with their bloom, and they were walking upon this rosy-tinted carpet. On a sudden, however, they came to a stop, their hearts filled with such emotion that they could go no farther.
Forgive me, said Henri simply.
Yes, yes, ejaculated Helene, but oh, be silent, I pray you. She had felt his hand touch her own and had started back. Fortunately, Jeanne ran towards them at the moment.
Mamma, Mamma, she cried. She made me say an Ave. She says it will bring you good luck.
The three then turned into the Rue Vienneuse, while Mother Feydeau crept down the steps of the Passage des Eaux, busy completing her rosary. The month slipped away. 2 or 3 more services were attended by Madame Deberle. One Sunday, the last one, Henri once more ventured to wait for Helene and Jeanne. The walk home thrilled them with joy. The month had been one long spell of wondrous bliss. The little church seemed to have entered into their lives to soothe their love and render its way pleasant. At first, a great peace had settled on Helene's soul. She'd found happiness in the sanctuary where she imagined she could without shame dwell on her love. However, the undermining had continued, and when her holy rapture passed away, she was again in the grip of her passion, held by bonds that would have plucked at her heartstrings had she sought to break them asunder. Henri still preserved his respectful demeanor, but she could not do otherwise than see the passion burning in his face. She dreaded some outburst, and even grew afraid of herself. One afternoon, going homewards after a walk with Jeanne, she passed along the Rue de l'Annonciation and entered the church. The child was complaining of feeling very tired. Until the last day she'd been unwilling to admit that the evening services exhausted her, so intense was the pleasure she derived from them. But her cheeks had grown waxy pale, and the doctor advised that she should take long walks. "Sit down there," said her mother. "It will rest you. We'll only stay 10 minutes." She herself walked towards some chairs a short way off and knelt down. She had placed Jeanne close to a pillar. Workmen were busy at the other end of the nave, taking down the hangings and removing the flowers, the ceremonials attending the month of Mary having come to an end the evening before. With her face buried in her hands, Helene saw nothing and heard nothing. She was eagerly catechizing her heart, asking whether she ought not to confess to Abbé Jouve what an awful life had come upon her. He would advise her, perhaps restore her lost peace. Still, within her there arose, out of her very anguish, a fierce flood of joy. She hugged her sorrow, dreading lest the priest might succeed in finding a cure for it. 10 minutes slipped away, then an hour. She was overwhelmed by the strife raging within her heart. At last she raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, and saw Abbé Jouve gazing at her sorrowfully. It was he who was directing the workmen. Having recognized Jeanne, he had just come forward. "Why, what is the matter, my child?" he asked of Helene, who hastened to rise to her feet and wipe away her tears. She was at a loss what answer to give. She was afraid lest she should once more fall on her knees and burst into sobs. He approached still nearer and gently resumed, "I do not wish to cross-question you, but why do you not confide in me? Confide in the priest and forget the friend." "Some other day," she said brokenly. "Some other day, I promise you." Jeanne, meantime, had at first been very good and patient, finding amusement in looking at the stained-glass windows, the statues over the great doorway, and the scenes of a journey to the cross depicted in miniature bas-reliefs along the aisles. By degrees, however, the cold air of a church had enveloped her as with a shroud, and she remained plunged in a weariness that even banished thought, a feeling of discomfort waking within her with the holy quiet and far-reaching echoes, which the least sound stirred in this sanctuary where she imagined she was going to die. But a grievous sorrow rankled in her heart. The flowers were being borne away. The great clusters of roses were vanishing, and the altar seemed to become more and more bare and chill. The marble looked icy cold now that no wax candle shone on it, and there was no smoking incense. The lace-robed Virgin, moreover, was being moved, and after suddenly tottering, fell backward into the arms of two workmen. At the sight, Jeanne uttered a faint cry, stretched out her arms, and fell back rigid. The illness that had been threatening her for some days had at last fallen upon her. And when Helene, in distraction, carried her child, with the assistance of a sorrowing abbé, into a cab, she turned towards the porch with outstretched, trembling hands. "It's all this church! It's all this church!" she exclaimed, with a vehemence instinct with regret and self-reproach, as she thought of the month of devout delight which she herself had tasted there. This ends chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12. When evening came, Jeanne was somewhat better. She was able to get up and, in order to remove her mother's fears, persisted in dragging herself into the dining room, where she took her seat before her empty plate. "I shall be all right," she said, trying to smile. "You know very well that the least thing upsets me. Go on with your dinner, Mamma. I want you to eat." And in the end she pretended an appetite she did not feel, for she observed that her mother sat watching her, paling and trembling, without being able to swallow a morsel. She promised to take some jam, and Helene then hurried through her dinner, while the child, with a never-fading smile and her head nodding tremblingly, watched her with worshipping looks. On the appearance of the dessert she made an effort to carry out her promise, but tears welled into her eyes. "You see, I can't get it down my throat," she murmured. "You mustn't be angry with me." The weariness that overwhelmed her was terrible. Her legs seemed lifeless. Her shoulders pained her as though gripped by a hand of iron. But she was very brave through it all, and choked at their source the moans which the shooting pains in her neck awakened. At one moment, however, she forgot herself. Her head felt too heavy, and she was bent double by pain. Her mother, as she gazed on her, so faint and feeble, was wholly unable to finish the pear which she was trying to force down her throat. Her sobs choked her, and throwing down her napkin, she clasped Jeanne in her arms. My child, she wailed, her heart bursting with sorrow, as her eyes ranged round the dining room where her darling, when in good health, had so often enlivened her by her fondness for tidbits.
At last Jeanne woke to life again and strove to smile as of old. "Don't worry, Mamma," said she. "I shall be all right soon. Now that you have done, you must put me to bed. I only wanted to see you have your dinner. Oh, I know you. You wouldn't have eaten as much as a morsel of bread." Helene bore her away in her arms. She brought the little crib close to her own bed in the blue room. When Jeanne had stretched out her limbs and the bedclothes were tucked up under her chin, she declared she felt much better. There were no more complaints about dull pains at the back of her head, but she melted into tenderness, and her passionate love seemed to grow more pronounced. Helene was forced to caress her, to avow intense affection for her, and to promise that she would again kiss her when she came to bed. "Never mind if I'm sleeping," said Jeanne. "I shall know you're there all the same." She closed her eyes and fell into a doze. Helene remained near her, watching over her slumber. When Rosalie entered on tiptoe to ask permission to go to bed, she answered, "Yes," with a nod. At last 11 o'clock struck, and Helene was still watching there, when she imagined she heard a gentle tapping at the outer door. Bewildered with astonishment, she took up the lamp and left the room to make sure. "Who is there?" "'Tis I. Open the door," replied a voice in stifled tones. It was Henri's voice. She quickly opened the door, thinking his coming only natural. No doubt he had but now been informed of Jeanne's illness and had hastened to her, although she had not summoned him to her assistance, feeling a certain shame at the thought of allowing him to share in attending on her daughter. However, he gave her no opportunity to speak. He followed her into the dining room, trembling, with inflamed visage. "I beseech you, pardon me," he faltered, as he caught hold of her hand. "I haven't seen you for 3 days past, and I cannot resist the craving to see you." Helene withdrew her hand. He stepped back, but with his gaze still fixed on her, continued, "Don't be afraid. I love you. I would have waited at the door had you not opened it. Oh, I know very well it is simple madness, but I love you. I love you all the same." Her face was grave as she listened, eloquent with a dumb reproach which tortured him and impelled him to pour forth his passionate love. But Helene still remained standing, wholly unmoved. At last she spoke. "You know nothing, then?" asked she. He had taken her hand and was raising it to his lips when she started back with a gesture of impatience. "Oh, leave me!" she exclaimed. "You see that I am not even listening to you. I have something far different to think about." Then, becoming more composed, she put her question to him a second time. "You know nothing? Well, my daughter is ill. I am pleased to see you. You will dispel my fears." She took up the lamp and walked on before him. But as they were passing through the doorway, she turned and, looking at him, said firmly, "I forbid you beginning again here. Oh, you must not." He entered behind her, scarcely understanding what had been enjoined on him. His temples throbbed convulsively as he leaned over the child's little crib. "She is asleep. Look at her," said Helene in a whisper. He did not hear her. His passion would not be silenced. She was hanging over the bed in front of him, and he could see her rosy neck with its wavy hair. He shut his eyes that he might escape the temptation of kissing her, as she said to him, "Doctor, look at her. She's so feverish. Oh, tell me whether it is serious." Then, yielding to professional habit, despite the tempest raging in his brain, he mechanically felt Jeanne's pulse. Nevertheless, so fierce was the struggle that he remained for a time motionless, seemingly unaware that he held this wasted little hand in his own. "Is it a violent fever?" asked Helene. "A violent fever? Do you think so?" he repeated. The little hand was scorching his own. There came another silence. The physician was awakening within him, and passion was dying from his eyes. His face slowly grew paler. He bent down uneasily and examined Jeanne. "You are right. This is a very severe attack," he exclaimed. "My God, the poor child!" His passion was now dead. He was solely consumed by a desire to be of service to her. His coolness at once returned. He sat down and was questioning the mother respecting the child's condition previous to this attack of illness, when Jeanne awoke, moaning loudly. She again complained of a terrible pain in the head. The pangs which were darting through her neck and shoulders had attained such intensity that her every movement wrung a sob from her. Helene knelt at the other side of the bed, encouraging her and smiling on her, though her heart almost broke at the sight of such agony. "There's someone there, isn't there, Mamma?" Jeanne asked, as she turned round and caught sight of the doctor. "It is a friend whom you know." The child looked at him for a time with thoughtful eyes, as if in doubt, but soon a wave of affection passed over her face. Yes, I know him. I love him very much." And with her coaxing air she added, "You will have to cure me, won't you, sir, to make Mamma happy? Oh, I'll be good. I'll drink everything you give me." The doctor again felt her pulse, while Helene grasped her other hand, and as she lay there between them, her eyes traveled attentively from one to the other, as though no such advantageous opportunity of seeing and comparing them had ever occurred before. Then her head shook with a nervous trembling. She grew agitated, and her tiny hands caught hold of her mother and the doctor with a convulsive grip. "Do not go away. I'm so afraid. Take care of me. Don't let all the others come near me. I only want you, only you two near me. Come closer up to me, together," she stammered. Drawing them nearer, with a violent effort she brought them close to her, still uttering the same entreaty. "Come close, together, together." Several times did she behave in the same delirious fashion. Then came intervals of quiet, when a heavy sleep fell on her, but it left her breathless and almost dead. When she started out of these short dozes, she heard nothing, saw nothing. A white vapor shrouded her eyes. The doctor remained watching over her for a part of the night, which proved a very bad one. He only absented himself for a moment to procure some medicine. Towards morning, when he was about to leave, Helene, with terrible anxiety in her face, accompanied him into the anteroom. "Well?" asked she. "Her condition is very serious," he answered, "but you must not fear. Rely on me. I will give you every assistance. I shall come back at 10 o'clock. When Helene returned to the bedroom, she found Jeanne sitting up in bed, gazing round her with bewildered looks. "You left me! You left me!" she wailed. "Oh, I'm afraid. I don't want to be left all alone." To console her, her mother kissed her, but she still gazed round the room. "Where is he?" she faltered. "Oh, tell him not to go away. I want him to be here. I want him—" "He will come back, my darling," interrupted Helene, whose tears were mingling with Jeanne's own. "He will not leave us, I promise you. He loves you too well. Now be good and lie down. I'll stay here till he comes back." "Really? Really?" murmured the child, as she slowly fell back into deep slumber. Terrible days now began, 3 weeks full of awful agony. The fever did not quit its victim for an hour. Jeanne only seemed tranquil when the doctor was present. She put one of her little hands in his, while her mother held the other. She seemed to find safety in their presence. She gave each of them an equal share of her tyrannical worship, as though she well knew beneath what passionate kindness she was sheltering herself. Her nervous temperament, so exquisite in its sensibility, the keener since her illness, inspired her, no doubt, with the thought that only a miraculous effort of their love could save her. As the hours slipped away, she would gaze on them with grave and searching looks as they sat on each side of her crib. Her glances remained instinct with human passion, and though she spoke not, she told them all she desired by the warm pressure of her hands, with which she besought them not to leave her, giving them to understand what peace was hers when they were present. Whenever the doctor entered after having been away, her joy became supreme, and her eyes, which never quitted the door, flashed with light. And then she would fall quietly asleep, all her fears fleeing as she heard her mother and him moving around her and speaking in whispers. On the day after the attack, Dr. Baudin called, but Jeanne suddenly turned away her head and refused to allow him to examine her. "I don't want him, Mamma," she murmured. "I don't want him. I beg of you." As he made his appearance on the following day, Helene was forced to inform him of the child's dislike. And thus it came about that the venerable doctor made no further effort to enter the sick room. Still, he climbed the stairs every other day to inquire how Jeanne was getting on, and sometimes chatted with his brother professional, Dr. Deberle, who paid him all the deference due to an elder. Moreover, it was useless to try to deceive Jeanne. Her senses had become wondrously acute. The Abbé and Monsieur Rimbaud paid a visit every night. They sat down and spent an hour in sad silence. One evening, as the doctor was going away, Helene signed to Monsieur Rimbaud to take his place and clasped the little one's hand, so that she might not notice of the departure of her beloved friend. But 2 or 3 minutes had scarcely passed ere Jeanne opened her eyes and quickly drew her hand away. With tears flowing, she declared that they were behaving ill to her. "Don't you love me any longer? Won't you have me beside you?" asked poor Monsieur Rimbaud, with tears in his eyes. She looked at him, deigning no reply. It seemed as if her heart was set on knowing him no more. The worthy man, grievously pained, returned to his corner. He always ended by thus gliding into a window recess, where, half hidden behind a curtain, he would remain during the evening in a stupor of grief, his eyes the while never quitting the sufferer. The abbé was there as well, with his large head and pallid face showing above his scraggy shoulders. He concealed his tears by blowing his nose loudly from time to time. The danger in which he saw his little friend lying wrought such havoc within him that his poor were for the time wholly forgotten. But it was useless for the 2 brothers to retire to the other end of the room. Jeanne was still conscious of their presence. They were a source of vexation to her, and she would turn round with a harassed look, even though drowsy with fever. Her mother bent over her to catch the words trembling on her lips. "Oh, Mamma, I feel so ill. All this is choking me. Send everybody away. Quick, quick!" Helene, with the utmost gentleness, then explained to the 2 brothers the child's wish to fall asleep. They understood her meaning and quitted the room with drooping heads. And no sooner had they gone than Jeanne breathed with greater freedom, cast a glance round the chamber, and once more fixed a look of infinite tenderness on her mother and the doctor. "Good night," she whispered. "I feel well again. Stay beside me." For 3 weeks she thus kept them by her side. Henri had at first paid 2 visits each day, but soon he spent the whole night with them, giving every hour he could spare to the child. At the outset he had feared it was a case of typhoid fever, but so contradictory were the symptoms that he soon felt himself involved in perplexity. There was no doubt he was confronted by a disease of the chlorosis type, presenting the greatest difficulty in treatment, with the possibility of very dangerous complications, as the child was almost on the threshold of womanhood. He dreaded first a lesion of the heart, and then the setting in of consumption. Jeanne's nervous excitement, wholly beyond his control, was a special source of uneasiness. To such heights of delirium did the fever rise, that the strongest medicines were of no avail. He brought all his fortitude and knowledge to bear on the case, inspired with the one thought that his own happiness in life were at stake. On his mind there had now fallen a great stillness. Not once during those 3 anxious weeks did his passion break its bonds. Helene's breath no longer woke tremors within him, and when their eyes met, they were only eloquent of a sympathetic sadness of 2 souls threatened by a common misfortune. Nevertheless, every moment brought their hearts nearer. They now lived only with the one idea. No sooner had he entered the bedchamber than by a glance he gathered how Jeanne had spent the night, and there was no need for him to speak for Helene to learn what he thought of a child's condition. Besides, with all the innate bravery of a mother, she'd forced from him a declaration that he would not deceive her, but allow her to know his fears. Always on her feet, not having had 3 hours uninterrupted sleep for 3 weeks past, she displayed superhuman endurance and composure, and quelled her despair without a tear in order that she might concentrate her whole soul upon the struggle with the dread enemy. Within and without her heart there was nothing but emptiness. The world around her, the usual thoughts of each hour, the consciousness of life itself, had all faded into darkness. Existence held nothing for her. Nothing now bound her to life but her suffering darling and this man who promised her a miracle. It was he, and he only, to whom she looked, to whom she listened, whose most trivial words were to her of the first importance, and into whose breast she would fain have transfused her own soul in order to increase his energy. Insensibly and without break, this idea wrought its own accomplishment. Almost every evening when the fever was raging at its worst and Jeanne lay in imminent peril, they were there beside her in silence, and as though eager to remind themselves that they stood shoulder to shoulder struggling against death, their hands met on the edge of the bed in a caressing clasp, while they trembled with solicitude and pity, till a faint smile breaking over the child's face and the sound of quiet and regular breathing told them that the danger was past. Then each encouraged the other by an inclination of the head. Once again had their love triumphed, and every time the mute caress grew more demonstrative, their hearts drew closer together. One night, Helene divined that Henri was concealing something from her. For 10 minutes, without a word crossing his lips, he'd been examining Jeanne. The little one complained of intolerable thirst. She seemed choking, and there was an incessant wheezing in her parched throat. Then a purple flush came over her face, and she lapsed into a stupor which prevented her even from raising her eyelids. She lay motionless. It might have been imagined she was dead, but for the sound coming from her throat. "You consider her very ill, do you not?" gasped Helene. He answered in the negative. There was no change, but his face was ashy white, and he remained seated, overwhelmed by his powerlessness. Thereupon, she also, despite the tension of her whole being, sank upon a chair on the other side of the bed. "Tell me everything. You promised to tell me all. Is she beyond hope?" He still sat silent, and she spoke again more vehemently. "You know how brave I am. Have I wept? Have I despaired? Speak. I want to know the truth." Henri fixed his eyes on her. The words came slowly from his lips. "Well," said he, "if in an hour hence she hasn't awakened from this stupor, it will be all over." Not a sob broke from Helene, but icy horror possessed her and raised her hair on end. Her eyes turned on Jeanne. She fell on her knees and clasped her in her arms with a superb gesture eloquent of ownership, as though she could preserve her from ill, nestling thus against her shoulder. For more than a minute she kept her face close to the child's, gazing at her intently, eager to give her breath from her own nostrils, aye, and her very life, too. The labored breathing of the little sufferer grew shorter and shorter. "Can nothing be done?" she exclaimed, as she lifted her head. "Why do you remain there? Do something!" But he made a disheartened gesture. "Do something," she repeated. "There must be something to be done. You're not going to let her die? Oh, surely not!" "I will do everything possible," the doctor simply said. He rose up, and then a supreme struggle began. All the coolness and nerve of the practitioner had returned to him. Till now he had not ventured to try any violent remedies, for he dreaded to enfeeble the little frame already almost destitute of life. But he no longer remained undecided, and straightway dispatched Rosalie for a dozen leeches. And he did not attempt to conceal from the mother that this was a desperate remedy which might save or kill her child. When the leeches were brought in, her heart failed her for a moment. Gracious God, she murmured. "Oh, if you should kill her!" He was forced to wring consent from her. "Well, put them on," said she, "but may Heaven guide your hand." She had not ceased holding Jeanne, and refused to alter her position, as she still desired to keep the child's little head nestling against her shoulder. With calm features, he meantime busied himself with the last resource, not allowing a word to fall from his lips. The first application of the leeches proved unsuccessful. The minutes slipped away. The only sound breaking the stillness of a shadowy chamber was the merciless, incessant tick-tack of a timepiece. Hope departed with every second. In the bright disk of light cast by the lamp, Jeanne lay stretched among the disordered bedclothes, with limbs of waxen pallor. Helene, with tearless eyes, but choking with emotion, gazed on the little body already in the clutches of death, and to see a drop of her daughter's blood appear would willingly have yielded up all her own. And at last a ruddy drop trickled down. The leeches had made fast their hold. One by one they commenced sucking. The child's life was in the balance. These were terrible moments, pregnant with anguish. Was that sigh the exhalation of Jeanne's last breath, or did it mark her return to life? For a time, Helene's heart was frozen within her. She believed that the little one was dead, and there came to her a violent impulse to pluck away the creatures which were sucking so greedily. But some supernatural power restrained her, and she remained there with open mouth and her blood chilled within her. The pendulum still swung to and fro. The room itself seemed to wait the issue in anxious expectation. At last the child stirred. Her heavy eyelids rose, but dropped again, as though wonder and weariness had overcome her. A slight quiver passed over her face. It seemed as if she were breathing. Finally, there was a trembling of the lips, and Helene, in an agony of suspense, bent over her, fiercely awaiting the result. "Mama, Mama," murmured Jeanne. Henri heard, and walking to the head of the bed, whispered in the mother's ear, "She is saved." "She is saved. She is saved," echoed Helene in stammering tones, her bosom filled with such joy that she fell on the floor close to the bed, gazing now at her daughter and now at the doctor with distracted looks. But she rose, and giving way to a mighty impulse, threw herself on Henri's neck. "I love you," she exclaimed. This was her avowal. The avowal imprisoned so long, but at last poured forth in the crisis of emotion which had come upon her. Mother and lover were merged in one. She proffered him her love in a fiery rush of gratitude. Through her sobs she spoke to him in endearing words. Her tears, dried at their source for 3 weeks, were now rolling down her cheeks. But at last she fell upon her knees, and took Jeanne in her arms to lull her to deeper slumber against her shoulder. And at intervals, whilst her child thus rested, she raised to Henri's eyes, glistening with passionate tears. Stretched in her cot, the bedclothes tucked under her chin, and her head, with its dark brown tresses, resting in the center of the pillow, Jeanne lay, relieved but prostrate. Her eyelids were closed, but she did not sleep. The lamp placed on the table, which had been rolled close to the fireplace, lit but one end of the room, and the shade encompassed Helene and Henri, seated in their customary places on each side of the bed. But the child did not part them. On the contrary, she served as a closer bond between them, and her innocence was intermingled with their love on this first night of its avowal. At times, Helene rose on tiptoe to fetch the medicine, to turn up the lamp, or give some order to Rosalie, while the doctor, whose eyes never quitted her, would sign to her to walk gently. And when she had sat down again, they smiled at one another. Not a word was spoken. All their interest was concentrated on Jeanne, who was to them as their love itself. Sometimes, when the coverlet was being pulled up, the child's head was being raised. Their hands met and rested together in sweet forgetfulness. This undesigned, stealthy caress was the only one in which they indulged. "I am not sleeping," murmured Jeanne. "I know very well you are there." On hearing her speak, they were overjoyed. Their hands parted. Beyond this, they had no desires. The improvement in the child's condition was to them satisfaction and peace. "Are you feeling better, my darling?" asked Helene, when she saw her stirring. Jeanne made no immediate reply, and when she spoke, it was dreamingly. "Oh, yes, I don't feel anything now, but I can hear you, and that pleases me." After the lapse of a moment, she opened her eyes with an effort and looked at them. Then an angelic smile crossed her face, and her eyelids dropped once more. On the morrow, when the Abbé and Monsieur Rimbaud made their appearance, Helene gave way to a shrug of impatience. They were now a disturbing element in her happy nest. As they went on questioning her, shaking with fear lest they might receive bad tidings, she had the cruelty to reply that Jeanne was no better. She spoke without consideration, driven to this strait by the selfish desire of treasuring for herself and Henri the bliss of having rescued Jeanne from death, and of alone knowing this to be so. What was their reason for seeking a share in her happiness? It belonged to Henri and herself, and had it been known to another would have seemed to her impaired in value. To her imagination, it would have been as though a stranger were participating in her love. The priest, however, approached the bed. "Jeanne, 'tis we, your old friends. Don't you know us?" She nodded gravely to them in recognition, but she was unwilling to speak to them. She was in a thoughtful mood, and she cast a look full of meaning on her mother. The two poor men went away more heartbroken than on any previous evening. 3 days later, Henri allowed his patient her first boiled egg. It was a matter of the highest importance. Jeanne's mind was made up to eat it with none present but her mother and the doctor, and the door must be closed. As it happened, Monsieur Rimbaud was present at the moment, and when Helene began to spread a napkin, by way of tablecloth, on the bed, the child whispered in her ear, "Wait a moment, when he has gone." And as soon as he had left them, she burst out, "Now, quick, quick! It's far nicer when there's nobody but ourselves." Helene lifted her to a sitting posture, while Henri placed 2 pillows behind her to prop her up. And then, with the napkin spread before her and a plate on her knees, Jeanne waited, smiling. "Shall I break the shell for you?" asked her mother. "Yes, do, mamma." "And I will cut you 3 little bits of bread," added the doctor. "Oh, 4.
You'll see if I don't eat 4.
It was now the doctor's turn to be addressed endearingly. When he gave her the first slice, she gripped his hand, and as she still clasped her mother's, she rained kisses on both with the same passionate tenderness. "Come, come, you will have to be good," entreated Helene, who observed that she was ready to burst into tears. "You must please us by eating your egg." At this Jeanne ventured to begin, but her frame was so enfeebled that with the second sippet of bread she declared herself wearied. As she swallowed each mouthful, she would say with a smile that her teeth were tender. Henri encouraged her, while Helene's eyes were brimful of tears. Heaven! She saw her child eating! She watched the bread disappear, and the gradual consumption of this first egg thrilled her to the heart. To picture Jeanne stretched dead beneath the sheets was a vision of mortal terror. But now she was eating, and eating so prettily, with all an invalid's characteristic dawdling and hesitancy. "You won't be angry, Mamma? I'm doing my best. Why, I'm at my 3rd bit of bread. Are you pleased?" "Yes, my darling, quite pleased. Oh, you don't know all the joy the sight gives me." And then, in the happiness with which she overflowed, Helene forgetfully leaned against Henri's shoulder. Both laughed gleefully at the child, but over her face there suddenly crept a sullen flush. She gazed at them stealthily, and drooped her head, and refused to eat any more, her features glooming the while with distrust and anger. At last they had to lay her back in bed again. This ends chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola, translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 13. Months slipped away, and Jeanne was still convalescent. August came, and she had not quitted her bed. When evening fell, she would rise for an hour or 2, but even the crossing of the room to the window, where she reclined on an invalid chair and gazed out on Paris, flaming with the ruddy light of the dying sun, seemed too great a strain for her wearied frame. Her attenuated limbs could scarce bear their burden, and she would declare with a wan smile that the blood in her veins would not suffice for a little bird, and that she must have plenty of soup. Morsels of raw meat were dipped in her broth. She had grown to like this mixture, as she longed to be able to go down to play in the garden. The weeks and the months which slipped by were ever instinct with the same delightful monotony, and Helene forgot to count the days. She never left the house. At Jeanne's side she forgot the whole world. No news from without reached her ears. Her retreat, though it looked down on Paris, which with its smoke and noise stretched across the horizon, was as secret and secluded as any cave of holy hermit amongst the hills. Her child was saved, and the knowledge of it satisfied all her desires. She spent her days in watching over her return to health, rejoicing in a shade of bright color returning to her cheeks, in a lively look, or in a gesture of gladness. Every hour made her daughter more like what she'd been of old, with lovely eyes and wavy hair. The slower Jeanne's recovery, the greater joy was yielded to Helene, who recalled the olden days when she had suckled her, and, as she gazed on her gathering strength, felt even a keener emotion than when in the past she'd measured her 2 little feet in her hand to see if she would soon be able to walk. At the same time, some anxiety remained to Helene. On several occasions she had seen a shadow come over Jeanne's face, a shadow of sudden distrust and sourness. Why was her laughter thus abruptly turned to sulkiness? Was she suffering? Was she hiding some quickening of the old pain? "Tell me, darling, what is the matter? You were laughing just a moment ago,
And now you're nearly crying. Speak to me. Do you feel a pain anywhere?" But Jeanne abruptly turned away her head and buried her face in the pillow. "There's nothing wrong with me," she answered curtly. "I want to be left alone." And she would lie brooding the whole afternoon, with her eyes fixed on the wall, showing no sign of affectionate repentance, but plunged in a sadness which baffled her forlorn mother. The doctor knew not what to say. These fits of gloom would always break out when he was there, and he attributed them to the sufferer's nervousness. He impressed on Helene the necessity of crossing her in nothing. One afternoon Jeanne had fallen asleep. Henri, who was pleased with her progress, had lingered in the room and was carrying on a whispered conversation with Helene, who was once more busy with her everlasting needlework at her seat beside the window. Since the terrible night when she had confessed she loved him, both had lived on peacefully in the consciousness of their mutual passions, careless of the morrow and without a thought of the world. Around Jeanne's bed, in this room that still reverberated with her agony, there was an atmosphere of purity which shielded them from any outburst. The child's innocent breath fell on them with a quieting influence. But as the little invalid slowly grew well again, their love in very sympathy took new strength, and they would sit side by side with beating hearts, speaking little, and then only in whispers, lest the little one might be awakened. Their words were without significance, but struck re-echoing chords within the breast of each. That afternoon their love revealed itself in 1,000 ways. "I assure you she's much better," said the doctor. "In a fortnight she'll be able to go down to the garden." Helene went on stitching quickly. "Yesterday she was again very sad," she murmured, "but this morning she was laughing and happy. She's given me her promise to be good." A long silence followed. The child was still plunged in sleep, and their souls were enveloped in a profound peace. When she slumbered thus, their relief was intense. They seemed to share each other's hearts the more. "Have you not seen the garden yet?" asked Henri. "Just now it's full of flowers." "The asters are out, aren't they?" she questioned. "Yes, the flower bed looks magnificent. The clematises have wound their way up into the elms. It's quite a nest of foliage." There was another silence. Helene ceased sewing and gave him a smile. To their fancy it seemed as though they were strolling together along high-banked paths, dim with shadows, amidst which fell a shower of roses. As he hung over her, he drank in the faint perfume of verveine that arose from her dressing gown. However, all at once a rustling of the sheets disturbed them. "She's awakening!" exclaimed Helene, as she started up. Henri drew himself away, and simultaneously threw a glance towards the bed. Jeanne had but a moment before gripped the pillow with her arms, and with her chin buried in it, had turned her face towards them. But her eyelids were still shut, and judging by her slow and regular breathing, she had again fallen asleep. "Are you always sewing like this?" asked Henri, as he came nearer to Helene. "I cannot remain with idle hands," she answered. "It is mechanical enough, but it regulates my thoughts. For hours I can think of the same thing without wearying." He said no more, but his eye dwelt on the needle as the stitching went on almost in a melodious cadence, and it seemed to him as if the thread were carrying off and binding something of their lives together. For hours she could have sewn on, and for hours he could have sat there, listening to the music of the needle, in which, like a lulling refrain, re-echoed one word that never wearied them. It was their wish to live their days like this in that quiet nook, to sit side by side while the child was asleep, never stirring from their places lest they might awaken her. How sweet was that quiescent silence in which they could listen to the pulsing of hearts and bask in the delight of a dream of everlasting love. "How good you are," were the words which came several times from his lips, the joy her presence gave him only finding expression in that one phrase.
Again she raised her head, never for a moment deeming it strange that she should be so passionately worshipped. Henri's face was near her own, and for a second they gazed at one another. "Let me get on with my work," she said in a whisper. "I shall never have it finished." But just then an instinctive dread prompted her to turn round, and indeed there lay Jeanne, lowering upon them with deadly pale face and great inky black eyes. The child had not made the least movement. Her chin was still buried in the downy pillow, which she clasped with her little arms. She had only opened her eyes a moment before, and was contemplating them. "Jeanne, what's the matter?" asked Helene. "Are you ill? Do you want anything?" The little one made no reply, never stirred, did not even lower the lids of her great flashing eyes. A sullen gloom was on her brow, and in her pallid cheeks were deep hollows. She seemed about to throw back her hands as though a convulsion was imminent. Helene started up, begging her to speak, but she remained obstinately stiff, darting such black looks on her mother that the latter's face became purple with blushes, and she murmured, "Doctor, see, what is the matter with her?" Henri had drawn his chair away from Helene's. He ventured near the bed, and was desirous of taking hold of one of the little hands which so fiercely gripped the pillow. But as he touched Jeanne, she trembled in every limb, turned with a start towards the wall, and exclaimed, "Leave me alone, you're hurting me." She pulled the coverlet over her face, and for a quarter of an hour they attempted, without success, to soothe her with gentle words. At last, as they still persevered, she sat up with her hands clasped in supplication. "Oh, please leave me alone! You're tormenting me! Leave me alone!" Helene, in her bewilderment, once more sat down at the window, but Henri did not resume his place beside her. They now understood. Jeanne was devoured by jealousy. They were unable to speak another word. For a minute or two the doctor paced up and down in silence, and then slowly quitted the room, well understanding the meaning of the anxious glances which the mother was darting towards the bed. As soon as he had gone, she ran to her daughter's side and pressed her passionately to her breast with a wild outburst of words. "Hear me, my pet. I am alone now. Look at me. Speak to me. Are you in pain? Have I vexed you then? Tell me everything. Is it I whom you are angry with? What are you troubled about?" But it was useless to pray for an answer, useless to plead with all sorts of questions. Jeanne declared that she was quite well. Then she started up with a frenzied cry. "You don't love me any more, Mamma! You don't love me any more!" She burst into grievous sobbing, and wound her arms convulsively round her mother's neck, raining greedy kisses on her face. Helene's heart was rent within her. She felt overwhelmed with unspeakable sadness, and strained her child to her bosom, mingling her tears with her own, and vowing to her that she would never love anybody save herself. From that day onward, a mere word or glance would suffice to awaken Jeanne's jealousy. While she was in the perilous grip of death, some instinct had led her to put her trust in the loving kindness with which they had shielded and saved her. But now strength was returning to her, and she would allow none to participate in her mother's love. She conceived a kind of spite against the doctor, a spite which stealthily grew into hate as her health improved. It was hidden deep within her self-willed brain, in the innermost recesses of her suspicious and silent nature. She would never consent to explain things. She herself knew not what was the matter with her, but she felt ill whenever the doctor drew too near to her mother, and would press her hands violently to her bosom. Her torment seemed to sear her very heart, and furious passion choked her and made her cheeks turn pale. Nor could she place any restraint on herself. She imagined every one unjust, grew stiff and haughty, and deigned no reply when she was charged with being very ill-tempered. Helene, trembling with dismay, dared not press her to explain the source of her trouble. Indeed, her eyes turned away whenever this 11-year-old child darted at her a glance in which was concentrated the premature passion of a woman. "Oh, Jeanne, you are making me very wretched," she would sometimes say to her, the tears standing in her eyes as she observed her stifling in her efforts to restrain a sudden bubbling up of mad anger. But these words, once so potent for good, which had so often drawn the child weeping to Helene's arms, were now wholly without influence. There was a change taking place in her character. Her humors varied 10 times a day. Generally, she spoke abruptly and imperiously, addressing her mother as though she were Rosalie, and constantly plaguing her with the pettiest demands, ever impatient and loud in complaint. "Give me a drink! What a time you take! I'm left here dying of thirst!" And when Helene handed the glass to her, she would exclaim, "There's no sugar in it! I won't have it!" Then she would throw herself back on her pillow, and a second time push away the glass, with the complaint that the drink was too sweet. They no longer cared to attend to her, she would say. They were doing it purposely. Helene, dreading lest she might infuriate her to a yet greater extent, made no reply, but gazed on her with tears trembling on her cheeks. However, Jeanne's anger was particularly visible when the doctor made his appearance. The moment he entered the sick room, she would lay herself flat in bed, or sullenly hang her head in the manner of savage brutes who will not suffer a stranger to come near. Sometimes she refused to say a word, allowing him to feel her pulse or examine her while she remained motionless, with her eyes fixed on the ceiling. On other days she would not even look at him, but clasp her hands over her eyes with such a gust of passion that to remove them would have necessitated the violent twisting of her arms. One night, as her mother was about to give her a spoonful of medicine, she burst out with the cruel remark, "I won't have it. It will poison me." Helene's heart, pierced to the quick, sank within her, and she dreaded to elicit what the remark might mean. "What are you saying, my child?" she asked. "Do you understand what you are talking about? Medicine is never nice to take. You must drink this." But Jeanne lay there in obstinate silence, and averted her head in order to get rid of a draught. From that day onward she was full of caprices, swallowing or rejecting her medicines according to the humor of the moment. She would sniff at the phials and examine them suspiciously as they stood on the night table. Should she have refused to drink the contents of one of them, she never forgot its identity, and would have died rather than allow a drop from it to pass her lips. Honest Monsieur Rimbaud alone could persuade her at times. It was he whom she now overwhelmed with the most lavish caresses, especially if a doctor were looking on, and her gleaming eyes were turned towards her mother to note if she were vexed by this display of affection towards another. "Oh, it's you, old friend," she exclaimed, the moment he entered. "Come and sit down near me. Have you brought me any oranges?" She sat and laughingly fumbled in his pockets, where goodies were always secreted. Then she embraced him, playing quite a love comedy, while her revenge found satisfaction in the anguish which she imagined she could read in her mother's pallid face. Monsieur Rimbaud beamed with joy over his restoration to his little sweetheart's good graces. But Helene, on meeting him in the ante-room, was usually able to acquaint him with the state of affairs, and all at once he would look at the draught standing on the table and exclaim, "What, are you having syrup?" Jeanne's face clouded over, and in a low voice she replied, No, it's nasty. It's nauseous. I can't take it." "What, you can't drink this?" questioned Monsieur Rimbaud gaily. "I can wager it's very good. May I take a little of it?" Then, without awaiting her permission, he poured out a large spoonful, and swallowed it with a grimace that seemed to betoken immeasurable satisfaction. "How delicious!" he murmured. "You're quite wrong. See, just take a little to try." Jeanne, amused, then made no further resistance. She would drink whatever Monsieur Rimbaud happened to taste. She watched his every motion greedily and appeared to study his features with a view to observing the effects of the medicine. The good man for a month gorged himself in this way with drugs, and on Helene gratefully thanking him, merely shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, it's very good stuff," he declared, with perfect conviction, making it his pleasure to share the little one's medicines. He passed his evenings at her bedside. The abbé, on the other hand, came regularly every second day. Jeanne retained them with her as long as possible, and displayed vexation when she saw them take up their hats. Her immediate dread lay in being left alone with her mother and the doctor, and she would fain have always had company in the room to keep these two apart. Frequently, without reason, she called Rosalie to her. When they were alone with her, her eyes never quitted them, but pursued them into every corner of the bedroom. Whenever their hands came together, her face grew ashy white. If a whispered word was exchanged between them, she started up in anger, demanding to know what had been said. It was a grievance to her that her mother's gown should sweep against the doctor's foot. They could not approach or look at one another without the child falling immediately into violent trembling. The extreme sensitiveness of her innocent little being induced in her an exasperation which would suddenly prompt her to turn round, should she guess that they were smiling at one another behind her. She could divine the times when their love was at its height by the atmosphere wafted around her. It was then that her gloom became deeper, and her agonies were those of nervous women at the approach of a terrible storm. Every one about Helene now looked on Jeanne as saved, and she herself had slowly come to recognize this as a certainty. Thus it happened that Jeanne's fits were at last regarded by her as the bad humors of a spoilt child, and as of little or no consequence. A craving to live sprang up within her after the 6 weeks of anguish which she had just spent. Her daughter was now well able to dispense with her care for hours, and for her, who had so long become unconscious of life, these hours opened up a vista of delight, of peace and pleasure. She rummaged in her drawers and made joyous discoveries of forgotten things. She plunged into all sorts of petty tasks in the endeavor to resume the happy course of her daily existence. And in this upwelling of life her love expanded, and the society of Henri was the reward she allowed herself for the intensity of her past sufferings. In the shelter of that room they deemed themselves beyond the world's ken, and every hindrance in their path was forgotten. The child, to whom their love had proved a terror, alone remained a bar between them. Jeanne became indeed a veritable scourge to their affections, an ever-present barrier with her eyes constantly upon them. She compelled them to maintain a continued restraint, an affectation of indifference, with the result that their hearts were stirred with even greater motion than before. For days they could not exchange a word. They knew intuitively that she was listening even when she was seemingly wrapped in slumber. One evening, when Helene had quitted the room with Henri to escort him to the front door, Jeanne burst out with the cry, "Mama! Mama!" in a voice shrill with rage. Helene was forced to return, for she heard the child leap from her bed, and she met her running towards her, shivering with cold and passion. Jeanne would no longer let her remain away from her. From that day forward they could merely exchange a clasp of the hand on meeting and parting. Madame Deberle was now spending a month at the seaside, and the doctor, though he had all his time at his own command, dared not pass more than 10 minutes in Helene's company. Their long chats at the window had come to an end. What particularly tortured their hearts was the fickleness of Jeanne's humor. One night, as the doctor hung over her, she gave way to tears. For a whole day her hate changed to feverish tenderness, and Helene felt happy once more. But on the morrow, when the doctor entered the room, the child received him with such a display of sourness that the mother besought him with a look to leave them. Jeanne had fretted the whole night in angry regret over her own good humor. Not a day passed but what a like scene was enacted. and after the blissful hours the child brought them in her moods of impassioned tenderness, these hours of misery fell on them with the torture of the lash. A feeling of revulsion at last awoke within Helene. To all seeming, her daughter would be her death. Why, when her illness had been put to flight, did the ill-natured child work her utmost to torment her? If one of those intoxicating dreams took possession of her imagination, a mystic dream in which she found herself traversing a country alike unknown and entrancing, with Henri by her side, Jeanne's face, harsh and sullen, would suddenly start up before her, and thus her heart was ever being rent in twain. The struggle between her maternal affection and her passion became fraught with the greatest suffering. One evening, despite Helene's formal edict of banishment, the doctor called. For 8 days they had been unable to exchange a word together. She would feign that he had not entered, but he did so on learning that Jeanne was in a deep sleep. They sat down as of old, near the window, far from the glare of the lamp, with the peaceful shadows around them. For 2 hours their conversation went on in such low whispers that scarcely a sound disturbed the silence of a large room. At times they turned their heads and glanced at the delicate profile of Jeanne, whose little hands, clasped together, were reposing on the coverlet. But in the end they grew forgetful of their surroundings, and their talking cautiously became louder. Then, all at once, Jeanne's voice rang out. "Mamma! Mamma!" she cried, seized with sudden agitation, as though suffering from nightmare. She writhed about in her bed, her eyelids still heavy with sleep, and then struggled to reach a sitting posture. "Hide, I beseech you," whispered Helene to the doctor in a tone of anguish. "You will be her death if you stay here." In an instant Henri vanished into the window recess, concealed by the blue velvet curtain. But it was in vain. The child still kept up her pitiful cry. "Oh, mamma, mamma, I suffer so much." "I am here beside you, my darling. Where do you feel the pain?" "I don't know. Oh, see, it's here. Oh, it is scorching me." With eyes wide open and features distorted, she pressed her little hands to her bosom. "It came on me in a moment. I was asleep, wasn't I? But I felt something like a burning coal. But it's all gone now. You're not pained any longer, are you?" Yes, I feel it still." She glanced uneasily round the room. She was now wholly awake. The sullen gloom crept over her face once more, and her cheeks became livid. "Are you by yourself, mamma?" she asked. "Of course I am, my darling." Nevertheless, Jeanne shook her head and gazed about, sniffing the air, while her agitation visibly increased. "No, you're not. I know you're not. There's someone—" "Oh, mamma, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. You're telling me a story. You're not by yourself." She fell back in bed in an hysterical fit, sobbing loudly and huddling herself beneath the coverlet as though to ward off some danger. Helene, crazy with alarm, dismissed Henri without delay, despite his wish to remain and look after the child. But she drove him out forcibly, and on her return clasped Jeanne in her arms, while the little one gave vent to the one pitiful cry, with every utterance of which her sobbing was renewed louder than ever. "You don't love me any more. You don't love me any more." "Hush, hush, my angel. Don't say that," exclaimed the mother in agony. "You are all the world to me. You'll see yet whether I love you or not." She nursed her until the morning broke, intent on yielding up to her all her heart's affections, though she was appalled at realizing how completely the love of herself possessed this darling child. Next day she deemed a consultation necessary. Dr. Baudin, dropping in as though by chance, subjected the patient with many jokes to a careful examination, and a lengthy discussion ensued between him and Dr. Deberle, who'd remained in the adjacent room. Both readily agreed that there was no serious symptoms apparent at the moment, but they were afraid of complex developments and cross-questioned Helene for some time. They realized that they were dealing with one of those nervous affections which had a family history and set medical skill at defiance. She told them what they already partly knew, that her grandmother, was confined in the lunatic asylum of Les Toulettes at a short distance from Plassans, and that her mother had died from galloping consumption after many years of brain affection and hysterical fits. She herself took more after her father. She had his features and the same gravity of temperament. Jeanne, on the other hand, was the facsimile of her grandmother, but she never would have her strength, commanding figure, or sturdy, bony frame. The two doctors enjoined on her once more that the greatest care was requisite. Too many precautions could not be taken in dealing with chloroanemical affections, which tend to develop a multitude of dangerous diseases. Adelaide Fouquet, already mentioned, who figures so prominently in the fortune of the Rougon, and dies under such horrible circumstances in Dr. Pascal. Henri had listened to old Dr. Baudin with a deference which he never before displayed for a colleague. He besought his advice on Jeanne's case with the air of a pupil who's full of doubt. Truth to tell, this child inspired him with dread, but he felt that her case was beyond his science, and he feared lest she might die under his hands and her mother be lost to him forever. A week passed away. He was no longer admitted by Helene into the little one's presence, and in the end, sad and sick of heart, he broke off his visits of his own accord. As the month of August verged on its close, Jeanne recovered sufficient strength to rise and walk across the room. The lightness of her heart spoke in her laughter. A fortnight had elapsed since the recurrence of any nervous attack. The thought that her mother was again all her own and would ever cling to her had proved remedy enough. At first distrust had rankled in her mind. While letting Helene kiss her, she had remained uneasy at her least movement, and had imperiously besought her hand before she fell asleep, anxious to retain it in her own during her slumber. But at last, with the knowledge that nobody came near, she'd regained confidence, enraptured by the prospect of a reopening of the old happy life when they had sat side by side, working at the window. Every day brought new roses to her cheeks, and Rosalie declared that she was blossoming brighter and brighter every hour. There were times, however, as night fell, when Helene broke down. Since her daughter's illness, her face had remained grave and somewhat pale, and a deep wrinkle, never before visible, furrowed her brow. When Jeanne caught sight of her in these hours of weariness, despair, and voidness, she herself would feel very wretched, her heart heavy with vague remorse. Gently and silently, she would then twine her arms round her neck. "Are you happy, mother darling?" came the whisper. A thrill ran through Helene's frame, and she hastened to answer, "Yes, of course, my pet." Still the child pressed her question. Are you happy? Quite sure?" "Quite sure. Why should I feel unhappy?" With this, Jeanne would clasp her closer in her little arms, as though to requite her. She would love her so well, she would say, so well indeed, that nowhere in all Paris could a happier mother be found. This ends chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of A Love Episode by Émile Zola. Translated by C.C. Starkweather. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 14. During August, Dr. Deberle's garden was like a well of foliage. The railings were hidden both by the twining branches of the lilac and laburnum trees and by the climbing plants, ivy, honeysuckle, and clematis, which sprouted everywhere in luxuriance,
and glided and intermingled in inextricable confusion, drooping down in leafy canopies and running along the walls till they reached the elms at the far end, where the verdure was so profuse that you might have thought a tent was stretched between the trees, the elms serving as its giant props. The garden was so small that the least shadow seemed to cover it. At noon, the sun threw a disk of yellow light on the center, illumining the lawn and its 2 flower beds. Against the garden steps was a huge rose bush, laden with hundreds of large tea roses. In the evening, when the heat subsided, their perfume became more penetrating, and the air under the elms grew heavy with their warm breath. Nothing could exceed the charm of this hidden, balmy nook, into which no neighborly inquisition could peep, and which brought one a dream of the forest primeval, albeit barrel organs were playing polkas in the Rue Vineuse nearby.
"Why, madame, doesn't mademoiselle go down to the garden?" Rosalie daily asked. "I'm sure it would do her good to romp about under the trees."
One of the elms had invaded Rosalie's kitchen with its branches. She would pull some of the leaves off as she gazed with delight on the clustering foliage, through which she could see nothing. "She isn't strong enough yet," was Helene's reply. "The cold, shady garden might be harmful to her." Rosalie was in no wise convinced. A happy thought with her was not easily abandoned. Madame must surely be mistaken in imagining it would be cold or harmful. Perhaps Madame's objection sprang rather from the fear that she would be in somebody's way, but that was nonsense. Mademoiselle would of a truth be in nobody's way. Not a living soul made any appearance there. The doctor shunned the spot, and as for Madame, his wife, she would remain at the seaside till the middle of September. This was so certain that the doorkeeper had asked Zéphirin to give the garden a rake-over, and Zéphirin and she herself had spent 2 Sunday afternoons there already. Oh, it was lovely, lovelier than one could imagine. Helene, however, still declined to act on the suggestion. Jeanne seemed to have a great longing to enjoy a walk in the garden, which had been the ceaseless topic of her discourse during her illness. But a vague feeling of embarrassment made her eyes droop and closed her mouth on the subject in her mother's presence. At last, when Sunday came round again, the maid hurried into the room, exclaiming breathlessly, "Oh, madame, there's nobody there, I give you my word. Only myself and Zéphirin, who's raking. Do let her come. You can't imagine how fine it is outside. Come for a little, only a little while, just to see." Her conviction was such that Helene gave way. She cloaked Jeanne in a shawl, and told Rosalie to take a heavy wrap with her. The child was in an ecstasy which spoke silently from the depths of her large sparkling eyes. She even wished to descend the staircase without help, in order that her strength might be made plain. However, her mother's arms were stretched out behind her, ready to lend support. When they had reached the foot of the stairs and entered the garden, they both gave vent to an exclamation. So little did this umbrageous, thicket-girt spot resemble the trim nook they had seen in the springtime, that they failed to recognize it.
"Ah, you wouldn't believe me," declared Rosalie, in triumphant tones.
The clumps of shrubbery had grown to great proportions, making the paths much narrower, and in walking their skirts caught in some of the interwoven branches. To the fancy it seemed some far-away recess in a wood, arched over with foliage, from which fell a greeny light of delightful charm and mystery. Helene directed her steps towards the elm beneath which she had sat in April. "But I don't wish her to stay here," said she. "It's shady and coldish."
Well, well, you will see in a minute," answered the maid.
3 steps farther on they emerged from the seeming forest, and in the midst of the leafy profusion they found the sun's golden rays streaming on the lawn, warm and still as in a woodland clearing. As they looked up, they saw the branches standing out against the blue of the sky with the delicacy of guipure. The tea roses on the huge bush, faint in the heat, dropped slumberously from their stems. The flower beds were full of red and white asters, looking with their old world air like blossoms woven in some ancient tapestry.
"Now you'll see," said Rosalie. "I'm going to put her all right myself."
She had folded and placed the wrap on the edge of a walk where the shadow came to an end. Here she made Jeanne sit down, covering her shoulders with a shawl and bidding her stretch out her little legs. In this fashion the shade fell on the child's head while her feet lay in the sunshine. "Are you all right, my darling?" Helene asked.
"Oh, yes," was her answer. "I don't feel cold a bit, you know. I almost think I'm sweltering before a big fire. Ah, how well one can breathe! How pleasant it is!"
Thereupon Helene, whose eyes had turned uneasily towards the closed window shutters of the house, expressed her intention of returning upstairs for a little while, and loaded Rosalie with a variety of injunctions. She would have to watch the sun, she was not to leave Jeanne there for more than half an hour, and she must not lose sight of her for a moment.
"Don't be alarmed, Mamma," exclaimed the child with a laugh. "There are no carriages to pass along here."
Left to amuse herself, she gathered a handful of gravel from the path at her side, and took pleasure in letting it fall from her clasped hands like a shower of rain. Zéphirin, meantime, was raking. On catching sight of Madame and her daughter, he had slipped on his greatcoat, which he had previously hung from the branch of a tree, and in token of respect had stood stock still with his rake idle in his hand. Throughout Jeanne's illness he had come every Sunday as usual, but so great had been the caution with which he had slipped into the kitchen that Helene would scarcely have dreamt of his presence had not Rosalie on each occasion been deputed as his messenger to inquire about the invalid's progress and convey his condolences. Yes, so ran her comments, he was now laying claim to good manners. Paris was giving him some polish. And at present, here he was, leaning on his rake and mutely addressing Jeanne with a sympathetic nod. As soon as she saw him, her face broke into smiles.
"I've been very ill," she said. "Yes, I know, mademoiselle," he replied, as he placed his hand on his heart. And inspired with a wish to say something pretty or comical which might serve to enliven the meeting, he added, "You see, your health has been taking a rest. Now it will indulge in a snore."
Jeanne had again gathered up a handful of gravel, while he, perfectly satisfied, and opening his mouth wide from ear to ear in a burst of silent laughter, renewed his raking with all the strength of his arms. As the rake travelled over the gravel, a regular strident sound arose. When a few minutes had elapsed, Rosalie, seeing her little charge absorbed in her amusement, seemingly happy and at ease, drew gradually farther away from her, as though lured by the grating of this rake. Zéphirin was now working away in the full glare of the sun on the other side of the lawn.
"You're sweating like an ox," she whispered to him. "Take off your greatcoat. Be quick. Mademoiselle won't be offended."
He relieved himself of the garment and once more suspended it from a branch. His red trousers, supported by a belt round the waist, reached almost to his chest, while his shirt of stout, unbleached linen, held at the neck by a narrow horsehair band, was so stiff that it stuck out and made him look even rounder than he was. He tucked up his sleeves with a certain amount of affectation, as though to show Rosalie a couple of flaming hearts which, with the inscription "Forever," had been tattooed on them at the barracks. "Did you go to Mass this morning?" asked Rosalie, who usually tackled him with this question every Sunday. To Mass, he repeated with a chuckle. His red ears seemed to stand out from his head, shorn to the very skin, and the whole of his diminutive, barrel-like body expressed a spirit of banter. At last the confession came. "Of course I went to Mass." "You're lying," Rosalie burst out violently. "I know you are lying. Your nose is twitching. Oh, Zéphirin, you are going to the dogs. You've left off going to church. Beware." His answer, lover-like, was an attempt to put his arm round her waist, but to all appearance she was shocked, for she exclaimed, "I'll make you put on your coat again if you don't behave yourself.
Aren't you ashamed? Why, there's Mademoiselle looking at you."
Thereupon Zéphirin turned to his raking once more. In truth, Jeanne had raised her eyes towards them. Her amusement was palling on her somewhat. The gravel thrown aside, she'd been gathering leaves and plucking grass. But a feeling of indolence crept over her, and now she preferred to do nothing but gaze at the sunshine as it fell on her more and more. A few moments previously only her legs, as far as the knees, had been bathed in this warm cascade of sunshine. But now it reached her waist, the heat increasing like an entrancing caress. What particularly amused her were the round patches of light, of a beautiful golden yellow, which danced over her shawl, for all the world like living creatures. She tossed back her head to see if they were perchance creeping towards her face, and meanwhile clasped her little hands together in the glare of the sunshine. How thin and transparent her hands seemed! The sun's rays passed through them, but all the same they appeared to her very pretty, pinky-like shells, delicate and attenuated like the tiny hands of an infant Christ. Then, too, the fresh air, the gigantic trees around her, and the warmth had lulled her somewhat into a trance. Sleep, she imagined, had come upon her, and yet she could still see and hear. It all seemed to her very nice and pleasant.
"Mademoiselle, please draw back a bit," said Rosalie, who had approached her. "The sun's heat is too warm for you."
But with a wave of her hand Jeanne declined to stir. For the time her attention was riveted on the maid and the little soldier. She pretended to direct her glances towards the ground, with the intention of making them believe that she did not see them, but in reality, despite her apparent drowsiness, she kept watching them from beneath her long eyelashes. Rosalie stood near her for a minute or two longer, but was powerless against the charms of the grating rake. Once more she slowly dragged herself towards Zéphirin, as if in spite of her will. She resented the change in manner which he was now displaying, and yet her heart was bursting with mute admiration. The little soldier had used to good purpose his long strolls with his comrades in the Jardin des Plantes and round the Place du Château d'Eau, where his barracks stood. And the result was the acquisition of the swaying, expansive graces of the Parisian fire-eater. He'd learnt the flowery talk, gallant readiness, and involved style of language so dear to the hearts of the ladies. At times she was thrilled with intense pleasure as she listened to the phrases which he repeated to her with a swagger of the shoulders, phrases full of incomprehensible words that inflamed her cheeks with a flush of pride. His uniform no longer sat awkwardly on him. He swung his arms to and fro with a knowing air, and had an especially noticeable style of wearing his shako on the back of his head, with the result that his round face, with its tip of a nose, became extremely prominent, while his headgear swayed gently with the rolling of his body. Besides, he was growing quite free and easy, quaffed his dram, and ogled the fair sex. With his sneering ways and affectation of reticence, he now doubtless knew a great deal more than she did. Paris was fast taking all the remaining rust off him, and Rosalie stood before him, delighted yet angry, undecided whether to scratch his face or let him give utterance to foolish prattle. Zéphirin, meanwhile, raking away, had turned the corner of the path. He was now hidden by a big spindle tree, and was darting side glances at Rosalie, luring her on against her will with the strokes of his rake. When she had got near him, he pinched her roughly. "Don't cry out. That's only to show how I love you," he said in a husky whisper. "And take that over and above." So saying, he kissed her where he could, his lips lighting somewhere on her ear. Then, as Rosalie gave him a fierce nip in reply, he retaliated by another kiss, this time on her nose. Though she was well pleased, her face turned fiery red. She was furious that Jeanne's presence should prevent her from giving him a box on the ear. "I've pricked my finger," she declared to Jeanne as she returned to her, by way of explaining the exclamation that escaped her lips. However, betwixt the spare branches of the spindle tree the child had seen the incident. Amid the surrounding greenery, the soldier's red trousers and grayish shirt were clearly discernible. She slowly raised her eyes to Rosalie and looked at her for a moment, while the maid blushed the more. Then Jeanne's gaze fell to the ground again, and she gathered another handful of pebbles, but lacked the will or strength to play with them, and remained in a dreamy state, with her hands resting on the warm ground, amidst the vibrations of the sun rays. Within her a wave of health was swelling and stifling her. The trees seemed to take titanic shape, and the air was redolent of the perfume of roses. In wonder and delight, she dreamt of all sorts of vague things.
"What are you thinking of, mademoiselle?" asked Rosalie uneasily.
"I don't know. Of nothing," was Jeanne's reply.
"Yes, I do know. You see, I should like to live to be very old."
However, she could not explain these words. It was an idea, she said, that had come into her head. But in the evening after dinner, as her dreamy fit fell on her again, and her mother inquired the cause, she suddenly put the question,
"Mamma, do cousins ever marry?"
"Yes, of course," said Helene. "Why do you ask me that?"
"Oh, nothing. Only I wanted to know."
Helene had become accustomed to these extraordinary questions. The hour spent in the garden had so beneficial an effect on the child that every sunny day found her there. Helene's reluctance was gradually dispelled. The house was still shut up. Henri never ventured to show himself, and ere long she sat down on the edge of the rug beside Jeanne. However, on the following Sunday morning she found the windows thrown open, and felt troubled at heart.
"Oh, but of course the rooms must be aired," exclaimed Rosalie, as an inducement for them to go down. "I declare to you, nobody's there."
That day the weather was still warmer. Through the leafy screen the sun's rays darted like golden arrows. Jeanne, who was growing strong, strolled about for 10 minutes, leaning on her mother's arm. Then, somewhat tired, she turned towards her rug, a corner of which she assigned to Helene. They smiled at one another, amused at thus finding themselves side by side on the ground. Zéphirin had given up his raking, and was helping Rosalie to gather some parsley, clumps of which were growing along the end wall. All at once there was an uproar in the house, and Helene was thinking of flight, when Madame Deberle made her appearance on the garden steps. She had just arrived, and was still in her travelling dress, speaking very loudly and seemingly very busy. But immediately she caught sight of Madame Grandjean and her daughter, sitting on the ground in the front of the lawn. She ran down, overwhelmed them with embraces, and poured a deafening flood of words into their ears.
"What, is it you? How glad I am to see you! Kiss me, my little Jeanne. Poor puss, you've been very ill, have you not? But you're getting better. The roses are coming back to your cheeks. And you, my dear, how often I've thought of you. I wrote to you. Did my letters reach you? You must have spent a terrible time, but it's all over now. Will you let me kiss you?"
Helene was now on her feet, and was forced to submit to a kiss on each cheek and return them. This display of affection, however, chilled her to the heart. "You'll excuse us for having invaded your garden," she said.
"You're joking," retorted Juliette impetuously. "Are you not at home here?"
But she ran off for a moment, hastened up the stairs, and called across the open rooms,
"Pierre, don't forget anything. There are 17 packages."
Then, at once coming back, she commenced chattering about her holiday adventures.
"Oh, such a splendid season! We went to Trouville, you know. The beach was always thronged with people. It was quite a crush, and people of the highest spheres, you know. I had visitors, too. Papa came for a fortnight with Pauline. All the same, I'm glad to get home again, but I haven't given you all my news. Oh, I'll tell you later on."
She stooped down and kissed Jeanne again.
Then suddenly becoming serious, she asked, "Am I browned by the sun?" "No, I don't see any signs of it," replied Helene as she gazed at her. Juliet's eyes were clear and expressionless. Her hands were plump. Her pretty face was full of amiability. Age did not tell on her. The sea air itself was powerless to affect her expression of serene indifference. So far as appearances went, she might have just returned from a shopping expedition in Paris. However, she was bubbling over with affection, and the more loving her outbursts, the more weary, constrained, and ill became Helene. Jeanne, meantime, never stirred from the rug, but merely raised her delicate, sickly face, while clasping her hands with the chilly air and the sunshine. "Wait, you haven't seen Lucien yet," exclaimed Juliet. "You must see him. He's got so fat." When the lad was brought on the scene, after the dust of the journey had been washed from his face by a servant girl, she pushed and turned him about to exhibit him. Fat and chubby-cheeked, his skin tanned by playing on the beach in the salt breeze, Lucien displayed exuberant health, but he had a somewhat sulky look because he had just been washed. He had not been properly dried, and one cheek was still wet and fiery red with the rubbing of the towel. When he caught sight of Jeanne, he stood stock still with astonishment. She looked at him out of her poor sickly face, as colorless as linen against the background of her streaming black hair, whose tresses fell in clusters to her shoulders. Her beautiful, sad, dilated eyes seemed to fill up her whole countenance, and, despite the excessive heat, she shivered somewhat, and stretched out her hands as though chilled and seeking warmth from a blazing fire. "Well, aren't you going to kiss her?" asked Juliet. But Lucien looked rather afraid. At length he made up his mind, and very cautiously protruded his lips so that he might not come too near the invalid. This done, he started back expeditiously. Helene's eyes were brimming over with tears. What health that child enjoyed, whereas her Jeanne was breathless after a walk round the lawn. Some mothers were very fortunate. Juliet all at once understood how cruel Lucien's conduct was, and she rated him soundly. "Good gracious, what a fool you are! Is that the way to kiss young ladies? You've no idea, my dear, what a nuisance he was at Trouville." She was getting somewhat mixed. But fortunately for her, the doctor now made his appearance, and she extricated herself from her difficulty by exclaiming, "Oh, here's Henri!" He had not been expecting their return until the evening, but she traveled by an earlier train. She plunged into a discursive explanation, without in the least making her reasons clear. The doctor listened with a smiling face. "At all events, here you are," he said. "That's all that's necessary." A minute previously he had bowed to Helene without speaking. His glance for a moment fell on Jeanne, but feeling embarrassed he turned away his head. Jeanne bore his look with a serious face, and unclasping her hands, instinctively grasped her mother's gown and drew closer to her side. "Ah, the rascal," said the doctor, as he raised Lucien and kissed him on each cheek. "Why, he's growing like magic." "Yes, and am I to be forgotten?" asked Juliet, as she held up her head. Then, without putting Lucien down, holding him indeed on one arm, the doctor leaned over to kiss his wife. Their three faces were lit up with smiles. Helene grew pale, and declared that she must now go up. Jeanne, however, was unwilling. She wished to see what might happen, and her glances lingered for a while on the Deberles, and then travelled back to her mother. When Juliet had bent her face upwards to receive her husband's kiss, a bright gleam had come into the child's eyes. "He's too heavy," resumed the doctor, as he set Lucien down again. "Well, was the season a good one? I saw Malignon yesterday, and he was telling me about his stay there. So you let him leave before you, eh?" "Oh, he's quite a nuisance," exclaimed Juliet, over whose face a serious, embarrassed expression had now crept. "He tormented us to death the whole time." "Your father was hoping for Pauline's sake."
He hasn't declared his intentions, then? What? Malignon, said she, as though astonished and offended. And then, with a gesture of annoyance, she added, "Oh, leave him alone. He's cracked. How happy I am to be home again." Without any apparent transition, she thereupon broke out into an amazing outburst of tenderness, characteristic of her bird-like nature. She threw herself on her husband's breast and raised her face towards him. To all seeming, they had forgotten that they were not alone. Jeanne's eyes, however, never quitted them. Her lips were livid and trembled with anger. Her face was that of a jealous and revengeful woman. The pain she suffered was so great that she was forced to turn away her head, and in doing so she caught sight of Rosalie and Zéphirin at the bottom of the garden, still gathering parsley. Doubtless with the intent of being in no one's way, they crept in amongst the thickest of the bushes, where both were squatting on the ground. Zéphirin, with a sly movement, had caught hold of one of Rosalie's feet, while she, without uttering a syllable, was heartily slapping him. Between two branches, Jeanne could see the little soldier's face, chubby and round as a moon and deeply flushed, while his mouth gaped with an amorous grin. Meantime, the sun's rays were beating down vertically, and the trees were peacefully sleeping, not a leaf stirring among them all. From beneath the elms came the heavy odor of soil untouched by the spade, and elsewhere floated the perfume of the last tea roses, which were casting their petals one by one on the garden steps. Then Jeanne, with swelling heart, turned her gaze on her mother, and seeing her motionless and dumb in presence of the Deberles, gave her a look of intense anguish, a child's look of infinite meaning, such as you dare not question. But Madame Deberle stepped closer to them and said, "I hope we shall see each other frequently now. As Jeanne is feeling better, she must come down every afternoon." Helene was already casting about for an excuse, pleading that she did not wish to weary her too much. But Jeanne abruptly broke in. "No, no, the sun does me a great deal of good. We will come down, madame. You will keep my place for me, won't you?" And as the doctor still remained in the background, she smiled towards him. "Doctor, please tell Mamma that the fresh air won't do me any harm." He came forward, and this man, inured to human suffering, felt on his cheeks a slight flush at being thus gently addressed by the child. "Certainly not," he exclaimed. "The fresh air will only bring you nearer to good health." "So you see, mother darling, we must come down," said Jeanne, with a look of ineffable tenderness, whilst a sob died away in her throat. But Pierre had reappeared on the steps and announced the safe arrival of Madame's 17 packages. Then, followed by her husband and Lucien, Juliette retired, declaring that she was frightfully dirty and intended to take a bath. When they were alone, Helene knelt down on the rug, as though about to tie the shawl round Jeanne's neck, and whispered in the child's ear, "You're not angry any longer with the doctor, then?" With a prolonged shake of the head, the child replied, "No, Mamma." There was a silence. Helene's hands were seized with an awkward trembling, and she was seemingly unable to tie the shawl. Then Jeanne murmured, "But why does he love other people so? I won't have him love them like that." And as she spoke, her black eyes became harsh and gloomy, while her little hands fondled her mother's shoulders. Helene would have replied, but the words springing to her lips frightened her. The sun was now low, and mother and daughter took their departure. Zéphirin meanwhile had reappeared to view with a bunch of parsley in his hand, the stalks of which he continued pulling off while darting murderous glances at Rosalie. The maid followed at some distance, inspired with distrust now that there was no one present. Just as she stooped to roll up the rug, he tried to pinch her, but she retaliated with a blow from her fist, which made his back re-echo like an empty cask. Still, it seemed to delight him, and he was yet laughing silently when he re-entered the kitchen, busily arranging his parsley.
Thenceforth, Jeanne was stubbornly bent on going down to the garden as soon as ever she heard Madame Deberle's voice there. All Rosalie's tittle-tattle regarding the next-door house she drank in greedily, ever restless and inquisitive concerning its inmates and their doings, and she would even slip out of the bedroom to keep watch from the kitchen window. In the garden, ensconced in a small armchair which was brought for her use from the drawing-room by Juliette's direction, her eyes never quitted the family. Lucien she now treated with great reserve, annoyed, it seemed, by his questions and antics, especially when the doctor was present. On those occasions she would stretch herself out as if wearied, gazing before her with her eyes wide open. For Helene the afternoons were pregnant with anguish. She always returned, however, returned in spite of the feeling of revolt which wrung her whole being. Every day when, on his arrival home, Henri printed a kiss on Juliette's hair, her heart leaped in its agony. And at those moments, if to hide the agitation of her face she pretended to busy herself with Jeanne, she would notice that the child was even paler than herself, with her black eyes glaring and her chin twitching with repressed fury. Jeanne shared in her suffering. When the mother turned away her head, heartbroken, the child became so sad and so exhausted that she had to be carried upstairs and put to bed. She could no longer see the doctor approach his wife without changing countenance. She would tremble and turn on him a glance full of all the jealous fire of a deserted mistress. "I cough in the morning," she said to him one day. "You must come and see for yourself." Rainy weather ensued, and Jeanne became quite anxious that the doctor should commence his visits once more. Yet her health had much improved. To humor her, Helene had been constrained to accept 2 or 3 invitations to dine with the Deberles. At last the child's heart, so long torn by hidden sorrow, seemingly regained quietude with the complete re-establishment of her health. She would again ask Helene the old question, "Are you happy, mother darling?" "Yes, very happy, my pet," was the reply. And this made her radiant. She must be pardoned her bad temper in the past, she said. She referred to it as a fit which no effort of her own will could prevent, the result of a headache that came on her suddenly. Something would spring up within her. She wholly failed to understand what it was. She was tempest-tossed by a multitude of vague imaginings, nightmares that she could not even have recalled to memory. However, it was past now. She was well again, and those worries would never more return. This ends chapter 14.